Section 0 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Viera. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. A Narrative History of Music. Introduction to Volume 2. In the first volume of The Art of Music, the history of the art has been carried in as straight a line as possible down to the death of Bach and Handel. These two great composers, while they still serve as the foundation of much present-day music, nevertheless stand as the culmination of an epoch in the development and style of music which is distinctly of the past. Many of the greatest of their conceptions are expressed in a language, so to speak, which rings old-fashioned in our ears. Something has been lost of their art. In the second volume, on the other hand, we have to do with the growth of what we may call our own musical language, with the language of Beethoven, Schubert, Schumann, Wagner, and Brahms, men with whose ideals and with whose modes of expression we are still closely in touch. In closing the first volume, the reader bids farewell to the time of music when polyphony still was supreme. In opening this, he greets the era of melody and harmony, of the singing allegro, the scherzo, the rondo, of the romantic song, of salon music, of national opera and national life in music. We have now to do with the symphony and the sonata, which even to the uninitiated spell music, no longer with the toccata and the fugue, words of more or less hostile alarm to those who dread attention. We shall deal with forms based upon melody, shall trace their growth from their seeds in Italy, the land of melody, through the works of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. We shall watch the perfecting of the orchestra, its enrichment in sonority and in color. We shall see the lead spring from the forehead of Schubert. We shall mark the development of the pianoforte and the growth of a noble literature of pianoforte music, rivaling that of the orchestra in proportion and in meaning. A new opera will come into being, discarding old traditions, alien myths, allying itself to the life of the peoples of Europe. Lastly, we shall note the touch of two great forces upon music, two forces mysteriously intertwined, the French Revolution and the Romantic movement. Music will break from the control of rich nobles and make itself dear to the hearts of the common people who inherit the earth. It will learn to speak of intimate mysteries and intensely personal emotion. Composers will rebel from dependence upon a patronizing class and seek judgment and reward from a free public. In short, music will be no longer only the handmaiden of the church or the servant of a socially exalted class, but the voice of the great human race, expressing its passions, its emotions, its common sadness and joy, its everyday dreams, and even its realities. The history of any art in such a stage of reformation is necessarily complicated, and the history of music is in no way exceptional. 1,000 new influences shaped it. Hundreds of composers and of virtuosi came for a while to the front. Political, social, and even economical and commercial conditions bore directly upon it. To ravel from this tangle one or two threads upon which to weave a consecutive narration has been the object of the editors. Minuteness of detail would have thwarted the purpose of this, as of the first volume, even if space could have been allowed for it. The book has therefore been limited to an exposition only of general movements, and to only general descriptions of the works of the greatest composers who contributed to them. Many lesser composers, famous in their day, have not been mentioned because their work has had no real historical significance. They will, if at all vital, receive treatment in the later volumes. On the other hand, the reader is cautioned against too easy acceptance of generalities which have long usurped a sway over the public, such as the statement that Emanuel Bach was the inventor of the sonata form, or that Haydn was the creator of the symphony and of the string quartet. Such forms are evolved, or built up step by step, not created. The foundations of them lie far back in the history of the art. In the present volume, the attention of the reader will be especially called to the work of the Italian Pergolesi and the Bohemian Johann Stamitz in preparing these forms for Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Just as, in order to bring into relief the main lines of development, many men and many details have been omitted, so, in order to bring the volume to a well-rounded close, the works of many men, which chronologically should find their place herein, have been consigned arbitrarily to a third volume. Yet such treatment is perhaps not so arbitrary as will at first appear. Wagner, Brahms, and César Franck are the three greatest of the later Romantic composers. They developed relatively independently of each other, and represent the culmination of three distinct phases of the Romantic movement in music. Their separate influences made themselves felt at once even upon composers scarcely younger than they. Men so influenced belong properly among their followers, no matter what their ages. Inasmuch as the vast majority of modern music is most evidently founded upon some one of these three men, most conspicuously and almost inevitably upon Wagner, contemporaries who so founded their work will be treated among the modern composers as those men who led the way over from the three great geniuses of a past generation to the distinctly new art of the present day. Notable among these are men like Max Bruch, Anton Bruckner, Hugo Wolf, Gustav Mahler, and Camille Saint-Saëns. Some of these men, by the close connection of their art to that of past generations, might perhaps more properly be treated in this volume, but the confusion of so many minor strands would obscure the trend of the narrative. Moreover, exigencies of space have enforced certain limits upon the editors. Thus also, the national developments, the founding of distinctly national schools of composition in Scandinavia, Russia, Bohemia, and elsewhere directly influenced by the Romantic movement in Germany, have had to find a place in Volume 3. It is perhaps in order to forestall any criticism that may be made in the score of what will seem to some serious omissions. Composers of individual merit, though their music is of light caliber, are perhaps entitled to recognition no less than their confrère in more ambitious fields. We refer to such delightful writers of comic opera as Johann Strauss, Millacher, Suppé, etc., and the admirable English school of musical comedy headed by Sir Arthur Sullivan. Without denying the intrinsic value of their work, it must be admitted that they have contributed nothing essentially new or fundamental to the development of the art, and are therefore of slight historical significance. The latter school will, however, find proper mention in connection with the more recent English composers to whom it has served as a foundation, if not a model. More adequate treatment will be accorded to their works in the volumes on opera, etc. In closing, a word should be said concerning the contributors to the narrative history. There is ample precedent for the method here employed of assigning different periods to writers especially familiar with them. Such collaboration has obvious advantages, for the study of musical history has become an exceedingly diverse one, and by specialization only can its various phases be thoroughly grasped. Any slight difference in point of view or in style will be more than offset by the careful and appreciative treatment accorded to each period or composer by writers whose sympathies have led them to a careful and adequate presentation, in clear perspective, of the merits of a given style of composition. The editors have endeavored as far as possible to avail themselves of the able researches recently made in Italy, Germany, France, etc., and they extend their acknowledgement to such authors of valuable special studies as Johannes Wolff, Hermann Kretschmar, Emile Vogel, Romain Rolland, Julien Tirso, etc., and especially to the scholarly summary of Dr. Hugo Riemann of Leipzig. A more extensive list of these works will be found in the bibliographical appendix to Volume 3. Leland Hall. End of Section 0.
Section 1 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. A Narrative History of Music. The Regeneration of the Opera, Part 1. While the deep, quiet stream of Bach's genius flowed under the bridges all but unnoticed, the marts and highways of Europe were a babel of operatic intrigue and artistic shams. Handel in England was running the course of his triumphal career, which luckily forced him into the tracks of a new art form. On the continent, meantime, Italian opera reached at once its most brilliant and most absurd epoch under the leadership of Hasse and Porpora. Even Rameau, the founder of modern harmonic science, did not altogether keep aloof from its influence, while perpetuating the traditions of Lully in Paris. Vocal virtuosi continued to set the musical fashions of the age. The artificial soprano was still a force to which composers had to submit. Indeed, artificiality was the keynote of the century. The society of the 18th century was primarily concerned with the pursuit of sensuous enjoyment. In Italy, especially, the cosmic forces existed but in order to serve the endless divertissement of superficial and brainless beings, in whose eyes the sun's only mission was to illumine picturesque cavalcades and water parties, as that of the moon was to touch with trembling ray the amorous forest glades." Monier's vivid pen picture of 18th century Venetian society applies, with allowance made for change of scene and local color, to all the greater Italian cities. "What equivocal figures, what dubious pasts! Law, of Mississippi bubble fame, lives by gambling, as does the Chevalier Desjardins, his brother in the Bastille, his wife in a lodging-house, the Count de Bonneval, turbaned, sitting on a rug, with legs crossed, worships Allah, carries on far-reaching intrigues, and is poisoned by the Turks. Lord Baltimore, travelling with his physician and a seraglio of 8 women, with a pair of negro guards, Ange Goudard, a wit, a cheat at cards, a police spy and perjurer, rascally, bold, and ugly, and his wife Sarah, once a servant in a London tavern, marvellously beautiful, who receives the courtly world at her palace in Pausilippo, near Naples, and subjugates it with her charm, disguised maidens, false princes, fugitive financiers, literary blacklegs, Greeks, chevaliers of all industries, wearers of every order, splenetic grand seigneurs, and the kings of Voltaire's Candide. Of such is the Italian society of the 18th century composed. Music, in this artificial atmosphere, could only flatter the sense of hearing without appealing to the intelligence, excite the nerves, and occasionally give a keener point to voluptuousness by dwelling on a note of elegant sorrow or discreet religiousness. The very church, according to Dittersdorf, had become a musical boudoir, the convent a conservatory. As for the opera, it could not be anything but a lounge for the idle public. The Neapolitan school, which reigned supreme in Europe, provided just the sort of amusement demanded by that public. It produced scores of composers who were hailed as maestri today and forgotten tomorrow. Hundreds of operas appeared, but few ever reached publication. Their nature was as ephemeral as the public's taste was fickle, and a success meant no more to a composer than new commissions to turn out operas for city after city, to supply the insatiate thirst for novelty. The manner in which these commissions were carried out is indicative of the result. Composers were usually given a libretto not of their choosing. The recitatives, which constituted the dramatic groundwork, were turned out first and distributed among the singers. The writing of the arias was left to the last, so that the singer's collaboration or advice could be secured, for upon their rendition the success of the whole opera depended. They were indeed written for the singers, the particular singers of the first performance, and in such a manner that their voices might show to the best advantage. As Leopold Mozart wrote in one of his letters, they made the coat to fit the wearer. The form which these operas took was an absolute stereotype, a series of more or less disconnected recitatives and arias, usually of the da capo form, strung together by the merest thread of a plot. It was a concert in costume rather than the drama in music, which was the original conception of opera in the minds of its inventors. Pietro Metastasio, the most prolific of librettists, was eminently the purveyor of texts for these operas, just as Rinuccini, the idealist, had furnished the poetic basis for their nobler forerunners. Metastasio's inspiration flowed freely, both in lyrical and emotional veins, but, quote, the brilliancy of his florid rhetoric stifled the cry of the heart, unquote. His plots were overloaded with the vapid intrigues that pleased the taste of his contemporaries, with quasi-pathetic characters, with passionate climaxes and explosions. His popularity was immense. He could count as many as 40 editions of his own works, and among his collaborators were practically all the great composers, from Handel to Gluck and Cimarosa. As personifying the elements which sum up the opera during this, its most irrational period, we may take two figures of extraordinary eminence, Nicola Porpora and Johann Adolf Hasse. 1. Nicola Porpora, 1686 to 1766. While prominent in his own day as composer, conductor, and teacher, among his pupils was Joseph Haydn, is known to history chiefly by his achievements as a singing master, perhaps the greatest that ever lived. The art of bel canto, that exaltation of the human voice for its own sake, which in him reached its highest point, was doubtless the greatest enemy to artistic sincerity and dramatic truth, the greatest deterrent to operatic progress in the 18th century. Though possessed of ideals of intrinsic beauty, sensuousness of tone, dynamic power, brilliance, and precision like that of an instrument, this art would today arouse only wonder, not admiration. Porpora understood the human voice in all its peculiarities. He could produce by sheer training singers who, like Farinelli, Senesino, Caffarelli, were the wonder of the age. By what methods his results were reached, we have no means of knowing, for his secret was never committed to writing, but his method was most likely empirical, as distinguished from the scientific or anatomical methods of today. It was told that he kept Caffarelli for 5 or 6 years to 1 page of exercises, and then sent him into the world as the greatest singer of Europe, a story which, though doubtless exaggerated, indicates the purely technical nature of his work. Porpora wrote his own vocalizzi, and though he composed in every form, all of his works appear to us more or less like solfeggi. His cantatas for solo voice and harpsichord show him at his best as a master of the florid Italian vocal style, with consummate appreciation of the possibilities of the vocal apparatus. His operas, of which he wrote no less than 53, are for the most part tedious, conventional, and overloaded with ornament, in every way characteristic of the age. The same is true in some measure of his oratorios, numerous church compositions and chamber works, all of which show him to be hardly more than a thoroughly learned and accomplished technician. But Porpora's fame attracted many talented pupils, including the brilliant young German Hasse, 1699 to 1783, mentioned above, who, however, quickly forsook him in favor of Alessandro Scarlatti, a slight which Porpora never forgave, and which served as a motive for a lifelong rivalry between the two men. Hasse, originally trained in the tradition of the Hamburg opera and its Brunswick offshoot, here he was engaged as a tenor, where he had made his debut with his only German opera, Antiochus, quickly succumbed to the powerful Italian influence. The Italians took kindly to him, and after his debut in Naples with Tigrane, 1773, surnamed him Il Caro Sassone. His marriage with the celebrated Faustina Bordoni linked him still closer to the history of Italian opera, for in the course of his long life, which extends into the careers of Haydn and Mozart, he wrote no less than 70 operas, many of them to texts by the famed Metastasio, and most of them vehicles for the marvelous gifts of his wife. While she aroused the enthusiasm of audiences throughout Europe, he enjoyed the highest popularity of any operatic composer through half a century. Together they made the opera at Dresden, whither Hasse was called in 1731 as Royal Kapellmeister, the most brilliant in Germany, one that even Bach, as we have seen, was occasionally beguiled into visiting. Once Hasse was persuaded to enter into competition with Handel in London, 1733, the operatic capital of Europe, where Faustina, 7 years before, had vanquished her great rival Cuzzoni, and provided the chief operatic diversion of the Handel regime to the tune of £2,000 a year. Only the death of August the Strong in 1763 ended the Hasse's reign in Dresden, where during the bombardment of 1760, Hasse's library and most of the manuscripts of his works were destroyed by fire. What remains of them reveals a rare talent and a consummate musicianship, which, had it not been employed so completely in satisfying the prevailing taste and propitiating absurd conventions, might still appeal with the vitality of its harmonic texture and the beauty of its melodic line. Much of the polyphonic skill and the spontaneous charm of a Handel is evident in these works, but they lack the breadth, the grandeur, and the seriousness that distinguish the work of his great compatriot. Overabundance of success militates against self-criticism, which is the essential quality of genius, and Hasse's success was not, like Handel's, dimmed by the changing taste of a surfeited public. Hasse's operas signalize at once the high watermark of brilliant achievement in an art form now obsolete, and the ultimate degree of its fatuousness. Hasse and Porpora, then, were the leaders of those who remained true to the stereotyped form of opera, the singer's opera, whose very nature precluded progress. They and a host of minor men, like Francesco Feo, Leonardo Vinci, Pasquale Caffaro, were enrolled in a party which resisted all ideas of reform, and their natural allies in upholding absurd conventions were the singers, that all-powerful race of virtuosi, the impresarios, and all the great tribe of adherents who derived a lucrative income from the system. Against these formidable forces, the undercurrent of reform, both musical and dramatic, felt from the beginning of the century, could make little head. The protests of men like Benedetto Marcello, whose satire Il Teatro alla Moda appeared in 1722, were voices crying in the wilderness. Yet reform was inevitable, a movement no less momentous than when the Florentine reform of 1600 was under way, the great process of crystallization and refinement which was to usher in that most glorious era of musical creation known as the classic period. Like the earlier reform, it signified a reaction against technique, against soulless display of virtuosity, a tendency toward simplicity, subjectivity, directness of expression, a return to nature. Though much of the pioneer work was done by composers of instrumental music whose discussion must be deferred to the next chapter, the movement had its most spectacular manifestations in connection with opera, and in that aspect is summed up in the work of Gluck, the outstanding personality in the second half of the 18th century. In the domain of absolute music, it saw its beginnings in the more or less spontaneous efforts of instrumentalists like Fasch, Förster, Benda, and Johann Stamitz. First among those whose initiative was felt in both directions, we must name Giovanni Battista Pergolesi, the young Neapolitan who, born in 1710, had his brilliant artistic career cut short at the premature age of 26. 2. Pergolesi was the pupil of Greco, Durante, and Feo at the Conservatorio dei Poveri at Naples, where a biblical drama and 2 operas from his pen were performed in 1731, without arousing any particular attention, but a solemn mass which he was commissioned to write by the city of Naples in praise of its patron saint, and which was performed upon the occasion of an earthquake, brought him sudden fame. The commission probably came to him through the good offices of Prince Stigliano, to whom he dedicated his famous trio sonatas. These sonatas, later published in London, brought an innovation which had no little influence upon contemporary composers, namely the so-called cantabile, or singing allegro, as the first movement. Riemann, who has edited 2 of them, calls attention to the richly developed sonata form of the first movement of the G major trio especially, of which the works of Fasch, Stamitz, and Gluck are clearly reminiscent. Quote, "The altogether charming, radiant melodies of Pergolesi are linked with such conspicuous, forcible logic in the development of the song-like theme, always in the upper voice, that we are not surprised by the attention which the movement aroused. We are evidently face to face with the beginning of a totally different manner of treatment in instrumental melodies, which I would like to call a transplantation of the aria style to the instrumental field." End quote. We shall have occasion to refer to this germination of a new style later on. At present we must consider another of Pergolesi's important services to art, the creation of the opera buffa. We have had occasion to observe in another chapter the success of the Beggar's Opera in England in 1723, which hastened the failure of the London Academy under Handel's management. Vulgar as it was, this novelty embodied the same tendency towards simplicity which was the essential element of the impending reform. It was near to the people's heart, and there found a quick response. This ballad opera, as it was called, was followed by many imitations, notably Coffey's The Devil to Pay, or The Wives Metamorphosed, 1733, which later produced in Germany, was adapted by Standfuss, 1752, and Johann Adam Hiller, 1765, and thus became the point of departure for the German Singspiel. This, in turn, reacted against the popularity of Italian opera in Germany. The movement had its Italian parallel in the fashion for the so-called intermezzi, which composers of the Neapolitan school began very early in the century to interpolate between the acts of their operas, as in an earlier period they had been interpolated between the acts of the classic tragedies. Unlike these earlier spectacular diversions, the later intermezzi were comic pieces that developed a continuous plot independent of that of the opera itself, an anomalous mixture of tragedy and comedy which must have appeared ludicrous at times even to 18th century audiences. These artistic trifles were, however, not unlikely, in their simple and unconventional spontaneity, to have an interest surpassing that of the opera proper. Such was the case with La Serva Padrona, which Pergolesi produced between the acts of his opera, Il Pigionier, 1733. This graceful little piece made so immediate an appeal that it completely overshadowed the serious work to which it was attached, and indeed all the other dramatic works of its composer, whose fame today rests chiefly upon it, and the immortal Stabat Mater, which was his last work. La Serva Padrona is one of the very few operatic works of the century that are alive today. An examination of its contents quickly reveals the reason, for its pages breathe a charm, a vivacity, a humour which we need not hesitate to call Mozartian. Indeed, it leaves little doubt in our minds that Mozart, born 23 years later, must have been acquainted with the work of its composer. At any rate, he, no less than Guglielmi, Pacini, Paesiello, and Cimarosa, the chief representatives of the opera buffa, are indebted to him for the form, since as the first intermezzo opera capable of standing by itself, it was afterwards so produced in Paris, it must be regarded as the first real opera buffa. Most of the later Neapolitans, in fact, essayed both the serious and comic forms, not unmindful of the popular success which the latter achieved. It became in time a dangerous competitor to the conventionalized opera seria, as the ballad opera and the Singspiel did in England and Germany, and the opera bouffon was to become in France. Its advantage lay in its freedom from the traditional operatic limitations. It might contain an indiscriminate mixture of arias, recitatives, and ensembles. Its dramatis personae were a flexible quantity. Moreover, it disposed of the male soprano, favoring the lower voices, especially basses, which had been altogether excluded from the earlier operas. Hence it brought about a material change in conditions with which composers had thus far been unable to cope. In it the stereotyped da capo aria yielded its place to more flexible forms. One of its first exponents, Niccolò Logroschino, introduced the animated ensemble finale with many movements, which was further developed by his successors. These wholesome influences were soon felt in the serious opera as well. It adopted especially the finale and the more varied ensembles of the opera buffa, though lacking the spicy parodistical element and the variegated voices of its rival. Thus, in the works of Pergolesi's successors, especially Jomelli and Piccini, we see overshadowed the epoch-making reform of Gluck. There is nothing to show, however, that Pergolesi himself was conscious of being a reformer. His personal character, irresponsible, brilliant rather than introspective, would argue against that. we must think of him as a true genius gifted by the grace of heaven, romantic, wayward, and insufficiently balanced to economize his vital forces toward a ripened age of artistic activity. He nevertheless produced a number of other operas, mostly serious, masses, and miscellaneous ecclesiastical and chamber works. His death was due to consumption. So much legend surrounds his brief career that it has been made the subject of 2 operas, by Paolo Sarau and by Montevitti. 3. About the close of Pergolesi's career, 2 men made their débuts whose lives were as nearly coeval as those of Bach and Handel, and who, though of unequal merit, if measured by the standards of posterity, were both important factors in the reform movement which we are describing. These men were Jomelli and Gluck, both born in 1714, the year which also gave to the world Emanuel Bach, the talented son of the great Johann Sebastian. Nicola Jomelli was born at Aversa, near Naples. At first a pupil of Durante, he received his chief training under Feo and Leo. His first opera, L'errore amoroso, was brought out under an assumed name at Naples when the composer was but 23, and so successfully that he had no hesitation in producing his Odoardo under his own name the following year. Other operas by him were heard in Rome, in Bologna, where he studied counterpoint with Padre Martini, in Venice, where the success of his Merope secured him the post of director of the Conservatorio degli Incurabili, and in Rome, whither he had gone in 1749 as substitute Maestro di Cappella of St. Peter's. In Vienna, which he visited for the first time in 1748, De Donne, one of his finest operas, was produced. In 1753, Jomelli became Kapellmeister at Ludwigslust, the wonderful Rococo palace of Karl Eugen, Duke of Württemberg, near Stuttgart. Like Augustus the Strong of Saxony, the Elector of Bavaria, the Margrave of Bayreuth, the Prince Bishop of Cologne, this pleasure-loving ruler of a German principality had known how to s'enversailler, to adopt the luxuries and refinements of the court of Versailles, then the European model for royal and princely extravagance. His palace and gardens were magnificent, and his opera house was of such colossal dimensions that whole regiments of cavalry could cross the stage. He needed a celebrated master for his chapel and his opera. His choice fell upon Jomelli, who spent 15 prosperous years in his employ, receiving a salary of 6,100 gulden per annum, 10 buckets of honorary wine, wood for firing, and forage for 2 horses. At Stuttgart, Jomelli was strongly influenced by the work of the German musicians. Increased harmonic profundity and improved orchestral technique were the most palpable results. He came to have a better appreciation of the orchestra than any of his countrymen. At times he even made successful attempts at tone painting. His orchestral crescendo, with which he made considerable furore, was a trick borrowed from the celebrated Mannheim school. It is interesting to note that the school of stylistic reformers which had its center at Mannheim, not far from Stuttgart, was then in its heyday. 2 years before Jomelli's arrival in Stuttgart, the famous Opus 1 of Johann Stamitz, the sonatas, or rather symphonies, in which the figured bass appears for the first time as an integral obbligato part, was first heard in Paris. The so-called Symphonie d'Allemagne henceforth appeared in great number. They were published mostly in batches, often in regular monthly or weekly sequences, periodical overtures, and so spread the gospel of German classicism all over Europe. How far Jomelli was influenced by all this it would be difficult to determine, but we know that when in 1769 he returned to Naples, his new manner found no favor with his countrymen, who considered his music too heavy. The young Mozart in 1770 wrote from there, quote, "The opera here is by Jomelli. It is beautiful, but the style is too elevated as well as too antique for the theatre." End quote. It is well to remark here how much Jomelli's music in its best moments resembles Mozart's. He, no less than Pergolesi, must be credited with the merit of having influenced that master in many essentials. Jomelli allowed none but his own operas to be performed at Stuttgart. The productions were on a scale, however, that raised the envy of Paris. No less a genius than Noverre, the reformer of the French ballet, was Jomelli's collaborator in these magnificent productions, and Jomelli also yielded to French influences in the matter of the chorus. He handled Metastasio's texts with an eye to their psychological moments, and infused into his scores much of dramatic truth. In breaking up the monotonous sequence of solos, characteristic of the fashionable Neapolitan opera, he actually anticipated Gluck. All in all, Jomelli's work was so unusually strong and intensive that we wonder why he fell short of accomplishing the reform that was imminent. Quote, Noverre and Jomelli in Stuttgart might have done it, says Oscar Bie in his whimsical study of the opera, but for the fact that Stuttgart was a hell of frivolity and levity, a luxurious mart for the purchase and sale of men. End quote. Jomelli's last Stuttgart opera was Fettonte. When he returned to Italy in 1769, he found the public mad with enthusiasm over a new opera buffa entitled Cecchina, ossia La Buona Figliuola. In Rome, it was played in all the theatres, from the largest opera house down to the marionette shows patronized by the poor. Fashions were all alla Cecchina. Houses, shops, and wines were named after it, and a host of catchwords and phrases from its text ran from lip to lip. Quote, It is probably the work of some boy, said the veteran composer, but after he'd heard it, hear the opinion of Jomelli, this is an inventor. Unquote. The boy inventor of Cecchina was Niccolo Piccini, another Neapolitan born in 1728, pupil of Leo and Durante, who was destined to become the most famous Italian composer of his day, though his works have not survived to our time. His debut had been made in 1754 with Le Donne Dispettose, followed by a number of other settings of Metastasio texts. We are told that he found difficulty in getting hearings at first because of the comic operas of Logorowskino monopolized the stage. Already, then, composers were forced into the opera buffa with its greater vitality and variety. Piccini's contribution to its development was the extension of the duet to greater dramatic purpose, and also of the concerted finale, first introduced by Logorowskino. We shall meet him again as the adversary of Gluck. Of hardly less importance than he were Tommaso Traetto, 1727 to 1779, the most tragic of Italians, who surpassed his contemporaries and followers in truth and force of expression, and in harmonic strength. Pietro Guglielmi, 1727 to 1804, who, with his 115 operas, gained the applause of all Italy, of Dresden, of Brunswick, and London. Antonio Sacchini, 1734 to 1786, who, besides grace of melody, attained at times an almost classic solidity, and Giovanni Paisiello, 1741 to 1816, whose decided talent for opera buffa made him the successful rival of Piccini and Cimarosa. Paisiello, with Domenico Cimarosa, 1749 to 1801, was the leading representative of the buffa till the advent of Mozart. As Hadow suggests, he might have achieved real greatness had he been less constantly successful. Quote, His life was one triumphal procession from Naples to St. Petersburg, from St. Petersburg to Vienna, from Vienna to Paris. End quote. Ferdinand of Sicily, Empress Catherine of Russia, Joseph II of Austria, and even Napoleon were successively his patrons, and his productiveness was such that he never had time, even had he had inclination, to criticize his own works. Of his 94 operas, only one, The Barber of Seville, is of historic interest, for its popularity was such that until Rossini, no composer dared to treat the same theme. Cimarosa deserves perhaps more extended notice than any others on account of his Matrimonio Segreto, written in Russia, which won unprecedented success there and in Italy. It is practically the only one of all the works of composers just mentioned that has not fallen a victim to time. Its music is simple and tuneful, fresh and full of good humor. The 18th century public based its judgments solely on mere externals. A pleasing tune, a brilliant singer, a sumptuous mise en scène caught its favor. The merest accident or circumstance might kill or make an opera. Today a composer is carried off in triumph to be hissed soon after by the same public. Rivalry among composers is the order of the day. Sacchini, Piccini, Paisiello, Cimarosa are successively favourites of Italian audiences. In London, Christian Bach and Sacchini divide the public as Handel and Bononcini did before them. In Vienna, Paisiello and Cimarosa are applauded with the same acclaim as Gluck. In St. Petersburg, Galuppi, Traetta, Paisiello, and Cimarosa follow each other in the service of the sovereign, Catherine II, who could not differentiate any tunes but the howls of her 9 dogs. In Paris, at last, the leading figures become the storm centre of political agitations. All these composers' names are glibly pronounced by the busy tongues of a brilliant but shallow society. Favourite arias, like Galuppi's "C'est per me," Sacchini's "Se cerca, se dice," Piccini's "C'est il ciel," are compared after the manner of race entries. Florimo, the historian of the Naples Opera, dismissed the matter with a few words. Quote, "Piccini is original and prolific, Sacchini gay and light, Paisiello new and lithe, Caffaro learned in harmony, Galuppi experienced in stagecraft, Gluck la filosofia economica." End quote. They all have their merits, but after all the difference is a matter of detail, a fit subject for the gossip of an opera box. Even Gluck is but one of them. If his Italian operas are at all different, the difference has escaped his critics. But all of these composers, as well as some of their predecessors, worked consciously or unconsciously in a regeneration that was slowly but surely going forward. The working out of solo and ensemble forms into definite patterns, the development of the recitative from mere heightened declamation to a free arioso, fully accompanied, and to the accompagnato not followed by an aria at all, the introduction of concertizing instruments which promptly developed into independent inner voices and broadened the orchestral polyphony, the dynamic contrasts, at first abrupt, then gradual, which Jomelli took over from the orchestral technique of Mannheim, the ingenious construction of ensembles, and the development of the finale into a pezzo concertante, all these tended towards higher organization, individual and specialized development, though purely musical at first and strictly removed from the influence of other arts. The dramatic elements, the plastic and fantastic, which subordinated at first found their expression in laments and in simile arias, in which a mood was compared to a phenomenon of nature, then in ombra scenes, where spirits were invoked, and in similar exalted situations, gradually became more and more prominent, foreshadowing the time when the portrayal of human passions was to become once more the chief purpose of opera. End of section 1, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. Section 2 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. The Regeneration of the Opera, Part 2. 4. The last and decisive step in the revolution was the coming of Gluck. It seems as if a century had worked to the limit of its strength to produce the flower of Gluck. The great man is always the composite genius of all the confluent temporal streams. Yet he himself was one of these composite forces from which the artistic purpose of his life was evolved. The Gluck of the first 5 decades, the Gluck of Italian opera, of what we may call the Metastasio period, was simply one of the many Italians unconsciously working toward that end. His work through 2/3 of his life had no more significance than that of a Leo, a Vinci, or a Jomelli. Fate willed, however, that Gluck should be impressed more strongly by the growing public dissatisfaction with senseless Italian opera, and incidentally should be brought into close contact with varied influences tending to the broadening of his ideas. Cosmopolite that he was, he gathered the essence of European musical culture from its 4 corners. Born in Germany, he was early exposed to the influence of solid musicianship. Trained in Italy, he gained, like Handel, its sensuous melody. In England, he heard the works of Handel and received in the shape of artistic failure that chastisement which opened his mind to radical change of method. In France, soon after, he was impressed with the plastic dramatic element of the monumental Lully-Rameau opera. Back in Vienna, he produced opéra comique and held converse with lettered enthusiasts. Calzabigi, like Rinuccini in 1600, brought literary ideas of reform. Metastasio was relegated, yet not at once, for Gluck was careful, diplomatic. He fed his reform to the public in single doses, diluted for greater security, interspersed with Italian operas of the old school as sops to the hostile singers, jealous of their power. Only thus can we explain his relapses into the current type. He knew his public must first be educated. He felt the authority of a teacher, and he resorted to the didactic methods of Florence, of his colleagues of 1600, whom Calzabigi knew and copied. Prefaces explaining the author's purpose once more became the order of the day. Finally, the reformer was conscious of being a reformer, of his true life mission. Except for what human interest there is in his early life, we may therefore pass rapidly over the period preceding 1762, the momentous year of Orfeo et Euridice. Born July 2nd, 1714, at Weidenwang, in the Upper Palatinate, Christoph Willibald Gluck's early years were passed in the forests of Bavaria and Bohemia. His father, Alexander Gluck, had been a gamekeeper, who, having established himself in Bohemia in 1717, had successively entered the employ of various territorial magnates, Count Konitz in Neuschloss, Count Kinsky in Kamnitz, Prince Lobkowitz in Eisenberg, and finally the Grand Duchess of Tuscany in Reichstadt. His intention toward his son had been at first to make of him a gamekeeper, and it is recorded that young Christoph was put through a course of Spartan discipline with that end in view, during which he was obliged to accompany his father barefooted through the forest in the severest winter weather. From the age of 12 to 18, however, he attended the Jesuit school at Komotau, in the neighborhood of the Lobkowitz estate, and there, besides receiving a good general education, he learned to sing and play the violin and the cello, as well as the clavichord and organ. In 1732 he went to Prague and studied under Czernohorsky. There he was soon able to earn a modest living, a welcome circumstance, for there were 6 younger children at home for whom his father provided with difficulty. In Prague he gave lessons in singing and on the cello. He played and sang in various churches, and on holidays made the rounds of the neighboring country as a fiddler, receiving his payment in kind, for the good villagers, it is said, often rewarded him with fresh eggs. Through the introductions of his patron, Prince Lobkowitz, it was not long before he obtained access to the homes of the music-loving Bohemian nobility, and when he went to Vienna in 1736, he was hospitably received in his protector's palace. Prince Lobkowitz also made it possible for him to begin the study of composition. In Vienna he chanced to meet the Italian Prince Melzi, who was so pleased with his singing and playing that he made him his chamber musician and took him with him to Milan. Here, during 4 years, from 1737 to 1741, Gluck studied the theory of music under the celebrated contrapuntist Giovanni Battista Sammartini, and definitely decided upon musical composition as a career. His studies completed, he made his debut as a creative artist at the age of 27, with the opera Artaserse, Milan, 1741, set to a libretto of Metastasio. It was the first of 30 Italian operas, composition of which extended over a period of 20 years, and which are now totally forgotten. The success of Artaserse was instantaneous. We need not explain the reasons for this success, nor the circumstances that, together with its fellows, from Demofonte to La Finta Schiava, it has fallen into oblivion. His Italian successes procured for him, however, an invitation in 1745 to visit London and compose for the Haymarket. Thither he went and produced a new opera, La Caduta dei Giganti, which, though it earned the high praise of Burney, was coldly received by the public. A revised version of an earlier opera, Artamene, was somewhat more successful, by Piramo et Tisbe, a pasticcio, a kind of dramatic potpourri or medley, often made up of selections from a number of operas, fell flat. Quote, Gluck knows no more counterpoint than my cook, unquote. Handel is reported to have said, but then Handel's cook was an excellent bassist and sang in many of the composer's own operas. Counterpoint, it is true, was not Gluck's forte, and the lack of depth of harmonic expression which characterized his early work was no doubt due to the want of contrapuntal knowledge. Handel quite naturally received Gluck with a somewhat negligent kindness. Gluck, on the other hand, always preserved the greatest admiration for him. We are told that he hung the master's picture over his bed. Not only the acquaintance of Handel, whose influence is clearly felt in his later works, but the musical atmosphere of the English capital must have been a benefit to him. Perhaps the most valuable lesson of his life was the London failure of Piramo et Tisbe. He was astonished that this pasticcio, which presented a number of the most popular airs of his operas, was so unappreciated. After thinking it over, he may well have concluded that all music properly deserving of the name should be the fitting expression of a situation. This vital quality lacking, in spite of melodic splendor and harmonic richness and originality, what remained would be no more than a meaningless arrangement of sounds, which might tickle the ear pleasantly, but would have no emotional power. A short trip to Paris afforded him an opportunity of becoming acquainted with the classic traditions of the French opera, as developed by Lully and Rameau. Lully, it will be remembered, more nearly maintained the ideas of the early Florentines than their own immediate successors. In his operas, the orchestra assumed a considerable importance. The overture took a stately, though conventional aspect. The chorus and the ballet furnished a plastic background to the drama, and indeed had become integral features. Rameau had added harmonic depth and variety, and given a new charm to the graceful dance melodies. Gluck must have absorbed some or all of this, yet for 15 years following his visit to London, he continued to compose in the stereotype form of the Italian opera. He did not, it is true, return to Italy, but he joined a traveling Italian opera company conducted by Pietro Mingotti as musical director and composer. One of his contributions to its repertoire was Le Nozze d'Ercole e Debut, which was performed in the gardens of the castle of Pillnitz, near Dresden, to celebrate the marriage of the Saxon princess and the Elector of Bavaria in June 1747. How blunted Gluck's artistic sense must have been toward the incongruities of Italian opera is shown by the fact that the part of Hercules in this work was written for a soprano and sung by a woman. In others, the roles of Agamemnon, the king of men, of demigods and heroes were trilled by artificial sopranos. After sundry wanderings, Gluck established himself in Vienna, where in 1748 his Semiramide Riconosciuta had been performed to celebrate the birthday of the Empress Maria Theresa. It was an opera seria of the usual type, and though terribly confused, it revealed at times the power and sweep characteristic of Handel. In Vienna, Gluck fell in love with Marianna Pergin, the daughter of a wealthy merchant whose father would not consent to the marriage. The story that his sweetheart had vowed to be true to him and that he wandered to Italy disguised as a Capuchin to save expenses in order to produce his Telemacho for the Argentina Theatre in Rome has no foundation. But at any rate, the couple were finally married in 1750 after the death of the relentless father. This signalized the close of Gluck's nomadic existence. With his permanent residence in Vienna began a new epoch in his life. Vienna was at that time a literary, musical, and social center of importance, a home of all the arts. The reigning family of Habsburg was an uncommonly musical one. The Empress, her father, her husband, Francis of Lorraine, and her daughters were all music lovers. Maria Theresa herself sang in the operatic performances at her private theatre. Joseph II played the cello in its orchestra. The court chapel had its band, the cathedral its choir and 4 organists. In the Hofburg and at the rustic palace of Schönbrunn, music was a favorite diversion of the court, cultivated alike by the Austrian and the Hungarian nobility. The royal opera houses at Lauenburg and Schönbrunn placed in their service a long series of the famous opera composers. Semiramide had recommended its composer to the favor of Maria Theresa. His star was in the ascendant. In September 1754, his comic opera, Le Chinese, with its tragicomic ballet, L'Orfando della Cina, performed at the country seat of the Duke of Saxe-Hildburghausen, in the presence of the Emperor and court, gave such pleasure that its author was definitely attached to the court opera at a salary of 2,000 ducats a year. His wealthy marriage and his increasing reputation, instead of tempting him to indulge in luxurious ease, spurred him to increased exertions. He added to the sum total of his knowledge by studies of every kind, literary, poetic, and linguistic, and his home became a meeting place for the beaux esprits of art and science. He wrote several more operas to librettos by Metastasio, witnessed the triumph of 2 of them in Rome, after which he was able to return to Vienna, a Cavaliere dello Sperone d'Oro, Knight of the Golden Spur, this distinction having been conferred upon him by the Pope. Henceforth he called himself Chevalier or Ritter, not von Gluck. 5. For the sake of continuity, we are obliged at this point to resume the thread of our remarks concerning the opera buffa of Pergolesi. In 1752, about the time of Gluck's official engagement at the Vienna Opera, an Italian troupe of buffonists introduced in Paris La Selva Padrona and Il Maestro in Musica, Pergolesi's only other comic opera. Their success was sensational, and having come at a psychological moment, far-reaching in results, for it gave the impulse to a new school, popular to this day, that of the French opéra comique, at first called opéra bouffon. The latter part of the 18th century had witnessed the birth of a new intellectual ideal in France, essentially different from those associated with the preceding movements of the Renaissance and the Reformation. Neither antiquity nor the Bible were in future to be the court of last instance, but judgment and decision over all things was referred to the individual. This theory, and others laid down by the encyclopedists, the philosophers of the time, reacted equally on all the arts. New theories concerning music were advanced by laymen. Bateau had already insisted that poetry, music, and the dance were by very nature intended to unite. Diderot and Rousseau conceived the idea of the unified work of art. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the intellectual dictator who laid a rather exaggerated claim to musical knowledge, and the famous satirist, Baron Melchior Grimm, now began a literary tirade against the old musical tragedy of France, which, like the Italian opera, had become paralyzed into mere formulas. Rousseau, who had shortly before written a comic opera, Le Devin du Village, the village seer, in French, now denounced the French language, with delightful inconsistency, as unfit to sing. Grimm, in his pamphlet, Le Petit Prophète de Bohémie-Prodat, threatened the French people with dire consequences if they did not abandon French opera for Italian opéra buffa. This precipitated the widespread controversy between buffonists and anti-buffonists, known as the Guerre des Bouffons, which, in this age of pamphleteers, of theorists, and revolutionary agitators, soon assumed political significance. The conservatives hastened to uphold Rameau and the cause of native art. The revolutionists rallied to the support of the Italians. Marmontel, Favart, and others set themselves to write after the Italian model. Duni brought from Parma his Ninette à la Cour, and followed it in 1757 with Le Peintre Amoureux. Monsigny left his bureau and Philidor his chess table to follow the footsteps of Pergolesi. Lastly came Grétry from Rome, and killed the old French operatic style with Le Tableau Parlant and Zemire et Azor. The result was the production of a veritable flood of pleasing, delightful operettas dealing with petty love intrigues, mostly of pastoral character, in place of the stale mythological subjects common to French and Italian opera alike. The new school quickly strengthened its hand and improved its output. Its permanent value lay, of course, in the infusion of new vitality into operatic composition in general, a rejuvenation of the poetic as well as musical technique, the unlocking of a whole treasure of subjects hitherto unused. Gluck at Vienna, already acquainted with French opera, was quick to see the value of this new genre. and he produced in alternation with his Italian operas a number of these works, partly with interpolations of his own, partly rewritten by him in their entirety. Among the latter class must be named La Fausse Esclave, 1758, L'Île de Merlin, 1758, L'Arbre Enchanté, 1759, L'Ivrogne Corrigé, 1760, Le Caddie du Pays, 1761, and La Rencontre Imprévue, 1764. As Hehman suggests, it is not accidental that Gluck's idea to reform the conventionalized opera dates from this period of intensive occupation with the French opéra bouffon. There is no question that the simpler, more natural art and the genuineness and sincerity of the comic opera were largely instrumental in the fruition of his theories. His only extended effort during the period from 1756 to 1762 was a pantomimic ballet, Don Giovanni, but the melodramas and symphonies or overtures, written for the private entertainment of the imperial family as well as 7 trio sonatas, varied in expression and at times quite modern in spirit, also date from this time. It is well to remember also that this was a period of great activity in instrumental composition, that the Mannheim school of symphonists was just then at the height of its accomplishment. Gluck's first reform opera, Orfeo et Euridice, appeared in 1762. The young Italian poet and dramatist Raniero da Calzabigi supplied the text. Calzabigi, though at first a follower of Metastasio, had conceived a violent dislike for that librettist and his work. A hot-headed theorist, he undoubtedly influenced Gluck in the adoption of a new style, perhaps even gave the actual initiative to the change. The idea was not sudden. We have already pointed out how the later Neapolitans had contributed elements of reform and had paved the way in many particulars. They had not, however, like Gluck, attacked the root of the evil, the text. Metastasio's texts were made to suit only the old manner. Calzabigi's were designed to a different purpose, the unified, consistent expression of a definite dramatic scheme in the prefaces which accompanied their next 2 essays in the new style, Alceste and Paride. Gluck reverted to almost the very wording of Peri and Caccini, but nevertheless no reaction to the representative style of 1600 was intended. Though he spoke of forgetting his musicianship, he did not deny himself all sensuous melodic flow in favor of a parlando recitative. Too much water had flowed under the bridges since 1600 for that. Scarlatti and his school had not wrought wholly in vain, but the coloratura outrage, the concert opera, saw the beginning of its end. The da capo aria was discarded altogether, the chorus was reintroduced, and the subordination of music to dramatic expression became the predominating principle. Artificial sopranos and autocratic prima donne could find no chance to rule in such a scheme. Their doom was certain, and it was near. In the war that ensued, which meant their eventual extinction, Gluck found a powerful ally in the person of the Emperor Francis I. In that sovereign's presence, Orfeo was first given at the Hofburgtheater in Vienna. Its mythological subject, the same that Ariosti treated in his Favolo of 1574, that Peri made the theme of his epoch-making drama of 1600, that Monteverdi chose for his Mantuan debut in 1607, was certainly as appropriate for this new reformer's first experiment as it was suited to the classic simplicity and grandeur of his music. The opera was studied with the greatest care, Gluck himself directing all the rehearsals, and the participating artists forgot that they were virtuosi in order better to grasp the spirit of the work. It was mounted with all the skill that the stagecraft of the day afforded, although it did not entirely break with tradition, and was not altogether free of the empty formulas from which the composer tried to escape. It was too new to conquer the sympathies of the Viennese public at once. Indeed, the innovations were radical enough to cause trepidations in Gluck's own mind. His strong feelings that the novelty of Orfeo might prevent its success induced him to secure the neutrality of Metastasio before its first performance, and his promise not to take sides against it openly. Gluck's music is as fresh today as when it was written. Its beauty and truth seem far too serious to many of his contemporaries. People at first said that it was tiresome. and Burney declared that, quote, the subordination of music to poetry is a principle that holds good only for the countries whose singers are bad, end quote. But after 5 performances, the triumph of Orfeo was assured, and its fame spread even to Italy. Rousseau said of it, quote, I know of nothing so perfect in all that regards what is called fitness as the ensemble in the Elysian fields. Everywhere the enjoyment of pure and calm happiness is evident, but so equable is its character that there is nothing either in the songs or in the dance airs that in the slightest degree exceeds its just measure. End quote. The first 2 acts of Orfeo are profoundly human, with their dual picture of tender sorrow and eternal joy, the grief of the poet and the lamentations of his shepherd companions rising in mournful choral strains, insistent in their reiteration of the motive indicative of their sorrow, are as effective in their way as the musical language of Wagner, even though they lack the force of modern harmony and orchestral sonority. The principle is fundamentally the same. Nor is Gluck's music entirely devoid of the dramatic force which has come to music with the growth of the modern orchestra. Much of the delineation of mood and emotion is left to the instruments. Later in the preface to Alceste, Gluck declared that the overture should be in accord with the contents of the opera and should serve as a preparation for it. A simple, natural maxim to which composers had been almost wholly blind up to that time. In Gluck's overtures we see, in fact, no Italian, but a German influence. They partake strongly of the nature of the first movements of the Mannheim symphonies, showing a contrasting second theme, and are clearly divided into 3 parts like a sonata form. Thus the new instrumental style was early introduced into the opera through Gluck's initiation, and thence was to be transferred to the overtures of Mozart, Sacchini, Cherubini, and others. In 1764, Orfeo was given in Frankfurt on the Main for the coronation of the Archduke Joseph as Roman king. The imperial family seems to have been sympathetically appreciative of Gluck's efforts with the new style, but nevertheless his next work, Telemaco, produced at the Burgtheater in January 1765, though considered the best of his Italian operas, was a peculiar mixture of the stereotype and the new, as if for a time he lacked confidence. Quite different was the case of Alceste, Hofburgtheater, December 16, 1767. In this, his second classic music drama, the composer carried out the reforms begun in Orfeo more boldly and more consistently. Calzabigi again wrote the text. The music was neither so full of color nor so poetic as that of its predecessor, yet was more sustained and equal in beauty. The orchestration is somewhat fuller, the recitatives have gained in expressiveness, there are effects of great dramatic intensity and arias of severe grandeur. Berlioz called Alceste's aria, Ye Gods of Endless Night, the perfect manifestation of Gluck's genius. Like Orfeo, Alceste was admirably performed, and again opinions differed greatly regarding it. Sonnenfels wrote after the performance, quote, I find myself in Wonderland, a serious opera without castrati, music without solfeggios, or I might rather say without gurgling, an Italian poem without pathos or banality. With this threefold work of wonder, the stage near the Hofburg has been reopened. End quote. On the other hand, there were heard in the parterre such comments as, it is meant to call forth tears, I may shed a few of ennui, 9 days without a performance and then a requiem mass, or a splendid 2 guldens worth of entertainment, a fool who dies for her husband. This last is quite in keeping with the sentiment of the 18th century in regard to conjugal affection. It took a long while for the public to accustom itself to the austerity and tragic grandeur of this tragedy set to music, as its author called it. Yet Alceste, in its dual form, for the French edition represents a complete reworking of its original, is Gluck's masterpiece, and it still remains one of the greatest classical operas. 3 years after Alceste came Paride ed Elena, November 30th, 1770, a drama for music. In the preface of the work, dedicated to the Duke of Braganza, Gluck again emphasized his beliefs. Among other things he wrote, quote, the more we seek to attain truth and perfection, the greater the need of positiveness and accuracy. The lines that distinguish the work of Raphael from that of the average painter are hardly noticeable. Yet any change of an outline, though it may not destroy resemblance in a caricature, completely deforms a beautiful female head. Only a slight alteration in the mode of expression is needed to turn my aria Che farò senza Euridice into a dance for marionettes." Paride ed Elena, constructed on the principles of Orfeo and Alceste, is the least important of Gluck's operas and the least known. The libretto lacks action, but the score is interesting because of its lyric and romantic character. Much of its style seems to anticipate the new influences which Mozart afterward brought to German music. It also offers the first instance of what might be called local color in its contrasting choruses of Greeks and Asiatics. It is interesting to note that at the time of composing the lyrical Alceste, Gluck was also preparing for French opera with vocal romances, Lieder. His collection of songs, set to Klopstock's odes, was written in 1770. They have not much artistic value, but they are among the earliest examples of the Lied, as Mozart and Beethoven later conceived it, a simple song melody whose mission is frankly limited to a faithful emphasis of a lyrical mood. Conceived in the spirit of Rousseau, they are spontaneous and make an unaffected appeal to the ear. The style is nearer that of French opera comique, at which Gluck had already tried his hand, thus obtaining an exact knowledge of the spirit of the French language and of its lyrical resources. End of section 2, read by Czandra. Section 3 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. The Regeneration of the Opera, Part 3. 6. The wish of Gluck's heart was to carry to completion the reforms he had initiated, but Germany had practically declared against them. His musical and literary adversaries at the Viennese court, Hasse and Metastasio, had formed a strong opposition. Baron Grimm spoke of Gluck's reforms as the work of a barbarian. Agricola, Kirnbacher, and Forkel were opposed to them. In Prussia, Frederick the Great had a few arias from Alceste and Orfeo sung in concert, and decided that the composer, quote, had no song and understood nothing of the grand opera style, unquote, an opinion which of course prevented the performance of his operas in Berlin. In view of all this, it is not surprising that he should turn to what was then the center of intellectual life, that he should seize the opportunity to secure recognition for his art in the great home of the drama in Paris. Let us recall for a moment Gluck's connection with the French opéra bouffon. Favart had complimented him in a letter to the Vienna opera director Durazzo for the excellence of his French déclamation. Evidently Gluck and his friend Leblanc du Roulet, attaché of the French embassy, had kept track of the Guerre des Bouffons and had taken advantage of the psychology of the moment, for Rameau had died in 1764, and the consequent weakening of the national party had resulted in the victory of the Bouffonists. Du Roulet suggested to Gluck and Calzabigi that they collaborate upon a French subject for an opera, and chose Racine's Iphigénie. The opera was completed and the text translated by Du Roulet, who now wrote a very diplomatic letter to the authorities of the Académie Royale, the Paris Opera. It recounted how the Chevalier Gluck, celebrated throughout Europe, admired the French style of composition, preferred it indeed to the Italian, how he regarded the French language as eminently suited to musical treatment, and that he had just finished a new work in French on a tragedy of the immortal Racine, which exhausted all the powers of art, simple, natural song, enchanting melody, recitative equal to the French, dance pieces of the most alluring freshness. Here was everything to delight a Frenchman's heart. Besides, his opera had been a great financial success in Bologna, and so valiant a defender of the French tongue should be given an opportunity in its own home. The Academy saw a new hope in this. It considered the letter in official session, and cautiously asked to see an act of Iphigénie. After examination of it, Gluck was promised an engagement if he would agree to write 6 operas like it. This condition, almost impossible of acceptance for a man of Gluck's age, was finally removed through the intercession of Marie Antoinette, now Dauphiness of France, Gluck's erstwhile pupil in Vienna. Gluck was invited to come to Paris as the guest of the Académie and direct the staging of Iphigénie. He arrived there with his wife and niece in the summer of 1773. Lodged in the citadel of the anti-Bouffonists, he incurred in advance the opposition of the Italian party. But diplomat that he was, he at once set about to propitiate the enemy. Rousseau, the intellectual potentate of France, was eventually won over. But despite the fact that Gluck's music was essentially human and should have fulfilled the demands of the encyclopedists, such men as Marmontel, La Harpe, and d'Alembert were arrayed against him, together with the entire Italian party and many of the followers of the old French school, who refused to accept him as the successor of Lully and Rameau. Madame du Barry was one of these. Marie Antoinette, on the other hand, constituted herself Gluck's protector. It was the Guerre des Bouffons at its climax. The première of Iphigénie en Aulide, April 1774, was awaited with the greatest impatience. Gluck had spared no pains in the preparation. He drilled the singers, spoiled by public favour, with the greatest vigour, and ruthlessly combated their caprices. The obstacles were many. Le Gras was ill. Larrivée, the Agamemnon, did not understand his part. Sophie Arnold, known as the greatest singing actress of her day, sang out of tune. Vestris, the greatest dancer of his time, he was called the god of dance, was not satisfied with his part in the ballet of the opera. Quote, "Then dance in heaven if you're the god of the dance," cried Gluck, "but not in my opera." Unquote. And when the terpsichorean divinity insisted on concluding Iphigénie with a chaconne, he scornfully asked, "Did the Greeks dance chaconne?" Gluck threatened more than once to withdraw his opera, yielding only to the persuasions of the Dauphiness. The second performance of the opera determined its triumph, a triumph which in a manner made Paris the centre of music in Europe. Marie Antoinette even wrote to her sister Marie Christine to express her pleasure. Gluck received an honorarium of 20,000 francs and was promised a life pension. Less severe and solemn than Alceste, Iphigénie en Aulide and Iphigénie en Tauride, written 10 years later to a libretto by Guillard and not heard until May 18, 1779, were the favourites of town and court up to the very end of the Ancien Régime. Not only are both more appealing and less sombre, but they are also more delicate in form, more simple in sentiment, and more intimate than Alceste. Gluck's fame was now universal. Voltaire, the oracle of France, had pronounced in his favour. The nobility sought his society, the courtiers waited on him. Even princes hastened when he laid down his baton to hand him the peruke and surcoat cast aside while conducting. A strong, well-built man, bullet-headed, with a red, pock-marked face and small grey but brilliant eyes, richly and fashionably dressed, independent in his manner, jealous of his liberty, opinionated, yet witty and amiable. This revolutionary à la Rousseau, this plebeian genius, completely conquered all affections of Parisian society. He was at home everywhere. Every salon lionized him. He was a familiar figure at the levée of Madame Antoinette. In August 1774, a French version of Orfeo, extensively revised, was heard and acclaimed. This confirmed the victory. The anti-Gluckists were vanquished for the time. But a permanent connection with the Paris Opera did not at once result for Gluck, and the next year he returned to Vienna, taking with him 2 old opera texts by Quinault, Lully's librettist, Roland and Armide, which the Académie had commissioned him to set. He set to music only the latter of the 2 poems, for when he learned that Piccini likewise had been asked to set the Roland, and had been invited to Paris by Marie Antoinette, he destroyed his sketches. An older light operetta, Citer assiégée, which he recast and foolishly dispatched to Paris, thoroughly displeased the Parisians. The opposition was quick to seize its advantage. It looked about for a leader and found him in Piccini, now at the head of the great Neapolitan school. He was induced to come to Paris by tempting promises, but was so ill-served by circumstances that in spite of the manoeuvres and the intrigues of his partisans, his Roland was not given until 1778. On April 23, 1776, Gluck directed the first performance of his new French version of Alceste. It was hissed. In despair, Gluck rushed from the opera house and exclaimed to Rousseau, "Alceste has fallen." "Yes," was the answer, "but it has fallen from the skies." In 1777 came Armide. In this opera Gluck thought he had written sensuous music. It no longer makes this impression. The passion of Tristan, the oriental voluptuousness of the Scheherazade of Rimsky-Korsakov, and the eroticism of the modern dramatic scores have somewhat cooled the warmth of the love music of Armide. On the other hand, the passion of hatred is delineated in this opera powerfully and vigorously enough for modern appreciation. Armide is beautiful throughout by reason of its sincerity. Piccini's Roland followed Alceste in a few months, January 1778. It was a success, but only a temporary one. After 12 well-attended performances, it ceased to draw. Nevertheless, it fanned the flame of controversy. The fight of Gluckists and Piccinists, in continuation of the Guerre des Bouffons, of which the principals, by the way, were quite innocent, was at its height. Men addressed each other with the challenge, "Êtes-vous Gluckiste ou Picciniste?" Piccini was placed at the head of an Italian troupe, which was engaged to give performances on alternate nights at the Académie. The two parties were now on equal footing. Finally, it occurred to the director to have the two rivals treat the same subject, and he selected Racine's Iphigénie en Tauride. Piccini was handicapped from the start. His text was bad. Neither his talent nor his experience was so suited to the task as Gluck's. The latter version was ready in May 1779 and was a brilliant success. According to the Mercure de France, no opera had ever made so strong and so universal an impression upon the public. Quote, "Pure musical beauty as sweet as that of Orfeo, tragic intensity deeper than that of Alceste, a firm touch, an undaunted courage, a new subtlety of psychological insight, all combined to form a masterpiece such as throughout its entire history the operatic stage has never known." End quote. Piccini, who meantime had produced his Atys, brought out his Iphigénie in January 1781. Despite many excellences, it was bound to be anticlimax to Gluck's. Needless to say, it admits of no comparison. Too great stress has been laid on the quarrels of the Gluckists and Piccinists, which, it is true, went to absurd lengths. As is usually the case with partisanship in art, the chief characters themselves were not personal enemies. The Italian sympathizers merely took up the cry which the Bouffonists had formerly raised against the opera of Rameau. According to them, Gluck's music was made up of too much noise and not enough song. Quote, "But the Bouffonist agitation had been justified by results. It had produced the opéra comique, which had assimilated what it could use of the Italian opéra buffa." End quote. Not so this new controversy. Hence, despite a few days of glory for Piccini, his party was not able to reawaken in France a taste for the superficial charm of Italian music. "The crowd is for Gluck," sighed La Harpe. And when, after the glorious success of Iphigénie en Tauride, Piccini's Didon was given in 1783, it owed the favor with which it was received largely to the fact that in style and expression it followed Gluck's model. In 1780, 6 months after the Iphigénie première, Gluck retired to Vienna to end his days in dignified and wealthy leisure. He had accomplished his task, fulfilled the wish of his heart. In his comfortable retreat he learned of the failure of Piccini's Iphigénie en Tauride, while his own was given for the 151st time on April 2, 1782. He also enjoyed the satisfaction of knowing that Les Danaïdes, the opera written by his disciple and pupil, Antonio Salieri, justified the truth of his theories by its success on the Paris stage in 1784. It was this pupil who, consulting Gluck on the question of whether to write the role of Christ in the tenor in his cantata The Last Judgment, received the answer half in jest, half in earnest, "I'll be able before long to let you know from the beyond how the Saviour speaks." A few days after, on November 15, 1787, the master breathed his last, having suffered an apoplectic stroke. The inscription on his tomb, "Here rests a righteous German man, an ardent Christian, a faithful husband, Christoph Ritter Gluck, the great master of the sublime art of tone," emphasizes the strongly moral side of his character. For all his shrewdness and solicitude for his own material welfare, his music is ample proof of his nobility of soul. Its loftiness, purity, unaffected simplicity reflect the virtues for which men are universally respected. In its essence, Gluck's music may be considered the expression of the classic ideal, the naturalism and new humanism of Rousseau, which idealized the old Greek world and aimed to inculcate the Greek spirit, courage and keenness in quest of truth and devotion to the beautiful. The leading characteristics of his style have been aptly defined as the realistic notation of the pathetic accent and passing movement, and the subordination of the purely musical element to dramatic expression. "I shall try," he wrote in the preface to Alceste, "to reduce music to its own function, that of seconding poetry by intensifying the expression of sentiments and the interests of situations without interrupting the action by needless ornament. I have accordingly taken great care not to interrupt the singer in the heat of the dialogue and make him wait for a tedious ritornelle, nor do I allow him to stop on a sonorous vowel in the middle of a phrase in order to show the agility of a beautiful voice in a long cadenza. I also believed it my duty to try to secure, to the best of my power, a fine simplicity. Therefore I have avoided a display of difficulties which destroy clarity. I have never laid stress on aught that was new, where it was not conditioned in a natural manner by situation and expression, and there is no rule which I have not been willing to sacrifice, with good grace for the sake of the effect. These are my principles." End quote. The inscription, "Il préféra les muses aux sirènes," he chose the muses rather than the sirens, beneath an old French copper plate of Gluck dating from 1781, sounds the keynote of his artistic character. A prophet of the true and beautiful in music, he disdained to listen for long to the tempting voices which counseled him to prefer the easy rewards of popular success to the struggles and uncertainties involved in the pursuit of a high ideal. And when the hour came, he was ready to reject the appeal of external charm and mere virtuosity, and to lead dramatic musical art back to its natural sources. 7. Gluck's immediate influence was not nearly as widespread as his reforms were momentous. It is true that his music, reverting to simpler structures and depending on subtler interpretation for its effects, put an end to the absolute rule of prime uomini and prima donna. But while some of its elements found their way into the work of his more conventional contemporaries, his example seems not to have been wholly followed by any of them. His dramatic teachings, too, while they could not fail to be absorbed by the composers, were not adopted without reserve by anyone except his immediate pupil, Salieri, who promptly reverted to the Italian style after his first successes. Gluck was not a true propagandist and never gathered about him disciples who would spread his teachings. In short, he did not found a school. Even in France, where his principles had the weight of official sanction, apostasy was rife, and Rossini and Meyerbeer were probably more appreciated than their more austere predecessor. His influence was far-reaching rather than immediate. It remained for Wagner to take up the thread of reasoning where Gluck left off, and with multiplied resources musically and mechanically, with the way prepared by literary forces, and himself equipped with rare controversial powers, demonstrate the truths which his predecessor could only assert. Antonio Salieri, 1750–1825, with Les Danaïdes in 1781, achieved a notable success in frank imitation of Gluck's manner. Indeed, the work originally entrusted to Gluck by the Académie de Musique was, with doubtful strategy, brought out as that master's work, and in consequence brought Salieri fame and fortune. Other facts in Salieri's life seem to bear out similar imperfections of character. He was, however, a musician of high artistic principles. When in 1787 Tarare was produced in Paris, it met with an overwhelming success, but Salieri nevertheless withdrew it after a time and partially rewrote it for its Vienna production under the title of Axur, Re Dormus. Quote, "There may have been many instances in which an artist has been taught by failure that second thoughts are best. There are not many in which he has learned the lesson from popular approbation." End quote. Salieri's career is synchronous with Mozart's, whom he outlived, and against whom he intrigued in ungenerous manner at the Viennese court, where he became Kapellmeister in 1788. He profited by his rival's example, moreover, quote, "falls between the methods of his two great contemporaries. It is less dramatic than Gluck's, and it has less melodic genuineness than Mozart's." End quote. Prominent among those who adhered to Italian operatic tradition was Giuseppe Sarti, 1729 to 1802, a composer of real invention and a brilliant and audacious master of the orchestra. We have W. H. Haddo's authority for the assertion that he first used devices which are usually credited to Berlioz and Wagner, such as the use of muted trumpets and clarinets and certain experiments in the combination of instrumental colors. Sarti achieved truly international renown. From 1755 to 1775 he was at the court of Copenhagen, where he produced 20 Italian operas and 4 Danish Singspiele. Next he was director of the Girls' Conservatory in Venice, and till 1784 musical director of Milan Cathedral, and from 1784 till 1787 he served Catherine II of Russia as court conductor. His famous opera Armida e Rinaldo he produced while in this post, 1785, as well as a number of other works. In 1793 he founded a musical academy, which was the forerunner of the great St. Petersburg Conservatory, and he was its director till 1801. His introduction of the St. Petersburg pitch, 436 vibrations for A, is but one detail of his many-sided influence. Not the least point of Sarti's historical importance is the fact that he was the teacher of Cherubini. Luigi Cherubini occupies a peculiar position in the history of music. Born in Florence in 1760 and confining his activities to Italy for the first 28 years of his career, he later extended his influence into Germany, where Beethoven became an enthusiastic admirer, and to Paris, where he became a most important factor of musical life, especially in that most peculiarly French development, the opéra comique. His operatic method represents a compromise between those of his teacher, Sarti, and of Gluck, who thus indirectly exerts his influence upon comic opera. Successful as his many Italian operas produced prior to 1786 were, they hardly deserve notice here. His Paris activities, synchronous with those of Méhul, are so closely bound up with the history of opéra comique that we may well consider them in that connection. The opéra comique, the Singspiel of France, was comic opera with spoken dialogue. Its earlier exponents, Monsigny, Philidor, and Gossec, were in various ways influenced by Gluck in their work. Grétry, whose Le Tableau Parlant, Les Deux Avares, and L'Amant Jaloux are models of lightness and brilliancy, like Gluck, speaks the language of the heart in his masterpieces, Zémire et Azor, and Richard Cœur de Lion, and excels in delineation of character and the expression of typically French sentiment. Grétry's appearance marked an epoch in the history of opéra comique. His memoirs expose a dramatic creed closely related to that of Gluck, but going beyond that master in its advocacy of declamation in the place of song. Gossec, also important as symphonist and composer of serious operas, Philémon et Baucis, etc., entered the comic opera field in 1761, the year in which the opéra comique known as the Salle Favart was opened, though his real success did not come till 1766 with Les Pêchards. Carried away by revolutionary fervor, he took up the composition of patriotic hymns, became officially connected with the worship of reason, and eventually left the comic opera field to Cherubini and Méhul. Both arrived in Paris in 1778, which marks the second period of opéra comique. The peaceful artistic rivalry and development of this period stand in peculiar contrast to the great political holocaust which coincides with it, the French Revolution. That upheaval was accompanied by an almost frantic search for pleasure on the part of the public, and an astounding increase in the number of theatres. 17 were opened in 1791, the year of Louis XVI's flight, and 18 more up to 1800. Cherubini's wife herself relates how the theatres were crowded at night after the guillotine had done its bloody work by day. Music flourished as never before, and especially French music, for the storm of patriotism which swept the country made for the patronage of things French. In the very year of Robespierre's execution, 1794, the Conservatoire de Musique was projected, an institution which has ever since remained the bulwark of French musical culture. In 1789, a certain Léonard, friseur to Marie Antoinette, was given leave to collect a company for the performance of Italian opera, and opened his theatre in a hall of the Tuileries Palace, with his countryman Cherubini as his musical director. The fall of the Bastille in 1794 drove them from the royal residence to a mere booth in the Foire Saint-Germain, where in 1792 they created the famous Théâtre Feydeau, and delighted revolutionary audiences with Cherubini versions of Cimarosa and Paisiello operas. Here, too, L'Odalisca, one of Cherubini's most brilliant works, was enthusiastically applauded. Meantime, Étienne Méhul, born Givet Ardennes, 1763, died in Paris, 1817. The modest retiring artist who had been patiently awaiting the recognition of the Académie, his Alonso et Cora was not produced until 1791, had become the hero of the older enterprise at the Salle Favart, and there produced his Euphrosyne et Corodin in 1790, followed by a series of works, of which the last, Le Jeune Henri, 1797, was hissed off the stage because in the 5th year of the Revolution it introduced a king as character, the once adored Henry IV. This was followed by a more successful series, whose musical force and the enchanting melodies with which they are begemmed have kept them alive. His more serious works, notably Stratonice, Atol, and especially Joseph, a biblical opera, are highly esteemed. M. Tierceau considers the last named work superior to that by Handel of the same name. Méhul was Gluck's greatest disciple. He was directly encouraged and aided by Gluck, and even surpassed his master in musical science. Cherubini's Médée and Les Deux Journées were produced in 1797 and 1800 respectively. The latter shows a conciseness of expression and a warmth of feeling unusual to Cherubini, says Mr. Haddo. At any rate, it is better known today than any of the other works, and not infrequently produced both in France and Germany. It is opéra comique only in form, for it mixes spoken dialogue with music. Its plot is serious. In this respect, it furnishes a precedent for many other so-called opéra comique. Cherubini's musical resources were almost unlimited. Wealth of ideas is even a fault with him, having the effect of tiring the listener. But his overtures are truly classic, his themes refined, and his orchestration faultless. In Les Deux Journées he abandoned the Italian traditions, and confined himself practically to ensembles and choruses. He must, whatever his intrinsic value, be reckoned among the most important factors in the reformation of the opera in the direction of music drama. Cherubini was not so fortunate as to win the favor of Napoleon, as did his colleagues Gossec and Gritry and Méhul, all of whom received the Cross of the Legion of Honor. He returned to Vienna in 1805 and there produced Faniska, the last and greatest of his operas. But his prospects were spoiled by the capture of Vienna and the entry of Napoleon, his enemy, at the head of the French army. He returned to France disappointed, but still active, wrote church music, taught composition at the Conservatory, and was its director from 1821 till his death in 1842. The opéra comique continued meantime under the direction of Paisiello, and from 1803 under Jean-François Le Sueur, 1760 to 1837, the only other serious composer who deserves to be mentioned by the side of Méhul and Cherubini. Le Sueur's innovating ideas aroused much opposition, but he had a distinguished following. Among his pupils was Hector Berlioz. By F. H. M. End of section 3, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022. Section 4 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. The Foundations of the Classic Period, Chapter 2, Part 1. It is impossible to assign the so-called classic movement to a definite period. Its roots strike deep and its limits are indefinite. It gathered momentum while the ideas from which it revolted were in their ascendancy. Its incipient stage was simultaneous with the reign of Italian opera. To define the meaning of classicism is as difficult as it is to fix the date of its beginning. By contrasting, as we usually do, the style of that period with a later one, usually called the Romantic, by comparing the ideal of classicism with the Romantic ideal of subjective expression, we get a negative rather than a positive definition, for classicism is generally presumed to be formal and antagonistic to that free ideal, a supposition which is not altogether exact, for it was just the reform of the classicists that opened the way to the free expressiveness which is characteristic of the Romantics. On the other hand, the classic ideal of just proportions, of pure objective beauty, did find expression in the crystallized forms, the clarified technique, and the flexible articulation that superseded the unreasonably ornate, the polyphonically obscure, or the superficial, trite monotony of a great part of pre-classic music. 1. When Gluck's Alceste first appeared on the boards of the Imperial Opera in 1768, Mozart, the 12-year-old prodigy, was the pet of Viennese salons. Haydn, with 30 symphonies to his credit, was laying the musical foundations of a German Versailles at Esterházy. Emanuel Bach, practically at the end of his career, had just left Frederick the Great to become Telemann's successor at Hamburg, and Stamitz, the great reformer of style and the real father of the modern orchestra, was already in his grave. On the other hand, there were still living men like Hasse and Porpora, whose recollection reached back to the very beginnings of the century. These men belonged to an earlier age, and so did, in a sense, all the men discussed in the last chapter, with a few obvious exceptions. But their influence extended far into the period which we are about to discuss. Their careers are practically contemporaneous with the classic movement. The beginnings of that movement, the first impulses of the essentially new spirit, we must seek in the work of men who were, like Pergolesi, the contemporaries of Bach and Handel. To the reader of history, perhaps, the most significant outward sign of the impending change is the shifting of musical supremacy away from Italy, which had held unbroken sway since the days of Palestrina. We have seen in the last chapter how, with Gluck, the operatic centre of gravity was transferred from Naples to Paris. We shall now witness a similar change in the realm of absolute music, this time in favour of Germany. The underlying causes of this change are fundamentally the same as those which directed the course of literature and general culture, namely the social and political upheaval that followed the Reformation and ushered in a century of strife and struggle that kindled the phoenix of a united and liberated nation, the Germany of today. A glance at the political history of the preceding era will help our comprehension of the period with which we have to deal. The Peace of Westphalia, 1648, had left the German Empire a dismembered, powerless mass. No less than 300 independent states ruled over by petty tyrants, princes, dukes, margraves, bishops, each of whom had the right to coin money, raise armies, and contract alliances, made up a nation defenseless against foes, weakened by internal and military oppression, steeped in abject misery and moral depravity. For over 100 years it remained an abortion, an irregular body like unto a monster, as Pufendorf characterized it. Despite its pretensions, it was, as Voltaire said, quote, neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. End quote. Flood after flood of pillaging soldiery had passed across its fertile acres, spreading ruin and dejection. The ravages of Louis XIV, the invasion of Kara Mustafa, the Spanish, the Swedish, the Polish wars, left the people victims of the selfish ambitions of brutish monarchs, men whose example set a premium upon crime. These noble robbers had made of the map of Europe a crazy quilt, the only sizable patches of which represented France, Austria, and Russia. Italy, like Germany, was divided, but with this difference: its several portions were actually ruled by the powers. Austria had Tuscany and Milan, Spain ruled Naples and Sicily, while France owned Sardinia and Savoy. Its superior culture, having thus the benefit of a benevolent paternalism, penetrated to the very hearts of the conquerors, to Vienna, Madrid, and Paris, and spread a thin but glittering coat all over Europe. Germany, on the other hand, was, under the sham of independence, so constantly threatened with annihilation, so impoverished through strife, that the very idea of culture suggested a foreign thing, an exotic within the reach only of the mighty. Friedrich von Logau, in the early 17th century, bewailed the influx of foreign fashions into Germany, while Moscheroche denounced the despisers and traitors of his fatherland, and Lessing, over a century later, was still attacking the predominance of French taste in literature. We must not wonder at this almost total eclipse of native culture. The fact that the racial genius could perpetuate its germ even across this chasm of desolation is one of the astounding evidences of its strength. That germ to which we owe the preservation of German culture, that thin current which ran all through the 17th and the early 18th century, had two distinct manifestations: the religious idealism of the North and the optimistic rationalism of the South, which found expression in the writings of Leibniz. The first of these movements produced in literature the religious lyrics of Protestant hymn writers; in music the cantatas, passions, and oratorios of a Bach and a Handel. Its ultimate expression was the Messias of Klopstock, which in a sense combined the two forms of art, for, as Dr. Kuno Franke says, it is an oratorio rather than an epic. As for Leibniz, according to the same authority, "It is hard to overestimate his services to modern culture. He stands midway between Luther and Goethe. In a time of national degradation and misery, his philosophy offered shelter to the higher thought, and kept awake the hope of an ultimate resurrection of the German people." The one event which signalizes that resurrection more than any is the Battle of Rossbach in 1757. This was the shot that reverberated through Europe and summoned all eyes to witness a new spectacle. A prince who declared himself the servant of his people. With Frederick the Great as their hero, the Germans of the North could rally to the hope of a fatherland. Their poets, tongue-tied for centuries, broke forth in new lyric bursts, the vision of a united, triumphant Germany, fired patriots, philosophers, scientists, and artists with enthusiasm for a new ideal. This idealism, or sentimentality, stood in sharp contrast to the somewhat cynical rationalism of Rousseau, Diderot, and d'Alembert. But it had an even stronger influence on art. The immediate effect of this regeneration was an increased output of literature and of music, a greater individuality or assertiveness in the native styles, the perfection of its technique, and the crystallization of its forms. In literature it bore its first fruits in the works of Klopstock and Wieland. Already in 1748 Klopstock had, sounded that morning call of joyous idealism which was the dominant note of the best in all modern German literature. This poet is an important figure to us, for he is of all writers the most admired in the period of musical history with which these chapters deal. His very name brought tears to the eyes of Charlotte in Goethe's Werther. Leopold Mozart could go no further in his admiration of his son's genius than to compare him to Klopstock. Wieland, who lived less in the realm of the spiritual but was fired with a greater enthusiasm for humanity, was among the first to give expression to his hope of a united Germany. He was personally acquainted with Mozart and early appreciated his genius. A transformation was thus wrought in the minds of the people of Northern Europe. Much as in the humanitarian revelation of the Italian Renaissance, men became introspective, discovered in the recesses of their souls a new sympathy, men's hearts became more receptive than they had ever been, and as after the strife of centuries, Europe settled down to a placid period of reconstruction, all this found manifold expression in people's lives and in their art. The close of the 7 Years' War in 1763 had brought an era of comparative peace. Austria, though deprived of some territory, entered upon a period of prosperity which augured well for the progress of art. Prussia, on the other hand, proceeded upon a career of unprecedented expansion under the enlightened leadership of the great Frederick. The Viennese court, which had patronized music for generations, now became what Burney called it, quote, the musical capital of Europe, end quote, while Berlin and Potsdam constituted a new center for the cultivation of the art. Frederick, the friend of Voltaire, though himself a lover of French culture and preferring the French language to his own, nevertheless encouraged the advancement of things native. He insisted that his subjects patronize home manufactures, affect native customs, and, contrary to Joseph II in Vienna, he engaged German musicians for his court in preference to Italians. The two courts may thus be conceived as the strongholds of the two opposing styles, German and Italian, which in fusing produced the new expressive style that is the most characteristic element of classic music. 2. To make clear this conflict of styles represented by the North and the South, by Berlin and Vienna, respectively, we need only ask the reader to recall what we have said about the music of Bach in Volume 1, and that of Pergolesi in the last chapter. In the one, we saw the culmination of polyphonic technique upon a modern harmonic basis, a fusion of the old polyphonic and the new monodic styles, enriched by infinite harmonic variety with a wealth of ingenious modulations and chromatic alterations, and a depth of spirit analogous to the religious idealism which we have cited as the dominant intellectual note of post-Reformation Germany. In the other hand, the direct outcome of the melodic idea, and therefore essentially melodic, we found a consummate grace and lightness, but also a certain shallowness, a desire to please, to tickle the ear, rather than to stir the deeper emotions. In the course of time, this style came to be absolutely dominated by harmony, through the peculiar agency of the figured bass. But instead of an ever-shifting harmonic foundation, an iridescent variety of color, we have here an essentially simple harmonic structure, largely diatonic and centering closely around the tonic and dominant as the essential points of gravity, swinging the direction of its cadences back and forth between the two, while employing every melodic device to introduce all the variety possible within the limitations of so simple a scheme. While then the style of Bach and the North Germans, on the one hand, had a predominant unity of spirit, it tended to variety of expression. The styles of the Italians, on the other hand, brought a variety of ideas, with a comparative simplicity of scheme or monotony of expression, which quickly crystallized into stereotyped forms. One of these forms, founded upon the simple harmonic scheme of tonic and dominant, developed, as we have seen, into the instrumental sonata, a type of which the violin sonatas of Corelli and his successors, Francesco Gimignani, Pietro Locatelli, and Giuseppe Tardini, and the piano sonatas of Domenico Scarlatti, are excellent examples. Many Italians managed to endow such pieces with a breadth, a song-like sweep of melody, to which their inimitable facility of vocal writing led them quite naturally. Pergolesi especially, as we have said, deserves special merit for the introduction of the so-called singing allegro in the first movements of his sonatas. Germans were quick to follow these examples, and their innate tendency to variety of expression caused them to add another element, that of rhythmic contrast. Indeed, although the Italian style continued to hold sway throughout Europe long after 1700, we find among its exponents an ever greater number of Germans. Their proclivity for harmonic fullness, pathos, and dignity was moreover reinforced by the influence of French orchestral music of the style of Lully and his successors. It was reserved for the Germans also to develop the sonata form as we know it today, to build it up into that wonderful vehicle for free fancy and for the philosophic development of musical ideas. Before introducing the reader to the men of this epoch who prepared the way for Haydn and Mozart, we are obliged, for a better understanding of their work, to describe briefly the nature and development of that form which serves, so to speak, as a background to their activity. Certain successive epochs in the history of our art have been so dominated by one or another type of music that they might as aptly derive their names from a particular type in fashion as the early Christian era did from plain chant. Thus, the 16th century might well be called the age of the madrigal, the early 17th the period of accompanied monody, and the late 17th the epoch of the suite. As the vogue of any of these forms increases, a chain of conventions and rules invariably grows up which tends first to fix it, then to force it into stereotypes which become the instrument of mediocre pedants. The very rules by which it grows to perfection become the shackles which arrest its expansion. Thus it usually deteriorates almost immediately after it has reached its highest elevation at the hand of genius, unless it gives way to the broadening, liberalizing assaults of iconoclasts, and only in the measure to which it is capable of adapting itself to broader principles is further life vouchsafed to it. It continues then to exist beyond the period which is, so to speak, its own, in a sort of afterglow of glory, less brilliant but infinitely richer in interest, color, and all-pervading warmth. All the types above mentioned, from the madrigal down, have continued to exist in a sense to our time, and though our age is obviously as antagonistic to the spirit of the madrigal as it is to that of plain chant, we might cite modern part songs partaking of the same spirit which have a far stronger appeal. The modern symphonic suites of a Bizet or a Rimsky-Korsakov, as compared to the orchestral suite of the 18th century, furnish perhaps the most striking case in point. The period which this and the following chapters attempt to describe is dominated by the sonata form. Not a composer of instrumental music, and it was essentially the age of instrumental music, but essayed that form in various guises. Even the writers of opera did not fail to adopt it in their instrumental sections, and even in their arias. But the decades which are our immediate concern represent a formative stage, because there's much variety, much uncertainty, both in nomenclature and in the matter itself. Nomenclature is never highly specialized at first. A name primarily denotes a variety of things which have perhaps only slight marks of resemblance. Thus we have seen how sonata, derived from the verb suonare, to sound, is at first a name for any instrumental piece, in distinction to cantata, a vocal piece. The canzona da sonar, or canzon sonata, symbolized the application of the vocal style to instruments, and the abbreviation sonata was for a time almost synonymous with sinfonia, as in the first solo sonatas for violin of Baccio Marini about 1617. The sonata in its modern sense is essentially a solo form, but during a century or more of its evolution, the most familiar guise under which it appeared was the trio sonata. That, as we have seen, broadened out to symphonic proportions while adapting some of the features of the orchestral suite, and the sonata became more specifically a solo piece, or better, a group of pieces, for the sonata of our day is a cyclical piece. But through all its outward manifestations and irrespective of them, it underwent a definite and continuous metamorphosis, by which it assumed a more and more definite pattern or patterns, which eventually fused into one. The cycle sonata undoubtedly had its root idea in the dance suite, and for a long time that derivation was quite evident, the minuet obstinately holding its place in the scheme until Beethoven converted it into the scherzo, was the last birthmark to disappear. The variety of rhythm that the dance suite offers is also clearly preserved in the principle of rhythmic contrasts between the movements. These comprise usually a rapid opening movement embodying the essentials of the sonata form, a contrasting slow movement, shorter and in less conventional form, sometimes aria, sometimes theme and variations, stands next. The finale, in the lighter Italian form, was usually a quick dance movement or a short, brilliant piece of slight significance. In the German and more developed examples, it was often a rondo, one principal theme recurring at intervals throughout the piece with fresh episodical matter interspersed, and more frequently it was cast in the first movement form. Between the slow movement and the finale is the place for the minuet if the sonata is in 4 movements. Haydn, though not the first to use it, quickened its tempo and enriched it in content. A second minuet, Menuetto Duo, appears in the earlier symphonies of Haydn and Mozart, which by and by is incorporated with the first as trio. The familiar alternate section, always followed by a repeat of the minuet itself. Of course, the distinguishing feature of the sonata over all other forms is the peculiar pattern of at least one of its movements, most usually the first, the outcome of a long evolution which, in its finally settled form with the later Mozart and with Beethoven, became the most efficient, the most flexible, and the most convincing medium for the elaboration of musical ideas. The first movement form, as it has been called, appears in the 18th century in either of 2 primary patterns, the binary, consisting of 2 sections, and the ternary, consisting of 3. The binary, gradually introduced by the Italians, notably Pergolesi and Alberti, is simply a broadening of the song form in 2 sections, each of which is repeated, having one single theme or subject presented in the following key arrangement, A denoting the tonic or home key, and B the dominant or related key, A to B repeated, B to A repeated. This, with broadened dimensions and more definite thematic distinction within each section, gave way to A1 to B2 repeated, then B1 to A2 repeated, 1 and 2 representing first and second theme respectively. In this arrangement, the second section simply reproduces the thematic material of the first, but in the reverse order of keys or tonality. It should be added that the second theme was usually, at this early stage of development, a mere suggestion, an embryo with very slight individuality. The leading representatives of this type of form, as applied to the suite as well as the sonata, were Pergolesi, Domenico Alberti, Handel, J.S. Bach, J.F. Fasch, Domenico Scarlatti, Locatelli, and Gluck, and most of the later Italians who continued to prefer this easily comprehended form, placing but simple problems of musicianship before the composer. It was eminently suited to the easy grace of polite music, of the salon music of the 18th century. But in the works of German suite writers, especially at the restatement of the first theme after the double bar, displays almost from the beginning a tendency toward variety, abridgment, expansion, and modulation of harmony. Gradually, this section assumed such a bewildering, fanciful character, such a variety of modulations, that the subject in its original form was forgotten by the hearer, and all recollection of the original key had been obliterated from the mind. Composers then grasped the device of restating the first theme in the original key after its free development of it, and then restating the second theme as before. Both the tonic and the dominant elements of the first section or exposition are now seen to be repeated in the tonic key in the restatement section or recapitulation, and the form has assumed the following shape: A1 to B2 repeated, and then to be repeated, A2 and a development or working out, then A1 to B1, and all from A2 to be repeated. This is clearly a 3-division form, and as such is closely allied to the ballad form or ternary song form, which is as old as the binary. Already Johann Sebastian Bach, in his prelude in F minor in the second part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, gives an example of it, and in Emanuel Bach and his German contemporaries this type becomes the standard. But it is curious to observe how strongly the Italian influence worked upon composers of the time, for whenever the desire to please is evident in their work, we see them adopt the simpler pattern, and even when the ternary form is used, the so-called working out is little more than an aimless sequence of meaningless passage work, intended to dazzle by its brilliance and its grandiose effects, but with little relation to the subject matter of the piece. Even Mozart and Haydn veered back and forth between the 2 types until they had arrived at a considerably advanced state of maturity. The second theme, as time went on, became more and more individualized, and as it assumed more distinct rhythmic and melodic characteristics, it lent itself more freely to logical development. Like the principal subjects, became in fact a real subject on a par with the first. With Stamitz and the Mannheim school, at last we meet the idea of contrast between the two themes, not only in key but in spirit, in meaning. As with characters in a story, these differences can readily be taken hold of and elaborated. The themes may be played off against each other, and they may be understood as masculine and feminine, as bold and timid, or as light and tragic. The possibilities of the scheme are unlimited. The complications under which an ingenious mind can conceive it are infinite in their interest. Thus only, by means of contrast, could states of mind be translated into musical language. Thus only was it possible to give voice to the deeper sentiments, the new feelings that were tugging at the heartstrings of Europe. Only with this great principle of emotional contrast did the art become receptive to the stirrings of Sturm und Drang, of incipient romanticism. Thus only could it give expression to the graceful melancholy of a Mozart, the majestic ravings of a Beethoven. End of section 4, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2021. Section 5 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Chapter 2, Part 2. 3. Having given an indication of the various stages through which the sonata form passed, we may now speak of the men who developed it. We are here, of course, concerned only with those who cultivated the later and eventually universal German type. In the band of musicians gathered about the court of Frederick the Great, we find such pioneers as Joachim Quantz, the king's instructor on the flute, Gottlieb Graun, whose significance as a composer of symphonies, overtures, concertos, and sonatas is far greater than that of his brother Karl Heinrich, the composer of Der Tod Jesu, and the violinist Franz Benda, who was, however, surpassed in musicianship by his brother Georg, Kapellmeister in Gotha. All of these, and a number of others, constitute the so-called Berlin School, whose most distinguished representative by far was Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, the most eminent of Johann Sebastian's sons. He has been called, not without reason, the father of the piano sonata, for although Kuhnau preceded him in applying the form to the instrument, it is he who made it popular, and who definitely fixed its pattern, determined the order of its movements, allegro, andante or adagio, allegro or presto, so familiar to all music lovers. Emanuel Bach was born in Weimar in 1714. He was sent to Frankfurt to study law, but instead established a chorus with himself as its leader. In 1738 he went to Berlin, where 2 years later we see him playing the accompaniments to old Fritz's flute solos. The royal amateur's accomplishments were of doubtful merit, but Bach stood the strain for 27 years, at the end of which the king abandoned the flute for the sword, and Bach abandoned the king to finish his days in Hamburg as director of church music. But church music was not his métier. His cantatas were pot-boilers. Emanuel was made of different stuff from his father. He fitted into his time, a polished courtier, more witty than pious, more suave than sincere, more brilliant than deep, but of solid musicianship none the less. The technician par excellence, both as composer and executant, a clean-cut formalist, a thorough harmonist, crowned full of racy novelty, though not free from pedantry, and preferring always the galant style of the period. The polite instrument, the harpsichord, was essentially his. The essay on the true manner of playing the clavier, which he wrote in Berlin, is still of value today. His technique was no doubt derived from that of his father, but he introduced a still more advanced method of fingering. His great importance to history, however, lies in his instrumental compositions, comprising no less than 210 solo pieces, piano sonatas, rondos, concertos, trio sonatas of the conventional type, 2 violins and bass, 6 string quartets, and the symphonies printed in 1780. These works exercised a dual force. While yielding to the taste of the time, they held the balance to the side of greater harmonic richness and artistic propriety. On the other hand, they played an important part in the further development of the prevailing forms to a point where they could become free enough and practical enough to deal with the deep emotions. Quote, "As yet, people looked on the art as a refined sort of amusement. Not until Beethoven had written his music did its possibilities as a vehicle for deep human feeling and experience become evident." End quote. By following fashion, Bach became its leader, and so exercised a widespread influence over his contemporaries and immediate followers. For a few years, says Mr. W. H. Haddo, the fate of music depended upon Emanuel Bach. Mozart himself, though directly influenced by him only in later life, called him, quote, "the father of us all." End quote. Bach may hardly be said to have originated the modern pianistic style, the free, brilliant manner of writing particularly adapted to the requirements of the instrument. Couperin and the astonishing Domenico Scarlatti were before him. Naturally, the instrument which he used was not nearly so resonant or sonorous as the piano of our day. An instrument the strings of which were plucked by quills attached to the key lever, not hit by hammers as the strings of our piano, was of course devoid of all sustaining power. This fact accounts for the infinite number of ornaments, trills, mordents, grace notes, bewildering in their variety, with which Bach's sonatas are replete. Despite the technical reason for their existence, we cannot forego the obvious analogy between them and the Rococo style prevalent in the architecture and decorations of the period. Emanuel Bach's music was as fashionable as that style, and his popularity outlasted it. Strange as it may seem, Bach in the 18th century and beyond always meant Emmanuel. Quite a different sort of man was Emmanuel's elder brother, Wilhelm Friedemann Bach, the favorite son of his father and thought to be the most gifted, too. But the definition of genius as, quote, "an infinite capacity for taking pains," end quote, would not fit his gifts. Wilhelm preferred a good time to concentrated labor, hence his name is not writ large in history. Yet his work, mostly preserved only in manuscript, concertos, suites, sonatas, and fantasias, shows more real individuality, more Innigkeit, and at times real passion than does his brother's. And moreover, something that could never happen to his brother's works happened to one of his. It was ascribed to his father, and so was published in the Bach Society's edition of Sebastian's works. In the examples of his work, resurrected by the indefatigable Dr. Hehman, we are often surprised by harmonic vagaries and rhythmic ingenuities that recall strongly the older Bach. The impassioned fancy of that polyphonic giant finds often a faint echo in the rhapsodic wanderings of his eldest son. Friedemann Bach's life was, like his work, rambling, irregular. Born in 1710, he was organist in Dresden from 1733 to 1747, then at Halle, in the church that was Handel's drilling ground under Old Zachau. His extravagances cost him his post and perhaps many another, for he roved restlessly over Germany for the rest of his life, until the broken-down genius of 74, he ended his career in Berlin in 1784. In sharp contrast to the career of the oldest son of Bach stands that of the youngest, Johann Christian, born 1734 in Leipzig, chiefly renowned as an opera composer of the Italian school. He has been called the Milanese Bach because from 1754 to 1762 he made that Italian city his home, and there wrote operas and became a Catholic to qualify as the organist of Milan Cathedral, and the London Bach, because there he spent the remaining 20 years of his life, a most useful and honorable career. His first London venture was in opera too, but his historic importance does not lie in that field. Symphonies, including 1 or 2 orchestras, concertos for piano and various other instruments, quintets, quartets, trios, sonatas for violin, and numerous piano pieces, which did much to popularize the new instrument, are his real monuments. Trained at first by his brother Emmanuel, he was bound to follow the polite, elegant style of the period, and more so, perhaps, because of his Italian experience. For that reason, his value has been greatly underestimated. but he is nevertheless an important factor in the stylistic reform that prepared the way for the great classics and the upbuilding of German instrumental music. Of his influence upon Mozart and Haydn we shall have more to say anon. That influence was, of course, largely Italian, for Bach followed the Italian pattern in his sonatas. It was he that passed on to Mozart the singing allegro which he had brought with him from Italy, and so he may be considered in a measure the communicator of Pergolesi's genius. As the centre of London musical life, Christian Bach exercised a tremendous influence in the formation of popular taste. The subscription concerts which he and another German, Carl Friedrich Abel, 1725–1787, instituted in 1764, were to London what the concerts spirituels were to Paris. Not only symphonies, but cantatas and chamber works of every description were here performed in the manner of our public concerts of today, and the higher forms of music were thus placed for the first time within the reach of a great number of people. After 1775 these concerts took place in the famous Hanover Square rooms, and were continued until 1782. In the following year another series, known as the Professional Concerts, was begun, and since that time the English capital has had an unbroken succession of symphonic concerts. 4. The writer of musical history is confronted at every point with the problem of classification. The men whom we have discussed can, though united by ties of nationality and even family, hardly be considered as of one school. We have taken them as the representatives of the North German musical art, yet, as we are obliged to state, Southern influence affected nearly all of them. Similarly, we should find in analyzing the music of the Viennese that a more or less rugged Germanism had entered into it. J. Fuchs, 1660–1741, the pioneer of the Viennese school, Georg Röther, father and son, 1656–1738 and 1708–1772, F. L. Gassmann, 1723–1774, Johann Georg Albrechtsberger, 1736–1809, Leopold Hoffmann, 1730–1772, Georg Christoph Wagenseil, 1715–1777, and Karl Dittos von Dittersdorf, 1739–1799, who, with others, are usually reckoned as of that school, are all examples of this Germanism. Indeed, these men assume a historic importance only in the degree to which they absorb the advancing reforms of their northern confrères. All of them are indebted for what merit they possess to the great school of stylistic reformers, who, about the year 1750, gathered in the beautiful Rhenish city of Mannheim, and whose leader, Johann Stamitz, was until recently unknown to historians except as an executive musician. His reappearance has cleared up many an unexplained phenomenon, and for the first time has placed the entire question of the origins of the classic or Viennese style, the style of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, in its proper light. Much of the merit ascribed to Emanuel Bach, for instance, in connection with the sonata, and to Haydn in connection with the symphony, belongs rightfully to Stamitz. We may now safely consider the Viennese school, like that of Paris, as an offshoot of the Mannheim school, and shall therefore discuss both as subsidiary to it. The Mannheim reform brought into instrumental music, as we've said, one essentially new idea, the idea of contrast. Contrast is one of the two fundamental principles of musical form. The other is reiteration. Reiteration in its various forms, imitation, transposition, and repetition, is a familiar element in every musical composition. The germination of musical ideas, the logical development of such ideas or motifs into phrases, sentences, sections, and movements, is in practice only a broadening of that principle. All the forms which we have discussed, the aria, the canzona, the toccata, the fugue, and the sonata, owe their being to various methods of applying it. Contrast, the other leading element of form, may be applied technically in several different ways, of which only two interest us here: contrast of key and dynamic contrast. Contrast of key is the chief requisite in the most highly organized forms, such as the fugue, and the sonata, and as such have been consciously employed for practically 200 years. But dynamic contrast, the change from loud to soft and vice versa, especially gradual change, which moreover carries with it the broader idea of varying expression, contrast of mood and spirit, never entered into instrumental music until the advent of Johann Stamitz. It is this duality of expression that distinguishes the new from the old. This is the outstanding feature of classical music over all that preceded it. Johann Stamitz was born in Deutschbrod, Bohemia in 1717 and died at Mannheim in 1757. In the course of his 40 years, he revolutionized instrumental practice and laid the foundations of modern orchestral technique, created a new style of composition which enabled Mozart and Beethoven to give adequate expression to their genius, and originated a method of writing which resulted in the abolition of the figured bass. When in 1742 Charles VII had himself crowned emperor in Frankfurt, Stamitz first aroused the attention of the assembled nobility as a violin virtuoso. The Prince Elector of the Palatinate, Karl Theodor, at once engaged him as court musician. In 1745 he made him his concertmaster and musical director. Within a year or two, Stamitz made the court band into the best orchestra of Europe. Burney, Leopold Mozart, and others who have left their judgment of it convince us that it was as good as an orchestra could be, with the limitations imposed by the still imperfect intonation of certain instruments. It was, at any rate, the first orchestra on a modern footing, whose members were artists bent upon artistic interpretation. It is curious to read Leopold Mozart's expression of surprise at finding them, quote, honest, decent people, not given to drink, gambling, and roistering, unquote. But such was the reputation musicians as a class enjoyed in those days. We may recall how Jomelli introduced the orchestral crescendo in the Strasbourg opera. That he emulated the Mannheim orchestra rather than set an example for it seems unquestionable, for Stamitz had already been at his work 10 years when Jomelli arrived. The gradual change from piano to forte, and the sudden change in either direction to indicate a change of mood, not only within single movements, but within phrases and even themes, was bound to lead to important consequences. While fiercely opposed by the pedants among German musicians, the practice found quick acceptance in the large centres where Stamitz's famous Opus 1 was performed. These 6 sonatas or symphonies, quote, ou à trois, ou avec tout l'orchestre, end quote, were brought out in 1751 at the Concert Spirituel under Le Gros. Stamitz's sonatas were performed with drums, trumpets, and horns. Another symphony with horns and oboes, and another with horns and clarinets, a rare novelty, were brought out in the winter of 1754-55, with Stamitz himself as conductor. These symphonies were, as a matter of fact, trio sonatas in the conventional form, 2 violins and figured bass, such as had been produced in a great number since the time of Pergolesi. But there was a difference. The figured bass was a fully participating third part, not depending upon the usual harpsichord interpretation of the harmony. The compositions were in fact true string trios, but they were written for optional orchestral execution, and when so performed, the added wind instruments supplied the harmonic filling. This means, then, the application of the classic sonata form to orchestral music, and virtually the creation of the symphony. While not by a long way parallel with the symphonies of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, these works of Stamitz are nevertheless true symphonies in a classic style, orchestral compositions in sonata form. They have the essential first movement construction. They are free from the fugato style of the earlier orchestral pieces, and instead of the indefinite rambling of passage work, they present the clear thematic phraseology, the germination of ideas characteristic of the form. Their sincere phraseology, says Riemann, their, quote, boldness of conception and the masterly thematic development which became an example in the period that followed, give Stamitz's work lasting value. Haydn and Mozart rest absolutely upon his shoulders, end quote. Following Stamitz's first efforts, there appeared in print a veritable flood of similar works, known in France as Symphonie d'Allemagne, most of them by direct pupils of Stamitz, by F.X. Richter, his associate in Mannheim, by Wagenseil, Toeschi, Holzbauer, Filz and Cannabich, his successor at the Mannheim pult. Stammetz's own work comprises 10 orchestral trios, 50 symphonies, violin concertos, violin solo, and violin piano sonatas, a fair amount for so short a career. That for a long time this highly interesting figure disappeared from the annals of musical history is only less remarkable than the eclipse of Bach's fame for 75 years after his death, though in Stammetz's case it was hardly because of slow recognition, for already Burney had characterized him as a great genius. Arteaga in 1785 called him the Rubens among composers, and Gerbert, 1792, said that, quote, his divine talent placed him far above his contemporaries. End quote. 5. From these contemporaries we shall select only a few as essential links in the chain of development. 3 men stand out as intermediaries between Stammetz and the Haydn-Mozart epoch: Johann Schobert, chiefly in the field of piano music, Luigi Boccherini, especially for stringed chamber music, and Karl Dittos von Dittersdorf for the symphony. These signalize the cosmopolization of the new art, representing, as it were, its French, Italian, and South German outposts. Schobert is especially important because of the influence which he and his colleague Eckhart exercised upon Mozart at a very early age. These 2 men were the 2 favorite pianists of Paris salons about the middle of the century. Chamber music with piano obbligato found in Schobert one of its first exponents. A composer of agreeable originality, solid in musicianship, and an unequivocal follower of the Mannheim school, he must be recognized as a valiant supporter of the German sonata, as opposed to its lighter Italian sister, though French characteristics are not by any means lacking in his work. As one in whom these characteristics predominate, we should mention François-Joseph Gossec, familiar to us as the writer of Opéra Comique, but also important as a composer of trio sonatas of the usual kind, some for orchestral performance like those of Stammetz, ad lib, and several real symphonies, all of which are clearly influenced in manner by Stammetz and the Mannheimers. Gossec was, in a way, the center of Paris musical life, for he conducted successively the private concerts given under the patronage of La Pouponnière, those of Prince Contini in Chantilly, the Concert des Amateurs, which he founded in 1770, and eventually the Concert Spirituel organized by him. The Mercure de France, in an article on Rameau's Castor et Pollux, calls Gossec France's representative musician among the pioneers of the new style. Contrasting his work with Rameau's, the critic refers to the latter as being d'une teneur, of one tenor, while Gossec's is full of nuance and contrast. This slight digression will dispose of the Paris school for the present. We shall now proceed to the chief Italian representative of Mannheim principles. In placing Boccherini before Haydn in our account of the string quartet, we may lay ourselves open to criticism, for Haydn is universally considered the originator of that form. But, as in almost every case, the fixing of a new form cannot be ascribed to the efforts of a single man. Although Haydn's priority seems established, Boccherini may more aptly be taken as the starting point, for while Haydn represents a more advanced state of development, Boccherini at the outset displays a far more finished routine. In principle, the string quartet has existed since the 16th century, when madrigals and frattole, written in vocal polyphony and for vocal execution, were adapted to instruments. The greater part of the polyphonic works of the 15th and 16th centuries was written in 4 parts, and so were the German Lieder, French chansons, and Italian canzonette, as well as the dance pieces of the 16th and 17th centuries. In instrumental music, 4-part writing has never been superseded, despite the quondam preference for many voices, and the 150 years' reign of figured bass. But a strictly 4-part execution was adhered to less and less as orchestral scoring came more and more into vogue for suite and sonata. Hence, the string quartet, when it reappeared, was as much of a novelty in its way as the accompanied solo song seemed to be in 1600. Quartetti, sonate a quattro, and sinfonia a quattro are indeed common titles in the early 17th century, but their character is distinctly different from our chamber music. They are orchestral, depending on harmonic thickening and massed chordal effects, while the peculiar charm of the string quartet depends on purity and integrity of line in every part, and while at the same time each part is at all times necessary to the harmonic texture. Thus the string quartet represents a more perfect fusion of the polyphonic and harmonic ideals than any other type. The exact point of division between orchestral and true quartets cannot, of course, be determined, though the distinction becomes evident in works of Stamitz and Gossec, when in one opus we find trios or quartets, some of which are expressly determined for orchestral treatment, while others are not. It is Stamitz's reform again which, quote, loosened the tongue of subjective expression, end quote, and by turning away from fugal treatment, prepared the way for the true string quartet. Boccherini's first quartets are still in reality symphonies, and in Haydn's early works, too, the distinction between the two is not clear. Boccherini's, however, are so surprisingly full of new forms of figuration, so sophisticated in dynamic nuances, and so strikingly modern in style, that without the previous appearance of Stamitz, Boccherini would have to be considered a true pioneer. Luigi Boccherini was born in 1743 in Lucca. After appearing in Paris as cellist, he was made court virtuoso to Luis, Infanta of Spain, and accordingly he settled in Madrid. Frederick William II of Prussia acknowledged the dedication of a work by conferring the title of court composer on Boccherini, who then continued to write much for the king and was rewarded generously, like Haydn and Mozart after him. The death of his royal patron in 1797 and the loss of his Spanish post reduced the composer to poverty at an old age. He died 1805. He has to his credit no less than 91 string quartets, 125 string quintets, 54 string trios, and a host of other works, including 20 symphonies, also cantatas and oratorios. Today he's neglected, perhaps unjustly, but in this he shares the fate of all the musicians of his period who abandoned themselves to the lighter, more elegant genre of composition. The relation of Karl Ditters von Dittersdorf to the Mannheim school is in the symphonic field relatively the same as that of Schobert in regard to the piano, and Boccherini in connection with the string quartet. Again, we must guard against the criticism of detracting from the glory of Haydn. Both Haydn and Dittersdorf were pioneers in developing the symphony according to the Mannheim principles. But of course Haydn, in his later works, represents a more advanced stage and will therefore more properly receive full treatment in the next chapter. Ditters probably composed his first orchestral works between 1761 and 1765, while Kapellmeister to the Bishop of Grosswartein in Hungary, where he succeeded Michael Haydn, of whom presently. Though Joseph Haydn's first symphony in D major had already appeared in 1759, it had as yet none of the earmarks of the new style. Ditters was doubtless more broadly educated than most musicians of his time, and probably in touch with the latest developments, a fact borne out by his works, which, however, show no material advance over his models. These works include notably 12 orchestral symphonies on Ovid's Metamorphoses, besides about 100 others, and innumerable pieces of chamber music, many of the lighter social genre, and several oratorios, masses, and cantatas. His comic operas have a special significance and will be mentioned in another connection. Ditters was more fortunate in honors than material gain. Both the Order of the Golden Spur, which seems to have been a coveted badge of greatness, and the patent of nobility came to him, but after the death of his last patron, the Prince Bishop of Breslau, he was forced to seek the shelter of a friendly roof, the country estate of Ignaz von Stillfried in Bohemia, where he died in 1799. His Vienna colleague, Georg Christian Wagenseil, we may dismiss with a few words, for though one of the most fashionable composers of his time, his compositions have hardly any historic interest. They lack real individuality. But he was in the line of development under the Mannheim influence, and he did for the piano concerto what Schubert did for the sonata, applied to it the newly crystallized sonata form. His concertos were much in vogue. Little Mozart had them in his prodigy's repertoire, and no doubt they left at least a trace of their influence on his wonderfully absorbent mind. Wagenseil enjoyed a favored existence at court as teacher of the Empress Maria Theresa and the imperial princesses, with the rank of imperial court composer. The Latin titles on his publications seem to reflect his somewhat pompous personality. Pieces in various forms for keyboard predominate, but the usual quota of string music, church music, and some symphonies are in evidence. His 16 operas are a mere trifle in comparison with the productivity of the period. Before closing our review of the minor men of the period, which had its climax in the practically simultaneous appearance of Haydn and Mozart, we must take at least passing notice of two men, the brother of one and the father of the other, who, by virtue of this close connection, could not fail to exercise a very direct influence upon their greater relatives. By a peculiar coincidence, these two had one identical scene of action, the archiepiscopal court of Salzburg, that alpine fastness hemmed in by the mountains of Tyrol, Styria, and Bohemia. Hither Leopold Mozart had come from Augsburg, where he was born in 1719, to study law at the university. But he soon entered the employ of the Count of Thurn, canon of the cathedral, as secretary, and subsequently that of the Prince Archbishop as court musician, and here he ended his days at the same court, but under another master of a far different sort. Johann Michael Haydn became his confrère, or rather his superior, in 1762, having secured the place of archiepiscopal kapellmeister, left vacant by the death of the venerable Eberlin. Before this he had held a similar but less important post at Grosswardein, Hungary, as predecessor to Ditters, and, like his slightly older brother Joseph, had begun his career as chorister in St. Stephen's in Vienna. Salzburg had always been one of the foremost cities of Europe in its patronage of musical art. Not only the reigning prelates, but people of every situation cultivated it. At this time it held many musicians of talent, and its court concerts, as well as the elaborate musical services at the cathedral and the abbey of St. Peter's, the oratorios and the occasional performances under university auspices, contributed to the creation of a real musical atmosphere. The old Archbishop Sigismund, whose death came only too soon, must, in spite of the elder Mozart's misgivings on the subject, have been a liberal, appreciative patron, for the interminable leaves of absence for artistic and commercial purposes required by both father and son were sufficient to try the patience of anyone less understanding. Leopold's chief merit to the world was the education of his son, for the sake of which he is said to have sacrificed all other opportunities as pedagogue. His talents in that direction were considerable, as his pioneer violin method, 1756, attests. It experienced several editions, also in translations, some even posthumous. His compositions, through the agency of which his great son first received the influence of Mannheim, were copious, but of mediocre value. Nevertheless, their formal correctness and sound musicianship were most salutary examples for the emulation of young Wolfgang. Leopold had the good sense to abandon composition as soon as he became aware of his son's genius, and to bend every effort to its development. The elder Mozart received the title of court composer and the post of vice kapellmeister under Michael Haydn when the latter came to Salzburg. Michael Haydn's career in Salzburg was a most honorable one. It placed him in a state of dignity which, though eminently gratifying, was less calculated to rouse inspiration and ambition than the stormier career of his great brother. Notwithstanding this fact, he has left something like 28 masses, 2 requiems, 114 graduals, 66 offertories, and much other miscellaneous church music, songs, choruses, the earliest 4-part a cappella songs for men's voices, 30 symphonies, not to be compared in value to his brothers, and numerous smaller instrumental pieces. But a peculiar form of modesty which made him averse to seeing his works in print confined his influence largely to local limits. It is a most fortunate fact that within these limits it fell upon so fertile a ground, for young Mozart was most keen in his observation of Haydn's work, appreciated its value, and received the first of those valuable lessons that the greater Joseph taught him in this roundabout fashion. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music, Chapter 3, The Viennese Classics, Haydn and Mozart, Part 1. 1. We have prefaced the last chapter with a review of the political and literary forces leading up to the classic period. A brief survey of social conditions may similarly aid the reader in supplying a background to the important characters of this period and the circumstances of their careers. First, we shall avail ourselves of the picturesque account given by George Henry Lewes in his Life of Goethe. Quote, "Remember," he says, "that we are in the middle of the 18th century. The French Revolution is as yet only gathering its forces together. Nearly 20 years must elapse before the storm breaks. The chasm between that time and our own is vast and deep. Every detail speaks of it. To begin with science, everywhere the torch of civilization is enough to say that chemistry did not then exist. Abundant materials indeed existed, but that which makes a science, videlicet, the power of prevision based on quantitative knowledge, was still absent, and alchemy maintained its place among the conflicting hypotheses of the day. This age, so incredulous in religion, was credulous in science. In spite of all the labors of the encyclopedists, in spite of all the philosophic and religious enlightenment, in spite of Voltaire and La Métrie, it was possible for Count Saint-Germain and Cagliostro to delude thousands, and Casanova found a dupe in the Marquise d'Urfé, who believed he could restore her youth and make the moon impregnate her. Footnote. Superstition was still so widespread that Paganini was actually forced to produce evidence that he did not derive his magic from the evil one. End note. It was in 1774 that Mesmer astonished Vienna with his marvels of mystic magnetism. The secret societies of Freemasons and Illuminati, mystic in their ceremonies and chimerical in their hopes, now in quest of the philosopher's stone, now in quest of the perfectibility of mankind, a mixture of religious, political, and mystical reveries flourished in all parts of Germany and in all circles. Quote, "With science in so imperfect a condition, we are sure to find a corresponding poverty in material comfort and luxury. High roads, for example, were only found in certain parts of Germany. Prussia had no chaussee till 1787. Milestones were unknown, although finger-posts existed. Instead of facilitating the transit of travelers, it was thought good political economy to obstruct them, for the longer they remained, the more money they spent in the country. A century earlier, stage-coaches were known in England, but in Germany public conveyances were few and miserable, nothing but open carts with unstuffed seats. Diligences on springs were unknown before 1800. End quote. And we have the word of Burney and of Mozart that travel by post was nothing short of torture. Note, Burney, in describing his travels, says, quote, "So violent are the jolts, and so hard are the seats of German post-wagons, that a man is rather kicked than carried from one place to another." End quote. Mozart, in a letter recounting to his father his trip from Salzburg to Munich, avows that he was compelled to raise himself up by his arms, and so remain suspended for a good part of the way. End footnote. If we examine into the manners, customs, and tastes of the period, we are struck with many apparently absurd contradictions. Men whose nature, bred in generations of fighting, was brutal in its very essence, outwardly affected a truly inordinate love of ceremony and lavish splendor. the same dignitaries who discussed for hours the fine distinctions of official precedence, or the question whether princes of the church should sit in council on green seats or red, like the secular potentates, would use language and display manners the coarseness of which is no longer tolerated except in the lowest spheres of society. While indulging in the grossest vulgarities and even vices, and while committing the most wanton cruelties, this race of petty tyrants expended thousands upon the glitter and tinsel with which they thought to dazzle the eyes of their neighbors. While this is more true of the 17th than of the 18th century, and while Europe was undergoing momentous changes, conditions were after all not greatly improved in the period of Haydn and Mozart. The graceful Italian melody which reigned supreme at the Viennese court, or the glitter of its rococo salons, found a striking note of contrast in the broad dialect of Maria Theresa and the boiled bacon and water of Emperor Joseph's diet. A stronger paradox than the brocade and ruffled lace of a courtier's dress and the coarse behavior of its wearer could hardly be found. The great courts of Europe, Versailles, Vienna, etc., were imitated at the lesser capitals in every detail, as far as the limits of the princes' purses permitted. As George Henry Lewes says of Weimar, quote, "These courts but little corresponded with those conceptions of grandeur, magnificence, or historical or political importance with which the name of the court is usually associated. But just as in gambling the feelings are agitated less by the greatness of the stake than by the variations of fortune, so in social gambling of court intrigue there is the same ambition and agitation whether the green cloth be an empire or a duchy. Within its limits, Saxe-Weimar, for instance, displayed all that an imperial court displays in larger proportions. It had its ministers, its chamberlains, pages, and sycophants. Court favor and disgrace elevated and depressed as if they had been imperial smiles or autocratic frowns. A standing army of 600 men with a cavalry of 50 hussars had its war department with war minister, secretary, and clerk. Lest this appear too ridiculous, Lewes adds, quote, that one of the small German princes kept a corps of hussars, which consisted of a colonel, 6 officers, and 2 privates. End quote. Similarly, every prince, great or petty, gathered about him for his greater glory, the disciples of the graceful arts, not a count, margrave, or bishop, but had in his retinue his court musicians, his organists, his court composer, his band, and choir, all of whom were attached to their master by ties of virtually feudal servitude, whose social standing was usually on a level with domestic servants, and who were often but wretchedly paid. We have had occasion to refer to a number of the more important centres, such as Berlin, where Frederick the Great had Johann Kranz, Franz Benda, and Emanuel Bach as musical mentors; Dresden, where Augustus III had Hasse and Porpora. Footnote. After Augustus's death in 1763, musical life at this court deteriorated, though Naumann was retained as Kapellmeister by Charles, Augustus's son. End footnote. Stuttgart, where Karl Eugen gave Jomelli a free hand; Mannheim, where Karl Theodor gathered about him that genial band of musical reformers with Stamitz at their head; and Salzburg, where Archbishop Sigismund maintained Michael Haydn, Leopold Mozart, and many another talented musician. As for the greater courts, they became the nuclei for aggregations of men of genius, to many of whom the world owes an everlasting debt of gratitude, but who often received insufficient payment, and who in some cases even suffered indignities at the hands of their masters, which are calculated to rouse the anger of an admiring posterity. London and Paris were, of course, as they had been for generations, the most brilliant centres, the most liberal and the richest in opportunities for musicians of talent or enterprise. At the period of which we speak, the court of George II and later George III harboured Johann Christian Bach, Carl Friedrich Abel, and Pietro Domenico Paradies. At the court of Louis XVI, and Marie Antoinette Rameau was in his last years, while Gluck and Puccini were the objects of violent controversy, while Philidor, Monsigny, and Grétry were delighting audiences with opéra comique, and while a valiant number of instrumentalists like Gossec, Gaviniès, Chaubert, and Eckhart were building up a French outpost of classicism. Capitals which had but recently attained international significance, like Stockholm and St. Petersburg, assiduously emulated the older ones. At the former, for instance, Gustavus III patronized Naumann and at the latter Catherine II entertained successively Galuppi, Traetto, Paisiello, and Sarti. But Vienna was now the musical capital of Europe. It was the concentrated scene of action where all the chief musical issues of the day were fought out. There the Mannheim school had its continuation soon after its inception. There Haydn and Mozart found their greatest inspiration, as Beethoven and Schubert did after them. It remained the citadel of musical Germany, whose supremacy was now fairly established. It is significant that Burney, in writing the results of his musical investigations on the continent, devotes 1 volume each to Italy and France, but 2 to Germany, notwithstanding his strong Italian sympathies. However, the reason for this is partly the fact that Germany was to an Englishman still somewhat of a wilderness, and that the writer felt it incumbent upon him to give some general details of the condition of the country. We can do no better than quote some of his observations upon Vienna, in order to familiarize the reader with the principal characters of the drama for which it was the stage. After describing the approach to the city, which reminds him of Venice, and his troubles at the customs, where his books were even more scrupulously read than at the Inquisition of Bologna, he continues, quote, "The streets are rendered doubly dark and dirty by their narrowness, and by the extreme height of the houses. But as these are chiefly of white stone, and in a uniform elegant style of architecture, in which the Italian taste prevails, as well as in music, there is something grand and magnificent in their appearance which is very striking, and even those houses which have shops on the ground floor seem like palaces above. Indeed, the whole town and its suburbs appear at the first glance to be composed of palaces rather than of common habitations." End quote. Now for the life of the city. Quote, "The diversions of the common people are such as seem hardly fit for a civilized and polished nation to follow, particularly the combats, as they are called, or baiting of wild beasts, in a manner much more savage and ferocious than our bull-baiting, etc." The better class, of course, found its chief amusement in the theatres, but the low level of much of this amusement may be judged from the fact that rough horseplay was almost necessary to the success of a piece. Shortly before Burney's visit, the customary premiums for actors who would, quote, "voluntarily submit to be kicked and cuffed," end quote, were abolished, with the result that theatres went bankrupt because of the insufferable dullness and inactivity of the actors. By a mere chance, Burney witnessed a performance of Lessing's Emilia Galotti, which as a play shocked his sensibilities, but he speaks in admiring terms of the orchestra, which played overtures and act tunes by Haydn, Hehman, and Van Hal. At another theatre the pieces were so full of invention that it seemed to be music of some other world. Musically also the Mass at St. Stephen's impressed him very much. Quote, "There were violins and violoncellos, though it was not a festival," end quote, and boys whose voices had been well cultivated. At night, in the court of his inn, 2 poor scholars sang in pleasing harmony, and later, quote, "A band of these singers performed through the streets a kind of glees in 3 and 4 parts. Soldiers and common people," he says, "frequently sing in parts too," and he is forced to the conclusion that this whole country is certainly very musical. End quote. Through diplomatic influence our traveller is introduced to the Countess Thun, afterwards Mozart's patron. Quote, "A most agreeable lady of very high rank, who among other talents possesses as great a skill in music as any person of distinction I ever knew. She plays the harpsichord with that grace, ease, and delicacy which nothing but female fingers can arrive at." Forthwith he meets the admirable poet Metastasio and the no less admirable musician Hasse, end quote, as well as his wife Faustina, both very aged. Also the Chevalier Gluck, one of the most extraordinary geniuses of this or perhaps any age or nation, end quote, who plays him his Iphigenie just completed, while his niece, Mademoiselle Marianne Gluck, sang, quote, "in so exquisite a manner that I could not conceive it possible for any vocal performance to be more perfect." End quote. He hears music by M. Hofmann, an excellent composer of instrumental music, by Van Hal, whom he meets and whose pieces, quote, "afforded me such uncommon pleasure that I should not hesitate to rank them among the most complete and perfect compositions for many instruments which the art of music can boast," and also exquisite quartets by Haydn, executed in the utmost perfection. And he attends a comic opera by Signor Salieri, a scholar of M. Gassman, at which the imperial family was present, his imperial majesty being extremely attentive and applauding very much. His imperial majesty was, of course, Joseph II, who, we know, played violoncello, and was, in Burney's words, just musical enough for a sovereign prince. The entire imperial family was musical, and the court took its tone from it. All the great houses of the nobility, Liechtenstein, Lobkowitz, Auersperg, Fürnberg, Morzin, maintained their private bands or chamber musicians. Our amusing informant, in concluding his account of musical Vienna, says, "Indeed, Vienna is so rich in composers and encloses within its walls such a number of musicians of superior merit, that it is but just to allow it to be among German cities the imperial seat of music as well as of power." It need hardly be repeated that Italian style was still preferred by the society of the period, just as Italian manners and language were affected by the nobility. Italian was actually the language of the court, and how little German was respected is seen from the fact that Metastasio, the man of culture par excellence, though living in Vienna through the greater part of his life, spoke it, "just enough to keep himself alive." Haydn, like many others, Italianized his name to Giuseppe, and Mozart signed himself frequently Wolfgango Amadeo Mozart. This, then, is the city in which Haydn and Mozart were to meet for the first time just 1 year after Burney's account. Though the first was the other's senior by 24 years, their great creative periods are virtually simultaneous. They date, in fact, from this meeting, which marks the beginning of their influence upon each other and their mutual and constant admiration. Both already had brilliant careers behind them as performers and composers, and it becomes our duty now to give separate accounts of these careers. 2. Joseph Haydn. The boundaries of Hungary, the home of one of the most musical peoples of the world, lies only about 30 miles from Vienna. Here, it is said, in every 2 houses will be found 3 violins and a lute. Men and women sing at their work. Children are reared in poverty and song. In such a community, in the village of Rohau, near the borderline between Austria and Hungary, lived Matthias Haydn, Waggoner and parish sexton, with Elizabeth, his wife. They were simple peasant people, probably partly Croatian in blood, with rather more intelligence than their neighbors. After his work was done, Matthias played the harp, and Elizabeth sang, gathering the children about her to share in the simple recreation. Franz Joseph, the second of these children, born March 31st, 1732, gave signs of special musical intelligence, marking the time and following his mother in sweet childish voice at a very early age. When he was 6, he was put in the care of a relative named Frank, living in Hainburg, for instruction in violin and harpsichord playing, and in singing. Frank seems to have been pretty rough with the youngster, but his instruction must have been good as far as it went, for 2 years later he was noticed by Rütter, chapel master at St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, and allowed to enter the choir school. Rütter was considered a great musician in his day. He was ennobled in 1740, but he did not distinguish himself by kind treatment of little Joseph, who was poorly clad, half-starved, and indifferently taught. The boy, however, seems, even at this early age, to have had a definite idea of what he wanted, and doggedly pursued his own path. He got what instruction he could from the masters of the school, purchased 2 heavy and difficult works on thorough bass and counterpoint, spent play hours in practice on his clavier, and filled reams of paper with notes. He afterwards said that he remembered having 2 lessons from von Rütter in 10 years. When he was 17 years old, his voice broke, and being of no further service to the chapel master, he was turned out of the school on a trivial pretext. The period that followed was one that even the sweet-natured man must sometimes have wished to forget. He was without money or friends, or at least so he thought, and it is said he spent the night after leaving school in wandering about the streets of the city. Unknown to himself, however, the little singer at the cathedral had made friends, and with one of the humbler of these he found a temporary home. Another good Viennese lent him 150 florins, a debt which Haydn not only soon repaid, but remembered for 60 years, as an item in his will shows. He soon got a few pupils, played the violin at wedding festivals and the like, and kept himself steadily at the study of composition. He obtained the clavier sonatas of Emanuel Bach, and mastered their style so thoroughly that the composer afterwards sent him word that he alone had fully mastered his writings and learned to use them. At 20, Haydn wrote his first Mass, and about the same time received a considerable sum for composing the music to a comic opera. He changed his cold attic for a more comfortable loft, which happened to be in the same house in which the great Metastasio lived. The poet was impressed by Haydn's gifts and obtained for him the position of music master in an important Spanish family resident in Vienna. In this way, step by step, the fortunes of the young enthusiast improved. He made acquaintances among musical folk, and occasionally found himself in the company of men who had mounted much higher on the professional ladder than himself. One of these was Porpora, already successful and of international fame. Porpora was at the time singing master in the household of Korrer, the Venetian ambassador at Vienna, and he proposed that Haydn should act as his accompanist, and incidentally profit by so close an acquaintance with his method. Thus Haydn was included in the ambassador's suite when they went to the baths of Mannersdorf, on the border of Hungary. At the soirées and entertainments of the grandees at Mannersdorf, Haydn met some of the well-known musicians of the time, Bono, Wagenseil, Gluck, and Ditters, becoming warmly attached to the last named. His progress in learning Porpora's method, however, was not so satisfactory. The mighty man had no time for the obscure one. The difficulty was obvious. But Haydn, as always, knew what he wanted and did not hesitate to make himself useful to Porpora in order to get the instruction he needed. He was young and had no false pride about being fag to a great man for a purpose. His good-natured services won the master over, and so Haydn was brought into direct connection with the great exponent of Italian methods and ideas. In 1755 he wrote his first quartet, being encouraged by a wealthy amateur, von Fürnberg, who at his country home had frequent performances of chamber music. Haydn visited Fürnberg and became so interested in the composition of chamber music that he produced 18 quartets during that and the following year. About this time he became acquainted with the Count and Countess Thun, cultivated and enthusiastic amateurs, whose names are remembered also in connection with Mozart, Gluck, and Beethoven. Haydn instructed the Countess Thun both in harpsichord playing and in singing, and was well paid for his services. The same Fürnberg that drew the attention of Haydn to the composition of string quartets also recommended him to his first patron, Count Morzin, for the position of chapelmeister and composer at his private estate in Bohemia, near Pilsen. It was there in 1759 that Haydn wrote his first symphony. He received a salary of about $100 a year, with board and lodging. With this munificent income he decided to marry, even though the rules of his patron permitted no married men in his employ. Haydn's choice had settled on the youngest daughter of a wig maker of Vienna named Keller, but the girl, for some unknown reason, decided to take the veil. In his determination not to lose so promising a young man, the wig-maker persuaded the lover to take the eldest daughter, Maria Anna, instead of the lost one. The marriage was in every way unfortunate. Maria Anna was a heartless scold, selfish and extravagant, who, as her husband said, cared not a straw, whether he was an artist or a shoemaker. Haydn soon gave up all attempts to live with her, though he supplied her with a competence. She lived for 40 years after their marriage, and shortly before she died wrote to Haydn, then in London, for a considerable sum of money with which to buy a small house, as it was a very suitable place for a widow. For once Haydn refused both the direct and the implied request, neither sending her the money nor making her a widow. He outlived her, in fact, by 9 years, purchased the house himself after his last visit to London, and spent there the remainder of his life. To go back, however, to his professional career, Count Morzin was unfortunately soon obliged to disband his players, and the change that consequently occurred was one of the important crises of Haydn's life. He was appointed second chapel master to Prince Anton Esterhazy, a Hungarian nobleman whose seat was at Eisenstadt. Here Haydn was to spend the next 30 years. Here the friendships and pleasures of his mature life were to lie, and here his genius was to ripen. The Esterhazy band comprised 16 members at the time of Haydn's arrival, all of them excellent performers. Their enthusiasm and support did much to stimulate the new chapel master, even as his arrival infused a new spirit into the concerts. The first chapel master, Werner, a good contrapuntal scholar, took the privilege of age and scoffed at Haydn's new ideas, calling him a mere fop. The fact that they got on fairly well together is surely a tribute to Haydn's good nature and genuine humbleness of spirit. The old prince soon died, being succeeded by his brother Prince Nikolaus. When Werner died some 5 years later, Haydn became the sole director. Prince Nikolaus increased the orchestra and lent to Haydn all the support of a sympathetic lover of music, as well as princely generosity. He prepared for himself a magnificent residence, with parks, lakes, gardens, and hunting courses at Esterházy, where royal entertainments were constantly in progress. Daily concerts were given, besides operas and special performances for all sorts of festivals. The seclusion of the country was occasionally exchanged for brief visits to Vienna. In 1773, the Empress Maria Theresa, she who as electoral princess had studied singing with Porpora, was entertained at Esterházy and heard the first performance of the symphony which bears her name. In 1780, Haydn wrote for the opening of a new theatre at Esterházy, an opera which was also performed before royalty at Vienna. He composed the last 7 words in 1785, and in the same year Mozart dedicated to him 6 quartets in terms of affectionate admiration. By the death of Prince Nikolaus in 1790, Haydn lost not only a patron, but a friend whom he sincerely loved. His life at Esterházy was, on the other hand, full of work and conscientious activity in conducting rehearsals, preparing for performances, and in writing new music. On the other hand, it was curiously restricted in scope, isolated from general society and detached from all the artistic movements of his period. His relations with the prince were genial and friendly, apparently quite unruffled by discord. Esterházy, though very much the grandee, was indulgent, and not only allowed his chapel master much freedom in his art, but also recognized and respected his genius. The system of patronage never produced a happier example of the advantages and pleasures to be gained by both patron and follower. But after all, a comment of Mr. Haddo seems most pertinent to the situation. Quote, "It is worthy of remark that the greatest musician ever fostered by a systematic patronage was the one over whose character patronage exercised the least control." End quote. It is Haydn, of course, who is the subject of this remark. There was at that time an enterprising violinist and concert manager, Johann Peter Salomon, traveling on the continent in quest of material for his next London season. As soon as news of the death of Prince Nikolaus reached Salomon, he started for Vienna with the determination to take Haydn back with him to London. Former proposals for a season in London had always been ignored by Haydn, who considered himself bound not to abandon his prince. Now that he was free, Salomon's persuasions were successful. Haydn, nearly 60 years of age, undertook his first long journey, embarking on the ocean he had never before seen, and going among a people whose language he did not know. He was under contract to supply Salomon with 6 new symphonies. They reached London early in the year 1791, and Haydn took lodgings, which seemed very costly to his thrifty mind, with Salomon at 18 Great Pulteney Street. The concerts took place from March till May, Salomon leading the orchestra, which consisted of 35 or 40 performers, while Haydn conducted from the pianoforte. The enterprise was an immediate success. Haydn's symphonies happened to hit the taste of the time, and his fame as composer was supplemented by great personal popularity. People of the highest rank called upon him, poets celebrated him in verse, and crowds flocked to the concerts. Heretofore, Haydn's audiences had usually consisted of a small number of people whose musical tastes were well cultivated but often conventional. Now he was eagerly listened to by larger and more heterogeneous crowds, whose enthusiasm reacted happily upon the composer. He wrote not only the 6 symphonies for the subscription concerts, but a number of other works, divertimenti for concerted instruments, a nocturne, string quartets, a clavier trio, songs, and a cantata, and was much in demand for other concerts. At the suggestion of Dr. Burney, the University of Oxford conferred upon him the degree of Doctor of Music. The Prince of Wales invited him to visit at one of the royal residences. His portrait was painted by famous artists. Everybody wished to do him honor. The directors of the professional concerts tried to induce him to break his engagements with Salomon, but failing in this, they engaged a former pupil of Haydn's, Ignaz Pleyel, from Strasbourg, and the two musicians conducted rival concerts. The rivalry, however, was wholly friendly, so far as Haydn and his pupil were concerned. He visited Windsor and the races and was present at the Handel commemoration in Westminster Abbey, where he was much impressed by a magnificent performance of the Messiah. After a stay of a year and a half in London, Haydn returned to Vienna, traveling by way of Bonn, where he met Beethoven, who afterward came to him for instruction. Arriving in Vienna in July 1792, he met with an enthusiastic reception. Early in 1794, Salomon induced him under similar contract to make another journey to London and to supply 6 new works for the subscription concerts. Again Haydn carried all before him. The new symphonies gained immediate favor, the former set was repeated, and many pieces of lesser importance were performed. The famous virtuosi Viotti and Dussek took part in the benefits for Haydn and Salomon. Haydn was again distinguished by the court, receiving even an invitation to spend the summer at Windsor, which he declined. In every respect the London visits were a brilliant success, securing a competence for Haydn's old age, additional fame, and a number of warm personal friendships whose memory delighted him throughout the remaining years of his life. On his return to Vienna, fresh honors awaited the master, who was never again to travel far from home. During his absence, a monument and bust of himself had been placed in a little park at Rothwell, his native village. Upon being conducted to the place by his friends, he was much affected, and afterwards accompanied the party to the modest house in which he was born, where, overcome with emotion, he knelt and kissed the threshold. In Vienna, concerts were arranged for the production of the London symphonies, and many new works were planned. One of the most interesting of these was the national hymn, composed in 1797, to words written by the poet Hauschka. On the birthday of the Emperor Franz II, the air was sung simultaneously at the National Theatre in Vienna and at all the principal theatres in the provinces. Haydn also used the hymn as the basis of one of the movements in the Kaiser Quartet No. 77. The opportunity afforded Haydn in London of becoming more familiar with the work of Handel had a striking effect upon his genius, turning it toward the composition of oratorios. His reputation was high, but it was destined to soar higher still. Through Salomon, Haydn had received a modified version of Milton's Paradise Lost, compiled by Lidley. This translation into German by Van Swieten performed the libretto of the Creation, composed by Haydn in a spirit of great humbleness and piety. It was first performed in Vienna in 1798 and immediately produced a strong impression, the audience as well as the composer being deeply moved. Choral societies were established for the express purpose of giving it. Rival societies in London performed it during the season of 1800, and it long enjoyed a popularity scarcely less than that of the Messiah. Even with this important work, his energy was not dulled. Within a short time after the completion of the Creation, he composed another oratorio, The Seasons, to words adapted from Thomson's poem. This also sprang into immediate favor, and at the time of its production at least, gained quite as much popularity as the Creation. But the master's strength was failing. After The Seasons he wrote but little, chiefly vocal quartets and arrangements of Welsh and Scottish airs. On his 73rd birthday, Mozart's little son Wolfgang, aged 14, composed a cantata in his honor and came to him for his blessing. Many old friends sought out the aged man, now sick and often melancholy, and paid him highest honors. His last public appearance was in March 1808 at a performance of the Creation at the University in Vienna, conducted by Salieri. Overcome with fatigue and emotion, Haydn was carried home after the performance of the first part, receiving as he departed the respectful homage of many distinguished people, among whom was Beethoven. From that time his strength waned, and on May 31st, 1809, he breathed his last. He was buried in a churchyard near his home, but in 1820, at the command of Prince Anton Esterhazy, His body was removed to the parish church at Eisenstadt, where so many years of his tranquil life had been spent. It is of no small value to consider Haydn the man, before even Haydn the musician, for many of the qualities which made him so respected and beloved as a man were the bedrock upon which his genius was built. There was little of the obviously romantic in his life, nearly all of which was spent within a radius of 30 miles. But it glows with kindness, good temper, and sterling integrity. He was loyal to his emperor and his church, thrifty, generous to less fortunate friends and needy relatives, generous also with praise and appreciation, industrious and methodical in his habits. Yet he loved a jest or a harmless bit of fooling. He was droll and sunny-tempered, modest in his estimate of himself, but possessing at the same time a proper knowledge of his powers. He was not beglamoured by the favour of princes, and while steadfast in the pursuit of his mission, seemed nevertheless to have been without ambition in the usual sense, even as he was without malice, avarice, or impatience. Good health and good humour were the accompaniment of a gentle, healthy piety. These qualities caused him to be beloved in his lifetime, and they rank him as a man forever apart from the long list of geniuses whose lives have been torn asunder by passions, by undue sensitiveness, by excesses, or overweening ambition. All that is commonly understood by temperament. The flame of Haydn's temperament burned clearly and steadily, even if less intensely, and the record of his life causes a thrill of satisfaction for his uniform and consistent rightness, his few mistakes. It remains now to consider the nature of the service rendered by this remarkable man to his art through the special types of composition indissolubly connected with his name. These are the symphony and the quartet. End of section 6, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2022. Section 7 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. The Viennese Classics, Haydn and Mozart, Part 2, Chapters 3 and 4. 3. The early history of the development of the symphony is essentially that of the development of the sonata, which we have described in the last chapter. When Joseph Haydn actually came upon the scene as composer, the term symphony or sinfonia had been applied to compositions for orchestra, though these pieces bore little resemblance to modern productions. They were usually written in 3 movements, 2 of them being rather quick and lively, with a slow one between, and were scored for 8 parts, 4 strings, 2 oboes or 2 flutes, and 2 cordes de chasse or horns. Often the flutes or oboes were used simply to reinforce the strings, while the horns sustained the harmony. The figured bass was still in use, often transferred, however, to the viol da gamba, and the director used the harpsichord. The treatment of the parts was still crude and stiff, showing little feeling for the tone color of the instruments, balancing of parts, or variety of treatment. The internal structure also was still very uncertain. The first movement, now usually written in strict sonata form, did not then uniformly contain the 2 contrasting themes, nor the codas and episodes of the modern schools, and the working out section and recapitulation were seldom clearly defined. Even in the poorest examples, however, the sonata scheme was generally vaguely present, and in the best definitely marked. We must not lose sight, however, of the epoch-making work of Stamitz and his associates at Mannheim, both in the fixing of symphonic form and the advancement of instrumental technique. Stamitz's Opus 1 appeared, it will be recalled, in 1751. Dittersdorf's emulation of the Mannheim symphonies began about 1761. The intervening decade was a period of experiment and constant improvement. Haydn, though his first symphony, composed in 1759, showed none of the new influence, must have been cognizant of the advance. Haydn's first symphony, written when he was 27, is described by Paul as being a small work in 3 movements for 2 violins, viola, bass, 2 hautboys, and 2 horns, cheerful and unpretending in character. From this time on, his experiments in the symphonic form were continuous, and more than 100 examples are credited to him. He was so situated as to be able to test his work by actual performance. To this fortunate circumstance may be attributed the fact that he made great improvements in orchestration, and that he gained steadily in clearness of outline, variety of treatment, and enlargement of ideas. In 5 years, Haydn composed 30 symphonies besides many other pieces. His reputation spread far beyond the bounds of Austria, and the official Gazette of Vienna called him our national favorite. His seclusion furthered his originality and versatility, and his history seems a singularly marked example of growth from within, rather than growth according to the currents of contemporary taste. By 1790 the number of symphonies had reached 110, and the steps of his development can be clearly traced. There are traces of the old traditions in the doubling of the parts, sometimes throughout an entire movement, in the neglect of the wind instruments, sometimes for the entire adagio, and in long solo passages for bassoon or flute. Such peculiarities mark most of the symphonies up to 1790. Among these crudities, however, are signs of a steady advance in other respects. In the all-important first movement, he more and more gave the second theme its rights, felt for new ways of developing the themes themselves, and elaborated the working-out section. The coda began to make its appearance, and the figured bass was abandoned. He established the practice of inserting the minuet between the slow movement and the finale, thus setting the example for the usual modern practice. The middle strings and wind instruments gradually grew more independent, the musical ideas more cultivated and refined, his orchestration clearer and more buoyant. His work is cheerful and gay, showing solid workmanship, sometimes deep emotion, rarely poetry. Under his hands the symphony as an art form gained stability, strength, and a technical perfection which was to carry the deeper message of later years, and the message of the great symphonic writers who followed him. During Haydn's comparative solitude at Eisenstadt, however, a wonderful youth had come into the European musical world, had absorbed with the facility of genius everything that musical science had to offer, had learned from Haydn what could be done with the symphony as he had learned from Gluck what could be done with opera, and had outshone and outdistanced every composer living at the time. What Haydn was able to give to Mozart was rendered back to him with abundant interest. Mozart made use of a richer and more flexible orchestration, achieved greater beauty and poignancy of expression, and Haydn, while retaining his individuality, still shows marked traces of this noble influence. The early works of Haydn were far in advance of his time, and were highly regarded, but they do not reveal the complete artist, and they have been almost entirely superseded in public favor by the London symphonies, composed after Mozart's death. In these he reaches heights he had never before attained, not only in the high degree of technical skill, but in the flood of fresh and genial ideas, and in new, impressive harmonic progressions. The method of orchestration is much bolder and freer. The parts are rarely doubled, the bass and viola have their individual work, the parts for the wind instruments are better suited to their character, and greater attention is paid to musical nuances. In these last works, Haydn arrived at that spiritualization of music which makes the art a vehicle not only for intellectual ideas, but for deep and earnest emotion. Parallel with the growth of the symphonic form and its variety of treatment, came also a real growth of the orchestra. The organization of 1750, consisting of 4 strings and 4 wind instruments, had become in 1791 a group of 35 or 40 pieces, consisting of, besides the strings, 2 flutes, 2 oboes, 2 bassoons, 2 horns, 2 trumpets, and drums. To these were sometimes added clarinets and occasionally special instruments such as the triangle or cymbals. Thus, by the end of the century, the form of the symphony, according to modern understanding, was practically established, and the orchestra organized nearly according to its present state. Haydn represents the last stage of the preparatory period, and he was in a very genuine and literal sense the founder, and to some degree the creator of the modern symphony. The string quartet had its birth almost simultaneously with the symphony, and is also the child of Haydn's genius. Its ancestors are considered by Jan to be the divertimenti and cassation designed for table music, serenades and such entertainments, and written often in 4 or 5 movements for 4 wind instruments with strings, or even for clavier. This species of composition was transferred curiously enough to 2 violins, viola, and bass, the latter being in time replaced by the cello. This combination of instruments, so easily available for private use, appealed especially to Haydn, and his later compositions for it are still recognized as models. The quartet, like the symphony, is based on the sonata form and developed gradually in a manner similar to the larger work. Haydn's first attempt in this species was made at the age of 23, and 83 quartets are numbered among his catalogued works. The earlier ones are very like the work of Boccherini, and consist of 5 short movements with 2 minuets. As Haydn progressed, his tendency was to make the movements fewer and longer. After quartet number 44, the 4-movement form is generally used, and his craftsmanship grows more delicate. Gradually he filled the rather stiff and formal outline with ideas that are graceful and charming, even though they may sound somewhat elementary to modern ears. He recognized the fact that in the quartet each individual part must not be treated as a solo, nor yet should the others be made to supply a mere accompaniment to the remainder. Each must have its role, according to the capacity of the instrument and the balance of parts. The best of Haydn's quartets exhibit not only a well-established form and a fine perception of the relation of the instruments, but also the more spiritual qualities, tenderness, playfulness, pathos. He is not often romantic, neither is there any trace of far-fetched mannerisms or fads. He gave the form a life and freshness which at once secured its popularity, even though the more scientific musicians of his day were inclined to regard it with suspicion as a trifling innovation. Nevertheless, it was the form which, together with the symphony, was to attest the greatness of Mozart and Beethoven, and it was from Haydn that Mozart at least learned its use. It is impossible to estimate rightly Haydn's service to music without taking into account one of his most striking and original characteristics, his use of simple tunes and folk songs. Much light has been thrown on this phase of his genius by the labors of a Croatian scholar, F. X. Kuhat, and the results of his work have been given to the English-speaking world by Mr. Haddo. As early as 1762, in his D major symphony composed at Eisenstadt, Haydn began to use folk songs as themes, and he continued to do so in symphonies, quartets, divertimenti, cantatas, and sacred music to the very end of his career. In this respect he was unique among composers of his day. No other contemporaneous writer thought it fitting or beautiful to work rustic tunes into the texture of his music. Mozart is witty with the ease of a man of the world, quite different from the naive drollery of Haydn, whose humour, though perhaps a trifle light and shallow, is always mobile, fresh, and gay. It is pointed out, moreover, by the writers above mentioned that the shapes of Haydn's melodic phrases are not those of the German, but of the Croatian folk song, and that the rhythms are correspondingly varied. Eisenstadt lies in the very centre of a Croatian colony, and Rohau, Haydn's birthplace, has also a Croatian name. Many of its inhabitants are Croatian, and a name strikingly similar to Haydn's was of frequent occurrence in that region. Add to this the fact that his music is saturated with tunes which have all the characteristics, both rhythmic and melodic, of the Croatian, that many tunes known to be of that origin are actually employed by him, and the presumption in favor of his Croatian inheritance is very strong. But Haydn's speech, like that of every genius, was not only that of his race but of the world. He had the heart of a rustic poet, unspoiled by a decayed civilization. Like Wordsworth, he used the speech of a whole nation, and lived to work out all that was in him. Although almost entirely self-taught, he mastered every scientific principle of musical composition known at his time. He was able to compose for the people without pandering to what was vicious or ignorant in their taste. He identified himself absolutely with secular music, and gave it a status equal to the music of the church. He took the idea of the symphony and quartet, while it was yet rather formless and chaotic, floating in the musical consciousness of the period as salt floats in the ocean, drew it from the surrounding medium, and crystallized it into an art form. Something has already been said concerning Haydn's popularity in England and the genuine appreciation accorded him in that country. Haydn himself remarked that he did not become famous in Germany until he had gained a reputation elsewhere. Even in his old age he remembered rather pathetically the animosity of certain of the Berlin critics who had used him very badly in early life, condemning his compositions as hasty, trivial, and extravagant. It's only another proof that Beckmesser never dies. Haydn was his own best critic, though a modest one, when he said, quote, "Some of my children are well-bred, some ill-bred, and here and there's a changeling among them. I know that God has bestowed a talent upon me, and I thank him for it. I think I've done my duty and been of use in my generation by my works." End quote. He rises above all his contemporaries except Mozart, as a lighthouse rises above the waves of the sea. With Mozart and Beethoven he formed the immortal trio whose individual work, each with its own quality and its own weight, are the completion and the sum of the first era of orchestral music. 4. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Radically different from the career of Haydn is that of Mozart, which indeed has no parallel in the annals of music or any other art. It partakes so much of the marvelous as to defy and to upset all our notions of the growth of creative genius. What Haydn learned by years of endeavor and experience, Mozart acquired as if by instinct. The forms evolved by the previous generation, that new elegance of melodic expression, the finesse of articulation, and the principles of organic unity, all these were a heritage upon which he entered with full cognizance of their meaning and value. It was as though he had dreamed these things in a previous existence. They made up for him a language which he used more easily than other children use their mother tongue. It is a fact that he learned to read music earlier than words. What common children express in infantile prattle, this marvel of a boy expressed in musical sounds. At 3 he attempted to emulate his sister at clavier playing, and actually picked out series of pleasing thirds. At 4 he learned to play minuets which his father taught him, as in fun, a half-hour sufficed for one, and at 5 he composed others like them, himself. At 6 these compositions merited writing down, which his father did, and we have the dated notebook as evidence of these first stirrings of genius. At the age of 7 Mozart appeared before the world as a composer. The 2 piano sonatas with violin accompaniment, which he dedicated to the Princess Victoire, have all the attributes of finished musical workmanship, and even if his father retouched and corrected these and other early works, the performance, as that of a child, is none the less remarkable. The extraordinary training and the wise guidance of the father, a highly educated musician, broad-minded and progressive, were the second great advantage accruing to Mozart, whose genius was thus led from the beginning into proper channels. Leopold Mozart, himself under the influence of the Mannheim school, naturally imparted to his son all the peculiarities of their style. Through him also the influence of Emanuel Bach became an early source of inspiration. Pure, simple melody with a natural, obvious harmonic foundation was the musical ideal to which Mozart aspired from the first. Nevertheless, the study of counterpoint was never neglected in the training which his father gave him, though it was not until later, under the instruction of Padre Martini, that he came to appreciate its full significance and elevated beauty. With Mozart, the musical supremacy of Germany, first asserted by the instrumental composers of Mannheim and Berlin, is confirmed and extended to the field of vocal music and the opera. Mozart could accomplish this task only by virtue of his broad cosmopolitanism, which, like that of Gluck, enabled him to gather up in his grasp the achievements of the most diverse schools. To this cosmopolitanism he was predisposed by the circumstances of his birth as well as of his early life. The geographical position of Salzburg, where he was born in 1756, was in a sense a strategic one. Situated in the southernmost part of Germany, it was exposed to the influence of Italian taste, inhabited by a sturdy German peasantry and bourgeoisie. Its sympathies were on the side of German art, and the musicians at court were, at the time of Mozart's birth, almost without exception Germans. Yet the echoes of the cultural life not only of Vienna, Munich, and Mannheim, but of Milan, Naples, and Paris, reached the narrow confines of this mountain fastness, this citadel of intolerant Catholicism. But Mozart's cosmopolitanism was broader than his. He was but 6 years of age, gifted with a marvelous power of absorption, and impressionable to a degree, when his father began with him and his 11-year-old sister, also highly talented and already an accomplished pianist, the 3 years' journey, or concert tour as we should say today, which took them to Munich, to Vienna, to Mannheim, to Brussels, Paris, London, and The Hague. They played before the sovereigns in all these capitals, and were acclaimed prodigies such as the world had never seen. How assiduously young Mozart emulated the music of all the eminent composers he met is seen from the fact that 4 concertos, until recently supposed to have been original compositions, were simply rearrangements of sonatas by Schobert, Honauer, and Eckhardt. Similarly, in London, he carefully copied out a symphony by C.F. Abel, until recently reckoned among his own works, and a copy of a symphony by Michael Haydn, his father's colleague in Salzburg, has also been found among his manuscripts. But the most powerful influence to which he submitted in London was that of Johann Christian Bach, who determined his predilection for Italian vocal style and Italian opera. Already in 1770, when he and his father were upon their second artistic journey, he tried his hand both at Italian and German opera, La Finta Semplice and Bastien und Bastiana, and it is significant that during their production he was already exposed to the theories of Gluck, who brought out his Alceste in that year. But it must be said that neither of the 2 youthful works shows any traits of these theories. The first of them failed of performance in Vienna, and was not produced until later at Salzburg. The other was presented under private auspices at the estate of the famous Dr. Mesmer, of magnetic fame. But in the same year Mozart, then 14 years of age, made his debut in Italian opera seria with Mitridate at Milan. This was the climax of a triumphal tour through Italy, in the course of which he was made a member of the Philharmonic Academies of Verona and Bologna, and was given the Order of the Golden Spur by the Pope, and earned the popular title of Il Cavaliere Filarmonico. Upon his return to Salzburg, young Mozart became concertmaster at the archiepiscopal court, and partly under pressure of demands for occasional music, partly spurred on by a most extraordinary creative impulse, he turned out works of every description, ecclesiastical and secular, symphonies, sonatas, quartets, concertos, serenades, etc., etc. He had written no less than 288 compositions according to the latest enumeration, when at the age of 21 he was driven, by the insufferable conditions of his servitude, to take his departure from home and seek his fortune in the world. This event marked the period of his artistic adolescence. Accompanied by his mother, he went over much of the ground covered during his journey as a prodigy, but where before there was universal acclaim, he now met utter indifference, professional opposition, and intrigue, and general lack of appreciation. However futile in a material sense, this broadening of his artistic horizon was of inestimable value to the ripening genius. While equally sensitive to impressions as before, he no longer merely imitated, but caught the essence of what he heard, and welded it, by the power of his own genius, into a new and infinitely superior musical idiom. Now, for the first time, he rises to the heights, to the exalted beauty of expression which has given his works their lasting value. Already in the fullness of his technical power, equipped with the musicianship which enabled him to turn to account every hint, every suggestion, this virtuoso in creation no less than execution fairly drank in the gospel of classicism. Mannheim became a new world to him, but in his very exploration of it he left the indelible footprints of his own inspiration. If he met the Mannheim musicians on an equal footing, it followed that he could approach those of Paris with a certain satirical condescension. But if his genius was recognized, professional intrigue prevented his drawing any profit from it. He was reduced to teaching and catering to patronage in the most absurd ways, from writing a concerto for harp and flute, both of which he detested, to providing ballets for Noverre, the all-powerful dancer of the Paris Opera. His adaptability to circumstances was extraordinary, but all to no avail. The total result of his endeavours was the commission to write a symphony for the Concert Spirituel then conducted by Le Gros. Nowhere else has he shown his power of adaptability in the same measure as in this so-called Paris symphony. It is, as Mr. Hadot says, perhaps the only piece of occasional music that is truly classic. The circumstances of its creation appear to us ridiculous, but are indicative of the musical intelligence of Paris at this time. The premier coup d'archet, the first attack, was a point of pride with the Paris orchestra, hence the piece had to begin with all the instruments at once, which feat, as soon as accomplished, promptly elicited loud applause. "What a fuss they make about that," wrote Mozart. "In the devil's name I see no difference. They just begin all together as they do elsewhere. It's quite ludicrous." Unquote. For the same reason, the last movement of the Paris Symphony begins with a unison passage, piano, which was greeted with a hush. But directly the forte began, they took to clapping. Unquote. Referring to the passage in the first allegro, the composer says, quote, "I knew it would make an effect, so I brought it in again at the end, da capo." End quote. And despite those prosaic calculations, the symphony has not an unworthy bar in it, and it was one of the most successful works played at these famous concerts. Yet Paris held out no permanent hope to Mozart, and he was forced to return to service in Salzburg under slightly improved circumstances. It is nothing short of tragic to see how the young artist vainly resisted this dreaded renewal of tyranny, and finally yielded out of love for his father. His liberation came with the order to write a new opera, Idomeneo, for Munich in 1781. This work constitutes the transition from adolescence to maturity. It is the last of his operas to follow absolutely the precedents of the Italian opera seria, and its success definitely determined the course of his artistic career. In the same year he severed his connection with the Salzburg court, but not until driven to desperation and humiliated beyond words, settled in Vienna and secured in a measure the protection of the emperor. But for his livelihood he had for a long time to depend upon concerts, until a propitious circumstance opened a new avenue for the exercise of his talents. Meantime he had experienced a new revelation. His genius had been brought into contact with that of Joseph Haydn, whom he met personally at the Imperial Palace in 1781, during the festivities occasioned by the visit of Grand Duke Paul of Prussia. This master's works now became the subject of his profound study, which bore almost immediate results in his instrumental works. The propitious circumstance alluded to above lay in another direction. Joseph II had made himself the protector of the German drama in Vienna, and had given the theatre a national significance. His patriotic convictions induced him to adopt a similar course with the opera, though his own personal tastes lay clearly in the direction of Italy. At any rate, he abolished the costly, spectacular ballet and Italian opera, and instituted in their stead a national vaudeville, as the German opera was called. The theatre was opened in February 1778 with a little operetta, Die Bergknappen, by Umlauf, and this was followed by a number of operas partly translated from the Italian or French, including Röschen and Colas by Monsigny, Lucille Sylvain and Der Hausfreund by Grétry, and Anton und Antoinette by Gossec. In 1781, the Emperor commissioned Mozart to contribute to the repertoire a Singspiel, and a suitable libretto was found in Die Entführung aus dem Serail. It had an extraordinary success. In the flush of his triumph, Mozart married Constance Weber, sister of the singer Aloysia Weber, the erstwhile sweetheart of Mannheim. This again complicated his financial circumstances, for his wife, loyal as she was, knew nothing of household economy. Not until 1787 did Mozart secure a permanent situation at the imperial court, and then with a salary of only 800 florins, $400. Quote, "Too much for what I do, too little for what I could do," as he wrote across his first receipt. His duties consisted in providing dance music for the court. Gluck died in the year of Mozart's appointment, but his position with 2,000 florins was not offered to Mozart. To the end of his days he had to endure pecuniary difficulties and even misery. Intrigue of Italian colleagues, with Salieri, Gluck's pupil, at their head, moreover placed constant difficulties in Mozart's way, and when in 1785 his Marriage of Figaro was brought out in Vienna, it came near being a total failure because of the purposely bad work of the Italian singers. But at Prague, shortly after, the opera aroused the greatest enthusiasm, and out of gratitude Mozart wrote his next opera, Don Giovanni, for that city, 1787. In Vienna, again, it met with no success. In this same wonderful year he completed, within the course of 6 weeks, the 3 last and greatest of his symphonies. In a large measure, the composer's own character, His simple, childlike, and loyal nature stood in the way of his material success. When in 1789 he undertook a journey to Berlin with Prince Lichnowsky, Frederick William II offered him the place of royal Kapellmeister with a salary of $3,000. But his patriotism would not allow him to accept it, in spite of his straitened circumstances, and when after his return he was induced to submit his resignation to the Emperor, so that like Haydn he might seek his fortune abroad, he allowed his sentiment to get the better of him at the mere suggestion of imperial regret. The only reward for his loyalty was an order for another opera. This was Così fan tutti, performed in 1790. During his Berlin journey, Mozart had visited Leipzig and played upon the organ of St. Thomas's Church. His masterly performance there so astonished the organist Dolles that, as he said, he thought the spirit of his predecessor, Johann Sebastian Bach, had been reincarnated. It is significant how thus late in life Bach's influence opened new vistas to Mozart, for he had probably known so far only the Leipzig master's clavier compositions. It is related how, after a performance of a cantata in his honor, he was profoundly moved, and spreading the parts out on the organ bench, became immersed in deep study. The result is evident in his compositions of the last 2 years. During the last, 1791, he wrote La Clemenza di Tito, and another opera seria for Prague, and his last and greatest German opera, Die Zauberflöte, for Vienna. The Requiem, by some considered the crowning work of his genius, was his last effort. He did not live to finish it. He died on December 5, 1791, in abject misery, while the magic flute was being played to crowded houses night after night on the outskirts of Vienna. The profits from the work meantime accrued to the benefit of the manager, Schikaneder, the friend whom Mozart had helped out of difficulties by writing it. Mozart was buried in a common grave, and the spot has remained unknown to this day. Thus briefly ran the life course of one of the greatest and without question the most gifted of musicians the world has seen. Within the short space of 36 years he was able to produce an almost countless series of works, the best of which still beguile us after a century and a half into unqualified admiration. They have lost none of their freshness and vitality, and it is even safe to say that they are better appreciated now than in Mozart's own day. The tender, fragrant loveliness of his melodies, the caressing grace of his cadences will always remain irresistible. In sheer beauty, in pure musical essence, we shall not go beyond them. Much might be said of the eternal influence of Mozart on the latter-day disciples. We need only call to mind Weber, Brahms, Tchaikovsky, and Richard Strauss, whose own work is a frank and worthy tribute to his memory. It has been said that Mozart's is the only music sufficient unto itself, requiring no elucidation, no program whatever. Hence its appeal is the most immediate as well as the most general. It has that impersonal charm which contrives to ingratiate itself with personalities ever so remote, and to accommodate itself to every mood. Yet a profoundly human character lies at the bottom of it all. Mozart, the simple, childlike, ingenuous, and generous, or Mozart the witty, full of abandon, of frank drollery and good humour. With what fortitude he bore poignant grief and incessant disappointment. How he submitted to indignities for the sake of others is well known. But every attack upon his artistic integrity he met with stern reproof, and through trial and misery he held steadfast to his ideal as an artist. To Hofmeister, the publisher, demanding more saleable music, he writes that he prefers to starve. Schikaneder, successful in making the master's talent subserve his own ends, gets no concession to the low taste of his motley audience. Inspired with the divinity of his mission, he subordinates his own welfare to that one end, and he breathes his last in the feverish labor over his final great task, the Requiem, his own Requiem, as he predicted. End of section 7, read by Sandra.
Section 8 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. We have endeavoured to point out in our brief sketch of Mozart's life the chief influences to which he was exposed, the extent to which he assimilated and developed the various elements thus absorbed must determine his place in musical history. The history of every art, says Mr. W. H. Haddo, shows a continuous interaction between form and content. The artist finds himself confronted with a double problem: what is the fittest to say, and what is the fittest manner of saying it? As a rule, one generation is mainly occupied with questions of design. Another takes up the scheme and brings new emotional force to bear upon it, and thus the old outlines stretch and waver, the old rules become inadequate, and the form itself, grown more flexible through a fuller vitality, once more asserts its claim and attains a fuller organization. The generation preceding Mozart and Haydn had settled for the time being the question of form. Haydn said, as it were, the last word in determining the design, applying it in the most diverse ways and pointing the road to further development. Mozart found it sufficient to his needs and set himself to fill it with a most varied content of melodic invention. The analogy drawn by Mr. Haddo between the Greek drama and the classic forms of music is particularly apt. In both, the plot is constructed in advance and remains ever the same. The artist is left free to apply his genius to the poetic interpretation of situations, the delineation of character, the beauty of rhythm and verse. It was in these things that Mozart excelled. He brought nothing essentially new, but by virtue of his consummate genius he endowed the symphonic forms as he found them with a hitherto unequalled depth and force of expression, an individuality so indefinable that we can describe it only as Mozartian. In no sense was Mozart a reformer. In opera, unlike Gluck, he did not find his limitations irksome, but knew how to achieve within these limitations an ideal of dramatic truth without detracting from the quality of his musical essence. His style is as independent of psychology as it is of formal interpretation. It is sufficient unto itself, ineffable in its beauty, irresistible in its charm. This utter independence and self-sufficiency of style enabled him to use with equal success the vocal and instrumental idioms. And in his work we actually see an assimilation of the two styles and an interchange of their individual elements. Mozart's inspiration was primarily a melodic one, and for that reason we see him purposely subordinating the harmonic substructure and often reducing it to its simplest terms. If he employs at times figures of accompaniment which are obvious and even trite, it is done with an evident purpose, to throw into relief the individuality of his melodies, those rich broideries and graceful arabesques which Mozart knew how to weave about a simple tonic and dominant. No composer ever achieved such variety within so limited a harmonic range. On the other hand, it has been truthfully said that Mozart was the greatest polyphonist between Bach and Brahms. He was able to make the most learned use of contrapuntal devices when occasion demanded, but never in the use of these devices did he descend to dry formalism. His incidental use of counterpoint often produces the most telling effects. The accentuation of a motif by imitation, a caressing counter-melody to add poignancy to an expressive phrase, the reciprocal germination of musical ideas. All these he applies with consummate science and without ever sacrificing ingenuous spontaneity. Again, in his harmonic texture, there are moments of daring which perplexed his contemporaries and even today are open to dispute. The sudden injection of a dissonant note into an apparently tranquil harmonic relation, such as the famous C major quartet, which aroused such violent discussion when first heard, or in the first allegro theme of the Don Giovanni overture, is his particularly favourite way of introducing colour. This chromaticism of Mozart's is one of the striking differences between his music and Haydn's. Haydn makes his richest point of colour by sheer abrupt modulation, Mozart by iridescent chromatic motion within the limits of a clearly defined harmonic sequence. In drawing a further comparison between the two Viennese masters, we find in Haydn a greater simplicity and directness of expression, a more unadorned, unhesitating utterance, as against Mozart, to whom perfectly chiselled phrases, a polished, graceful manner of speech are second nature. Whether his mood is gay or sad, his emotions careless or deep. The distinction is aptly illustrated by the juxtaposition of the following two themes, quoted in Volume 4 of the Oxford History of Music. Excerpt. Haydn, Finale of Quartet in G, Opus 33, No. 5. Excerpt. Mozart, Finale of Quartet in D minor, K421. But the difference is not so much in phraseology as in the broader aspects of invention and method. The fundamental division lies, of course, in the character of the two men. Haydn, the simple, ingenuous peasant, whose moods range from sturdy humour to solid dignity. Mozart, the keen, vivacious, witty cosmopolitan, whose humour always tends to satire, but whose exalted moments are moments of soulful subjective contemplation. His music is accordingly more epigrammatic, on the other hand, and of a deeper, rounder sonority on the other. Mozart and Haydn first became acquainted with each other in 1780, when both had behind them long careers full of creative activity. It is significant, however, that practically all the works which today constitute our knowledge of them were created after this meeting, and neither their music nor the fact of their admiration for each other leaves any doubt as to the power and depth of their mutual influence. Mozart profited probably more in matters of technique and structure, Haydn in matters of refinement and delicacy. The complete list of Mozart's works includes no less than 21 piano sonatas and fantasias, besides a number for four hands, 42 violin sonatas, 26 string quartets, 7 string quintets, several string duos and trios, 41 symphonies, 28 divertimenti, etc. for orchestra, 25 piano concertos, 6 violin concertos, and 18 operas and other dramatic works, besides single movements for diverse instruments, chamber music for wind and for strings and wind, songs, arias, and ecclesiastical compositions of every form, including 15 masses. But only a portion of these is of consequence to the music lover of our day, the portion which constitutes virtually the last decade of his activity. The rest, though full of grace and charm, has only historical significance. His piano sonatas, we have seen, followed the model of Schubert, and in some measure of Emanuel Bach, but the style of these works, available to the amateur and valuable as study material, is more individual than that of either of the earlier masters, and their musical worth is far superior. The first of them were written about 1774 for Count von Dönitz of Munich, and represent his contribution to the light, elegant style of the period. In some later ones he strikes a more serious note. Dashing or majestic allegros alternate with caressing cantables, graceful andantes or adagios of delicious beauty and romantic expressiveness. The violin sonatas, though supposed to have been written chiefly for the diversion of his lady pupils, the instrument was still considered most suitable for feminine amusement, are full of beauty, strength, and dramatic expression. The string quartets, the first of which he wrote during his Italian journey of 1770, are in his early period slight and unpretentious, but lucid and delicate compositions in which we may trace influences of Sammartini and Boccherini. From 1773 on, however, the influence of Haydn's genius is apparent. By 1781, when Mozart took up his residence in Vienna, quartet playing had become one of the favourite pastimes of musical amateurs. Haydn was the acknowledged leader in this popular field, and whoever ventured on the same field was obliged to serve under his banner. During the period of 1782 to 1785, Mozart wrote a series of 6 quartets, which he dedicated to that master as the fruit of long and painful study inspired by his example. After playing them over at Mozart's house, on such occasions Haydn took the first violin part, Dittersdorf the second, Mozart the viola, and Van Hal the cello. Haydn turned to Leopold Mozart and said, quote, "I assure you solemnly, and as an honest man, that I consider your son to be the greatest composer of whom I have ever heard." End quote. Like Haydn and Boccherini, Mozart was commissioned to write some quartets for the King of Prussia, William II. And since his royal patron himself played the cello, he cleverly emphasized that instrument without, however, depriving the other instruments of their independent power of expression. Mozart's partiality for quartet writing is evident from the many sketches in that form which have been preserved. They are among the masterpieces of chamber music, as are also his string duos, trios, and especially his 4 great string quintets. The celebrated one in G minor is, as Jahn says, a veritable psychological revelation. Few pieces in instrumental music express a mood of passionate excitement with such energy. Mozart's concertos for the piano, and also those for the violin, were written primarily for his own use. The best of them date from the period preceding his Paris journey, when he expected to make practical use of them, for he was a virtuoso of no mean powers on both instruments. There are 6 concertos for either instrument, every one full of pure beauty and a model of form. In them he substituted the classic sonata form for the variable pattern used in the earlier concertos, and hence he may be considered the creator of the classic concerto, his only definite contribution to the history of form. They are not merely brilliant pieces for technical display, but symphonic, both in proportion and import. In them are found some of the finest moments of his inspiration. It is the Mozart of the early concerti to whom we owe the imperishable matter of the Viennese period, says Mr. Haddow, and the influences which helped to mould successively the style of Haydn, Beethoven, and Schubert. Of Mozart's symphonies and serenades, terms which in some cases are practically synonymous, there are about 11 that are of lasting value, and at least 3 that are imperishable. With the exception of the Paris Symphony, a brilliant and charming pièce d'occasion, which was referred to above, all of them were written during the Vienna period, and the 3 great ones flowed from the composer's pen within the brief space of 6 weeks in 1787, the year of Don Giovanni. In the matter of form, again, Mozart followed in the tracks of the Mannheim school. The usual 3 movements remain, but, like Haydn, he usually adds the minuet after the slow movement. The developed ternary form is applied in the first, and more frequently also in other movements, especially the last, where it takes the place of the lighter rondo. But the musical material is richer and its handling far more ingenious than that of his predecessors, just as the spiritual import is much deeper. The movements are more closely knit. They have a unity of emotion, which clearly points in the direction of Beethoven's later works. There is, if not an idée fixe, at any rate a sentiment fixe. It is manifested in a multiplicity of ways: more consistent use of the principal thematic material in the working out, reassertion of themes after their transition, the section leading from the exposition to the development, introductions which are, as it were, improvisations on the mood of the piece, and codas, summing up the subjective matter. The same unity exists between the different movements. A note of grief or passion sounded in the first movement is either reiterated in the last, or else we feel that the composer has emerged from the struggle in triumph or noble joy. Only the minuet, an almost constant quantity with Mozart, brings a momentary relief, or abandon to a lighter vein, if it is not itself, as in the G minor symphony, nobly dignified and touched with sadness. In the use of orchestral instruments, too, Mozart emulated the practice of the Mannheim composers. Their works were usually scored for 8 parts, that is 2 oboes or flutes, and 2 horns, besides the usual string body. Clarinets were still rare at that time, and parts provided for them were for that reason arranged for optional use, being interchangeable with the oboe parts. Mozart, although he had heard them as early as 1778 at Mannheim, used them only in his later works, and even then did not often employ that part of their range which reaches below the oboe's compass, still thinking of them as alternates for that instrument. Footnote. It is a well-known fact that the moment of his first acquaintance with the instrument, Mozart became enamoured of its tone. No ear ever was more alive to the purely sensuous qualities of tone colour. End footnote. But in the manner of writing for instruments, Mozart's works show a real novelty. In the Mannheim symphonies, the woodwind instruments usually doubled the string parts, but occasionally they were given long, sustained notes, and the brass even went beyond mere accent notes, die rinforza, to the extent of an occasional sustained note or any individual motif. Haydn and Mozart at first confirmed this practice, but in their later works they introduced a wholly new method, which Dr. Riemann calls filigree work, and which often forms the basis of Beethoven's orchestral style. The idea to conceive the orchestra as a multiplicity of units, each of which may, upon proper occasion, interpose an essential word, without, however, protruding itself in the manner of a solo, and thus disturbing in any way the true character of the symphonic ensemble, was foreign to the older orchestral music. A mere dialogue between individual instruments or bodies of instruments was, of course, nothing new, but the cutting up of a single melodic thread and having different instruments take it up alternately, as Haydn did, was an innovation, and immediately led to another step, viz. The interweaving of individual melodic sections, dovetail fashion, thus. Excerpt. Haydn, Finale, 36th Symphony. And this in turn brought, with Mozart, the cooperation of groups of instruments in such dovetail formations, and led finally to the more sophisticated disposition of instrumental colour, as in the second theme of the great G minor symphony. This sort of figure has nothing in common with the old polyphony, in which there is always one predominating theme, shifting from one voice to another. The equal and independent participation of several differently coloured voices in the polyphonic web is the characteristic feature of modern orchestral polyphony, the style of Beethoven and his successors down to Strauss. To Mozart, Dr. Riemann gives the credit for the first impulses to this free disposition of orchestral parts. It is evident, however, only in his last works, and notably the three great symphonies, the mighty Jupiter, in C, with the great double fugue in the last movement, the radiantly cheerful E-flat, and the more deeply shaded romantic G minor, the greatest orchestral composition of the 18th century, works which alone would have assured their creators immortality. It would be futile to attempt a description of these monumental creations, but we cannot forego a few general remarks about them. They preach the gospel of classicism in its highest perfection. Beauty of design was never more potent in art. It is Praxitelean purity of form, warmed with delicate yet rich colour. The expositions are as perfect in form as they are rich in content, the developments a world of iridescent colour, of playful suggestions and sweet reminders. The clean-cut individuality of his themes, as eloquent as Wagner's leitmotifs, so lend themselves to transmutation that a single motif of 3 notes, revealed in 1,000 new aspects, suffices as thematic material for an entire development section. We refer to the original theme of the G minor. A fascinating character, displayed in every conceivable circumstance and situation, would be the literary equivalent of this, but often the characters are 2 or 3, and sometimes strange faces appear and complicate the story. Mozart is the master of subtle variants, of unexpected yet not unnatural turns in melody. His recapitulations therefore are rarely literal. The essence remains the same, but it is deliciously intensified by almost imperceptible means. Compare the second theme of the last movement of the G minor in its original form with its metamorphosis. Excerpt. Exposition. Excerpt. Restatement. What infinite variety there is within the limits of these three symphonies! The allegros, now majestic, noble, now rhythmically alert, scintillant, joyous, now full of suggestions of destiny. The andantes sometimes grave or sad, sometimes a caressing supplication followed by radiant bliss. The finales triumphant or careless, a furious presto or a mighty fugue. It is a riot of beauty and a maze of delicate dreams. But nowhere is Mozart more himself than in his minuets. The minuet was his cradle song. The first one he wrote, at 4, would have set the feet of gay salons to dancing, but later they took real meaning, became alive with more than rhythm. Whether they go carelessly romping through flowery fields, full of the effervescence of youth, as in the Jupiter Symphony, whether they sway languidly in sensuous rhythms, or race ahead in fretful flight, with themes flitting in and out in breathless pursuit, they are always irresistible. And what balmy consolation, what sweet reassurance there lies in his trios! Haydn gave life to the minuet, Mozart gave it beauty. The outstanding feature, however, not only of Mozart's symphonies, but of all his instrumental music, is its peculiarly melodic quality, the constant sensuous grace of melody regardless of rhythm or speed. Other composers had achieved a cantabile quality in slow movements, but rarely in the allegros and prestos. Pergolesi, perhaps, came nearest to Mozart in this respect, and there is no doubt that that side of Mozart's inspiration was rooted in the vocal style of the Italians. Here, then, is the point of contact between symphony and opera. Mozart is the conclusion, the final result of the strong influence which operatic song had exerted upon instrumental music since the beginning of the 18th century. On the other hand, Mozart brought symphonic elements into the opera, in which, so far, it had been lacking, and it is safe to say that only an instrumental composer could have accomplished what Mozart accomplished in dramatic music. Great as were Mozart's achievements in the field of symphonic music, his services to opera were at least as important. Recent critics, such as Kretschmar, are wont to exalt the dramatic side of his genius above any other. It is certain at any rate that his strongest predilection lay in that direction. Already in 1764, his father writes from London how the 8-year-old composer has his head filled with an idea to write a little opera for the young people of Salzburg to perform. After the return home, his dramatic imagination makes him personify the parts of his counterpoint exercises as il signor d'alto, il marchese tenore, il duco basso, etc. Time and time again he utters his dearest wish to write an opera. Once it is rather French than German, and rather Italian than French. Another time, not a buffa, but a seria. Curious enough, neither in seria nor in the purely Italian style did he attain his highest level. But his suggestions and much of his inspiration came from Italy. In serious opera, Hasse, Jomelli, Paesillo, Maio, Traietto, and even minor men served him for models, and of course his friend Christian Bach. And Mozart never rose above their level. Lacking the qualities of a reformer, he followed the models as closely as he did in other fields, but here was a form that was not adequate to his genius, too worn out and lifeless. Gluck might have helped him, but he came too late. And so it happened that Mitridate, 1770, Ascanio in Albo, a serenata, 1771, Il Sogno di Scipione, and Lucio Silla, 1772, Il Re Pastore, dramatic cantata, 1775, Idomeneo, 1781, and even La Clemenza di Tito, written in his very last year, are as dead today as the worst of their contemporaries. But with opera buffa, it was otherwise. Various influences came into play here, Piccini's La Buona Figliuola, and, though we have no record of Mozart's hearing it, its glorious ancestor Pergolesi's Serva Padrona, the successes of the opera comique, Doni, Monsigny, Grétry, even Rousseau, all these re-echoed in his imagination. And then the flexibility of the form, the thing was unlimited, capable of infinite expansion. What if it had become trite and silly? A Mozart could turn dross to gold, he could deepen a puddle into a well. This was his greatest achievement. What Gluck did for the opera seria, he did for the buffa. He took it into realms beyond the ken of man, where its absurdities became golden dreams, its figures flesh and blood, its buffoonery divine abandon. The serious side of the story, too, became less and less parody and more reality, till in Don Giovanni we do not know where the point of gravity lies. He calls it a dramma giocosa, but the joke is all too real. Death, even of a profligate, has its sting. But what a music! What a halo of sound Mozart has cast about it all! What are words of the text, after all, especially when we do not understand them? These melodies carry their own message. They cannot be sung without expression. They are expression themselves. Is there in all music a more soul-stirring beauty than that of De Viennese non tardar, Figaro, Act 2, or In diesen teuren Hallen, Magic Flute, Act 2, or more delicious tenderness than Cherubino's Non so più and Voi che sapete, or Don Giovanni's serenade De Vieni alla finestra, or more dashing gallantry than Fin can dal vino? Were duets ever written with half the grace of La ci darem la mano in Don Giovanni, or the letter scene in Figaro? They are jewels that will continue to glow when opera itself is reduced to cinders. The purely musical elements of opera are Mozart's chief concern. If he gives himself wholly to that without detriment to the drama, it is only by virtue of his own extraordinary power. Mozart could not, like Gluck, make himself forget that he was a musician, and would not if he could. Yet his scenes live, his characters are more real than Gluck's. All this despite set arias, despite coloratura, despite everything that Gluck abolished. But in musical details he followed him, in the betrayal of mood, in painting backgrounds, and in the handling of the chorus. Gluck painted landscape, but Mozart drew portraits. In musical characterization, his mastery is undisputed. Again, we have no use for words. The musical accents, the contour of the phrase, and its rhythm delineate the man more precisely than a sketcher's pencil. Here, once more, beauty is the first law. It sheds its evening glow over all. No mere frivolity here, no dissolute roisterers, no faithless wives. Don Giovanni, the gay cavalier, becomes a demon of divine daring. The urchin Cherubino is made the incarnation of youth, spring, and love. The countess personifies the ideal of pure womanhood. Beaumarchais, in short, becomes Mozart. La Finta Semplice, 1768, La Finta Giardiniera, 1775, and some fragmentary works are, like Mozart's serious operas, now forgotten. But Così van tutte, 1790, Le Nozze di Figaro, 1786, and Don Giovanni, 1787, continue with unimpaired vitality as part of every respectable operatic repertoire. The same is true of his greatest German opera, Die Zauberflöte, and in a measure of Die Entführung aus dem Serail. Germany owes a debt of undying gratitude to the composer of these, for they accomplished the long-fought-for victory over the Italians. Hiller and his Singspiel colleagues had tried it and failed, and so had Dittersdorf, the mediocre Schweitzer allied to Wieland the poet, and numerous others. Now for the first time tables were turned and Italy submitted to the influence of Germany. Mozart had beaten them on their own ground and had the audacity to appropriate the spoil for his own country. Without Mozart, we could have no Meistersinger, cries Kretschmar, which means no Freischütz, no Oberon, and no Rosenkavalier. But only we of today can know these things. Joseph II, who had ordered the Entführung, and whose express command was necessary to bring it upon the boards, opined on the night of the premiere that it was too beautiful for our ears and a powerful lot of notes, my dear Mozart. Exactly as many as are necessary, your Majesty, retorted the composer. It was an evening of triumph, but a triumph soon forgotten, for, after a few more attempts, the lights went down on German opera. The national vaudeville, and Salieri and his crew returned with all the wailing heroines, the strutting heroes, the gruesome ghosts, and all the paraphernalia of serious opera. However, the people, the common people, liked Punch and Judy better, or at least its equivalent. Magic opera was the vogue, the absurder the better, and Schikaneder was their man. Some 18th century Chanticleer had left a surplus of bird feathers on his hands, and these suggested Papageno, the hero of another magic opera, the Magic Flute. The foolishness of its plot is unbelievable, but Mozart was won over. Magic opera. Why, any opera would do. Now we know how he loved it, and now he used his own magic, his wonderful strains, and, lo, nonsense became logic. The silly mixture of fairy romance and Freemasonic mysticism was buried under a flood of sound. Schikaneder is forgotten, and Mozart stands forth in all the radiance of his glory. Let the unscrupulous manager make his fortune and catch the people's plaudits. But think of the unspeakable joy of Mozart on his deathbed, as every night he follows the performances in his imagination, act by act, piece by piece, hearing with a finer sense than human ear, and dreaming of generations to come that will call him master. The Requiem, which Mozart composed for the most part while Zauberflöte was running, is the only ecclesiastical work which does not follow in the rut of his contemporaries. All his masses, offertories, oratorios, etc., are unscrupulous adaptations of the operatic style to church music. The Requiem, completed by his pupil Süssmayr, according to the master's direction, shows all the attributes of his genius. Deeply felt melody, masterful development, and a breadth of conception which betrays the influence of Handel. But, concludes Riemann, a soft radiant glow spreading over it all reminds us of Pergolesi. Yes, and that influence is felt in many a measure of this work. We should be tempted to use a trite metaphor if Pergolesi's mantle were adequate for the stature of a Mozart. As perhaps the finest example, in smaller form, of his church music, we may refer the reader to the celebrated Ave Verum, composed in 1791, which is reprinted in our musical supplement. Through Haydn and Mozart, orchestral music emerged strong and well defined from a long period of dim growth. Their symphonies are, so to speak, the point of confluence of many streams of musical development, most of which, it may be remarked, have their source in Italy. The cultivation of solo melody, the development of harmony, largely by practice with the figured bass until it became part of the structure of music, the perfection of the string instruments of the viol type and of the technique in playing and writing for them, the attempts to vivify operatic music by the use of various timbres, all these contributed to the establishment of orchestral music as an independent branch of the art. The question of form had been first solved in music for keyboard instruments or for small groups of instruments and was merely adapted to the orchestra. These lines of development we have traced in previous chapters. The building up of the frame, so to speak, of orchestral music was synthetical. It had to await the perfection of the various materials which were combined to make it. This was, as we have said, a long, slow process. The symphony was evolved, not created. So, in this respect, neither Haydn nor Mozart are creators. But once the various constituents had fallen into place, the perfected combination made clear new and peculiar possibilities, to the cultivation of which Haydn and Mozart contributed enormously. These peculiar possibilities were in the direction of sonority and tone color. In search of these, Haydn and Mozart originated the orchestral style, and pointed the way for all subsequent composers. In the Haydn symphonies, orchestral music first rang even and clear. In those of Mozart it was first tinged with tone colors, so exquisite indeed that today, beside the brilliant works of Wagner and Strauss, the colors still glow unfaded. If Haydn and Mozart did not create the symphony, the excellence of their music standardized it. The blemish of conventionality and empty formalism cannot touch the excellence of their best work. Such excellence would have no power to move us were it only skill. There is genuine emotional inspiration in most of the Salomon symphonies and in the 3 great symphonies of Mozart. In Haydn's music, it is the simple emotion of folk songs. In Mozart's, it is more veiled and mysterious, subtle and elusive. In neither is it stormy and assertive, as in Beethoven, but it is none the less clearly felt. That is why their works endure. That is the personal touch, the special gift of each to the art. Attempts to exalt Beethoven's greatness by contrasting his music with theirs are in the main unjust and lead to false conclusions. Their clarity and graceful tenderness are not less intrinsically beautiful because Beethoven had the power of the storm. Moreover, the honest critic must admit that the first 2 symphonies of Beethoven fall short of the artistic beauty and the real greatness of the Mozart G minor or C major. Indeed, it is to be doubted if any orchestral music can be more beautiful than Mozart's Little Symphony in G minor, for that is perfect. We find in them the fresh morning spring of symphonic music, when the sun is bright, the air still cool and clear, the sparkling dew still on the grass. After them a freshness has gone out of music, never to return. Never again shall we hear the husbandman whistle across the fields, nor the song of the happy youth of dreams stealing barefoot across the dewy grass. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Chapter 4. Ludwig van Beethoven. The most important contributions of the 18th century to the history of music, the establishment of harmony in the new tonalities, the technical growth of the various forms, especially of the sonata, and the development of opera, have been treated in preceding chapters, and we now only glance at them momentarily in order to point out that they typify and illustrate 2 of the predominating forces of the century, the desire for form and the reaction against mere formality. The first is well illustrated in the history of the sonata, which, at the middle of the century, was comparatively unimportant as a form of composition, and often without special significance in its musical ideas. By 1796, Mozart had lived and died, and the symphonic work of Haydn was done, with the result that the principles of design so strongly characteristic of 18th century art were in full operation in the realm of music. The sonata form, as illustrated in the quartet and symphony, was lifted to noble position among the types of pure music, and the orchestra was vastly improved. The second of these forces, the reaction against formality and conservatism, is connected with one of the most interesting phases of the history of art. For a large part of the century, France held a dominating place in drama, literature, and the opera. The art of the theater and of letters had become merely a suave obedience to rule, and even the genius of a Voltaire, with his dramatic instinct and boldness, could not lift it entirely out of the frigid zone in which it had become fixed. Germany and England, however, were preparing to overthrow the traditions of French classicism. Popular interest in legends, folklore, and ballads revived. Ossian, published 1760-63, and Percy's Relique, 1765, aroused great enthusiasm both in England and on the continent. Before the end of the century, Lessing, Goethe, and Schiller had placed new landmarks in the progress of literature in Germany. And in England, by 1810, much of Wordsworth's best poetry had been written. The study of early national history and an appreciation of nature took the place of logic and the cold niceties of wit and epigram. The comfortable acquiescence in the existing state of things, the objectiveness, the decorous veiling of personal and subjective elements, which characterized so many 18th century writers, gave place to a passionate, lyrical outburst of rapture over nature, expression of personal desire, melancholy visions, or romantic love. In politics and social life, there was a strong revival of republican ideas, a loosening of many of the more orthodox tenets of religion, and again, a strong note of individualism. That this countercurrent against conventionality and mere formalism should find expression in music was but natural. The new development, however, insofar as pure instrumental music is concerned, was a change not in form, but in content and style, an increase in richness and depth, which took place within the boundaries already laid out by earlier masters, especially Haydn and Mozart. The musician in whom we are to trace these developments is, of course, Ludwig van Beethoven, who stands like a colossus, bridging the gulf between 18th century classicism and 19th century romanticism. He was in a profound sense the child of his age and nation. He summed up the wisdom of the older contrapuntists as well as that of Mozart and Haydn, and he also gave the impulse to what is most modern in musical achievement. The most powerful currents in 19th century music, the Romanticism of Liszt, Berlioz, the Wagnerian music drama, to a large extent take their point of departure from Beethoven, writes Dickinson. And the same author goes on to say, no one disputes his preeminence as sonata and symphony writer. In these two departments, he completes the movements of the 18th century in the development of the cyclical homophonic form, and is the first and greatest exponent of that principle of individualism which has given the later instrumental music its special character. He must always be studied in the light of this double significance. Part 1. Although born in Germany and of German parents, Beethoven belonged partly to that nation whose work forms so large a chapter in the history of music, the Netherlanders. His paternal grandfather, Louis van Beethoven, early in the century emigrated from Antwerp to Bonn, taking a position first as a bass singer, then as chapel master in the court band of the Elector of Cologne. He was an unusually capable man, highly esteemed as a musician, and although he died when Ludwig was but 3 years of age, left an indelible impression on his character. The father, Johann or Jean, also a singer in the court chapel, was lacking in the excellent qualities of the elder Beethoven. The mother was of humble family, a woman with soft manners and frail health, who bore her many sorrows with quiet stoicism. Ludwig the composer, christened in the Roman Catholic Church in Bonn, December 17, 1770, was the second of a family of 7, only 3 of whom lived to maturity. The house of his birth is in the Bonngasse, now marked with a memorial tablet. At a very early age, the father put little Ludwig at his music, and, upon perceiving his ability, kept him practicing in spite of tears. Violin and piano were studied at home, while the rudiments of education were followed in a public school until the lad was about 13. As early as the age of 9, however, he had learned all his father could teach him, and was turned over first to a tenor singer named Pfeiffer, and later to the court organist van den Eyden, a friend of the grandfather. In 1781, Christian Gottlieb Neeffe 1748 to 1798, succeeded van den Eyden and took Beethoven as his pupil. It is said that during an absence, he left his scholar, who had now reached the age of 11.5 years, to take his place at the organ, and that a few months later, this same pupil was playing the larger part of Bach's Wohltemperiertes Klavier. There seems to be abundant evidence, indeed, that not only Neefe, but others were convinced of the boy's genius and disposed to assist him. At the age of 15, he was studying the violin with Franz Ries, the father of Ferdinand, and at 17 he made his first journey to Vienna, where he had the famous interview with Mozart. His return to Bonn was hastened by the illness of his mother, who died shortly after. Domestic affairs with the Beethovens went from bad to worse, what with poverty, the loss of the mother, and the irregular habits of the father. At 19, Ludwig was virtually in the position of head of the family, earning money, dictating the expenditures, and looking after the education of the younger brothers. At this time, he was assistant court organist and viola player, both in the opera and chapel, and associated with such men as Ries, the two Rombergs, Simrock, and Stumpf. In July 1792, when Haydn passed through Bonn, on his return from the first London visit, Beethoven showed him a composition and was warmly praised, and in the course of this very year, the Elector arranged for him to go again to Vienna, this time for a longer stay and for the purpose of further study. His life was thenceforth in Vienna, varied only by visits to nearby villages or country places. His first public appearance in Vienna as pianist was in 1795, and from that time on, his life was one of successful musical activity. As improviser at the pianoforte, he was especially gifted, even at a time when there were marvelous feats in extempore playing. By the year 1798, there appeared symptoms of deafness, which gradually increased in spite of the efforts of physicians to arrest or cure it, and finally forced him to give up his playing. His last appearance in public as actual participant in concerted work took place in 1814, when he played his trio in B-flat, though he conducted the orchestra until 1822. At last, this activity was also denied him, and when the choral symphony was first premiered in 1824, he was totally unaware of the applause of the audience until he turned and saw it. During these years, however, Beethoven had established himself in favor with the musical public with an independence such as no musician up to that time had ever achieved. From 1800 on, he was in receipt of a small annuity from Prince Lichnowsky, which was increased by the sale of many compositions. In 1809, Jerome Bonaparte, King of Westphalia, appears to have offered him the post of Master of the Chapel at Cassel, with a salary of $1,500 a year, and very easy duties. The prospect of losing Beethoven, however, aroused the lovers of music in Vienna to such an extent that 3 of the nobility, Princes Kinsky and Lobkowitz and Archduke Rudolf, brother of the Emperor, guaranteed him a regular stipend in order to ensure his continued residence among them. This maintenance, moreover, was given absolutely free from conditions of any sort. In 1815, his brother Caspar Karl died, charging the composer with the care of his son Karl, then a lad about 9 years of age. The responsibility was assumed by Beethoven with fervor and enthusiasm, though the boy, as it proved, was far from being worthy of the affectionate care of his distinguished uncle. Moreover, Beethoven was now constantly in ill health, and often in trouble over lodgings, servants, and the like. In spite of these preoccupations, the composition of masterpieces went on, though undoubtedly with difficulty and pain, since their author was robbed of that peace of mind so necessary to health and great achievements. the nephew kept his hold on his uncle's affection to the end, and was made heir to his property, and at the last commended to the care of Beethoven's old advocate, Dr. Bach. In November 1826, the master, while making a journey from his brother's house at Gneixendorf, took cold and arrived at his home in Vienna, the Schwarzspanjer house, mortally ill with inflammation of the stomach and dropsy. The disease abated for a time, and Beethoven, though still confined to his bed, was again eager for work. In March of the following year, however, he grew steadily worse, received the sacraments of the Roman Church on the 24th, and 2 days later, at evening during a tremendous thunderstorm, he breathed his last. Stefan van Breuning and Anton Schindler, who had attended him, had gone to the cemetery to choose a burial place, and only Anselm Hürtenbrenner, the friend of both Schubert and Beethoven, was by his side. His funeral, March 29th, was attended by an immense concourse of people, including all the musicians and many of the nobility of Vienna. In the procession to the church, the coffin was borne by 8 distinguished members of the opera. 32 musicians carried torches, and at the gate of the cemetery there was an address from the pen of the most distinguished Austrian writer of the time, Grillparzer, recited by the actor Anschutz. The grave was on the south side of the cemetery near the spot where, a little more than a year later, Schubert was buried. In 1863, the bodies of both Schubert and Beethoven were exhumed and reburied after the tombs were put in repair, the work being carried out by Die Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde of Vienna. Such is the bare outline of a life filled with passionate earnestness and continuous striving after unattainable ideals of happiness. Beethoven's character was a strange combination of forces, and is not to be gauged by the measuring rod of the average man. Some writers have made too much of the accidents of his disposition, such as his violent temper and rough manners, and others have apparently been most concerned with the affairs of the heart. What really matters in connection with any biography has been noted by the great countryman and contemporary of Beethoven, Goethe. To present the man in relation to his times, and to show how far as a whole they are opposed to him, in how far they are favorable to him, and how, if he be an artist, poet, or writer, he reflects them outwardly. It is the purpose of this chapter to present a few of the more salient qualities of this great man as they have appeared to those contemporaneous and later writers best fitted to understand him, and to indicate the path by which he was led to his achievements in music. More than this is impossible within the limitations of the present volume, but it is the writer's hope that this chapter may serve at least as an introduction to one or more of the excellent longer works, biographies, volumes of criticism, editions of letters, which set forth more in detail the character of the man and the artist. Part 2. In relation to the members of his family, it cannot be said that Beethoven's life was happy or even comfortable. 2 amiable and gentle figures emerge from the domestic group, the fine old grandfather, Louis, and the mother. For these Beethoven cherished till his death a tender and reverent memory. In the autumn of 1787, he writes to the counselor, Dr. Winschaden, at Augsburg, with whom he had become acquainted on his return journey from Vienna. I found my mother still alive, but in the worst possible state. She was dying of consumption, and the end came about 7 weeks ago, after she had endured much pain and suffering. She was to me such a good, lovable mother, my best friend. Oh, who was happier than I, when I could still utter the sweet name of mother, and heed was paid to it? The gentle soul suffered much, not only in her last illness, but throughout her married life. For her husband, the tenor singer, was a drunkard and worse than a nonentity in the family life. He died soon after the composer's removal to Vienna. The two brothers contributed little to his happiness or welfare. Johann was selfish and narrow-minded, penurious and mean, with a dash of egotistic arrogance which had nothing in common with the fierce pride of the older brother, Ludwig. Acquiring some property and living on it, Johann was capable of leaving at his brother's house his card inscribed Johann van Beethoven, Gutsbesitzer, land proprietor. This was promptly returned by the composer, who had endorsed it with the counter-inscription L. van Beethoven, Hirnbesitzer, brain proprietor. The brother Caspar Karl was a less positive character, and seems to have shown some loyalty and affection for Ludwig at certain periods of his life, sometimes acting virtually as his secretary and business manager. But though he was more tolerable to Ludwig than the Gutsbesitzer, his character was anything but admirable. Both brothers borrowed freely of the composer when he was affluent, and neglected him when he most needed attention. "Heaven keep me from having to receive favors from my brothers," he writes. And in the Heiligenstadt will, written in 1802, before his fame as a composer was firmly established, his bitterness against them overflows. "O ye men who regard or declare me to be malignant, stubborn, or cynical, how unjust are ye towards me! What you have done against me has, as you know, long been forgiven. And you, brother Karl, I especially thank you for the attachment you have shown toward me of late. I should much like one of you to keep as an heirloom the instruments given to me by Prince L. But let no strife arise between you concerning them. If money should be of more service to you, just sell them." This passage throws light on the characters of the brothers, as well as on Beethoven himself. It was at the house of the brother Johann, where the composer and his nephew Karl were visiting in 1826 near the end of his life, that he received such scant courtesy in respect to fires, attendance, and the like, being also asked to pay board, that he was forced to return to his home in Vienna. The use of the family carriage was denied him, and he was therefore compelled to ride in an open carriage to the nearest post station, an exposure which resulted in his fatal illness. Young Karl, who became the precious charge of the composer upon Caspar's death, was intolerable. Beethoven sought with an almost desperate courage to bring the boy into paths of manhood and virtue, making plans for his schooling, for proper acquaintance, and for his advancement. Karl was deaf, apparently, to all accents of affection and devotion, as well as to the occasional outbursts of fury from his uncle. He perpetually harassed him by his looseness, frivolity, continual demands for money, and lack of sensibility, and finally he attempted to take his own life. This last stroke was almost too much for the uncle, who gave way to his grief. Beethoven was, doubtless, but poorly adapted to the task of schoolmaster or disciplinarian, but he was generous, forgiving to a fault, and devoted to the ideal of duty which he conceived to be his. But the charge was, from the beginning, a constant source of anxiety and sorrow, altering his nature, causing trouble with his friends, and embittering his existence by constant disappointments and contentions. Some uncertainties exist concerning Beethoven's relations with his teachers. The court organist von den Eden was an old man and could scarcely have taught the boy more than a year before he was handed over to Neefe, who was a good musician, a composer, and a writer on musical matters. He undoubtedly gave his pupil a thoroughly honest grounding in essentials, and, what was of even greater importance, he showed a confidence in the boy's powers that must have left a strong impression upon his sensitive nature. "This young genius," he writes when Beethoven was about 12 years old, "deserves some assistance that he may travel. If he goes on as he has begun, he will certainly become a second Mozart. During Neefe's tutelage, Beethoven was appointed accompanist to the opera band, an office which involved a good deal of responsibility and no pay, and later assistant court organist. His compositions, however, even up to the time of his departure for Vienna, do not at all compare, either in number or significance, with those belonging to the first 22 years of Mozart's life. This fact, however, did not dampen the confidence of the teacher, who seems to have exerted the strongest influence of an academic nature which ever came into the composer's life. Upon leaving Bonn, Beethoven expresses his obligation. "Thank you," he says, "for the counsel you have so often given me in my progress in my divine art. Should I ever become a great man, you will certainly have assisted in it." His relations with Haydn have been a fruitful source of discussion and explanation. On his second arrival in Vienna, 1792, Beethoven became Haydn's pupil. Feeling, however, that his progress was slow and finding that errors in counterpoint had been overlooked in his exercises, he quietly placed himself under the instruction of Schenk, a composer well known in Beethoven's day. There was at the time no rupture with Haydn, and he did not actually withdraw from his tutorship until the old master's second visit to London in 1794. Beethoven then took up work with Albrechtsberger, but the relationship was mutually unsatisfactory. The pupil felt a lack of sympathy, and Albrechtsberger expressed himself in regard to Beethoven with something like contempt. "Have nothing to do with him," he advises another pupil. "He has learned nothing, and will never do anything in decent style." Although in later years Beethoven would not call himself a pupil of Haydn, yet there were many occasions when he showed a genuine and cordial appreciation for the chapelmaster of Esterhazy. The natures of the two men, however, were fundamentally different, and could scarcely fail to be antagonistic. Haydn was by nature and court discipline schooled to habits of good temper and self-control. He was pious, submissive to the control of church and state, kindly and cheerful in disposition. Beethoven, on the contrary, was individualistic to the core, rough often to the point of rudeness in manner, deeply affected by the revolutionary spirit of the times, scornful of ritual and priest, melancholy and passionate in temperament. Is it strange that two such diverse natures found no common ground of meeting? Beethoven, however, aside from his formal instruction, found nourishment for his genius, as all great men do, in the work of the masters of his own and other arts. He probably learned more from an independent study of Haydn's works than from all the stated lessons. For his early compositions begin precisely where those of Haydn and Mozart leave off. They show also that he knew the worth of the earlier masters. Concerning Emanuel Bach, he writes, "Of his pianoforte works, I have only a few things, yet a few by that true artist serve not only for high enjoyment, but also for study." In 1803, he writes to his publishers, Breitkopf and Hartel, "I thank you heartily for the beautiful things of Sebastian Bach. I will keep and study them." Elsewhere he calls Sebastian Bach the forefather of harmony, and in his characteristic vein said that his name should be Meer, sea, instead of Bach, brook. According to Wagner, this great master was Beethoven's guide in his artistic self-development. The only other art with which he had any acquaintance was poetry, and for this he shows a lifelong and steadily growing appreciation. In the home circle of his early friends, the Brünings, he first learned something of German and English literature. Shakespeare was familiar to him, and he had a great admiration for Ossian, just then very popular in Germany. Homer and Plutarch he knew, though only in translation. In 1809, we find him ordering complete sets of Goethe and Schiller, and in a letter to Bettina Brentano he says, "When you write to Goethe about me, select all words which will express to him my inmost reverence and admiration." At the time of his interest in his physician's daughter, Therese Malfatti, he sends her as a gift Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and Schlegel's translation of Shakespeare, and speaks to her of reading Tacitus. Elsewhere he writes, "I have always tried from childhood onward to grasp the meaning of the better and the wise of every age. It is a disgrace for any artist who does not think it is his duty at least to do that much." These instances of deliberate selection show the strong tendency of his mind toward the powerful epic and grand style of literature, and an almost complete indifference toward the light and ephemeral. His own language, as shown in the letters, show many minor inaccuracies, but is nevertheless strongly characteristic, forceful and natural, and often trenchant or sardonic. In his relation to his friends, happily, his life shows many richer and more grateful experiences than with his own immediate family. Besides the Brunings, his first and perhaps most important friend was Count Waldstein, who recognized his genius and was undoubtedly of service to him in Bonn as well as in Vienna. In the album in which his friends inscribed their farewells upon his departure from Bonn, Waldstein's entry is this: "Dear Beethoven, you are traveling to Vienna in fulfillment of your long-cherished wish. The genius of Mozart is still weeping and bewailing the death of her favorite. With the inexhaustible Haydn she found a refuge but no occupation, and is now waiting to leave him and join herself to someone else. Labor assiduously, and receive Mozart's spirit from the hands of Haydn. Your true friend, Waldstein." Bonn, October 29th, 1792. From the time of his arrival in Vienna, his biography is one long story of his connection with this or that group of charming and fashionable people. Vienna was then in a very special sense the musical center of Europe. There, Mozart had just ended his marvelous career, and there was the home of Haydn, the most distinguished living musician. Many worthy representatives of the art of music, Salieri, Gierewitz, Eibler, Weigel, Hummel, Wörfel, Steibel, Ries, as well as a host of fashionable and titled people who possessed knowledge and a sincere love of music, called Vienna their home. Many people of rank and fashion were pleased to count themselves among Beethoven's friends. "My art wins for me friends and esteem," he writes, and from these friends he received hospitality, money, and countless favors. To them, in return, he dedicated one after another of his noble works. To Count Waldstein was inscribed the Pianoforte Sonata in C, Opus 53. To Baron von Zmeskal, the Quartet in F minor, Opus 95. To Countess Giulia Guicciardi, the Sonata quasi una fantasia in C sharp minor, often called the Moonlight Sonata. The Second Symphony to Prince Karl Lobkowitz, and so on through the long, illustrious tale. He enjoyed the society of the polite world. "It is good," he says, "to be with the aristocracy, but one must be able to impress them." The old order of princely patronage, however, under which nearly all musicians lived up to the close of the 18th century, had no part nor lot in Beethoven's career. Haydn, living until 1809, spent nearly all his life as a paid employee in the service of the Prince of Esterhazy, and even his London symphonies and the famous Austrian hymn were composed to order. Mozart, whose career began later and ended earlier than Haydn's, had the hardihood to throw off his yoke of servitude to the Archbishop of Salzburg. But Beethoven was never under such a yoke. He accepted no conditions as to the time or character of his compositions, and although he received a maintenance from some of his princely friends, he was never on the footing of a paid servant. On the contrary, he mingled with nobility on a basis of perfect equality, and shows no trace of humiliation or submission. He was furiously proud, and would accept nothing save on his own terms. 9 years before his death, he welcomed joyfully a commission from the London Philharmonic Society to visit England and bring with him a symphony. It would have been the 9th. Upon receiving an intimation, however, that the Philharmonic would be pleased to have something written in his earlier style, he indignantly rejected the whole proposition. For him, there was no turning back, and his art was too sacred to be subject to the lighter preferences of a chance patron. Though the plan to go to England was again raised shortly before his last illness, this time by the composer himself, it never came to a realization. A special place among his friends should be given to a few whose appreciation of the master was singularly disinterested and deep. First among these were the von Breunings, who encouraged his genius, bore with the peculiar awkwardness and uncouthness of his youth, and managed, for the most part, to escape his suspicion and anger. It was in their house at the age of 16 or 17 that he literally first discovered what personal friendship meant. And it was Stephen von Breuning and his son Gerhard who, with Schindler, waited on him during his final illness. No others are to be compared with the Breunings, but more than one showed a capacity for genuine and unselfish devotion. Nanette Streicher, the daughter of the piano manufacturer Stein, was among these. Often in his letters, Beethoven declares that he does not wish to trouble anyone, and yet he complains to this amiable and capable woman about servants, dusters, spoons, scissors, neckties, stays, and blames the Austrian government both for his bad servants and smoking chimneys. It is evident that she repeatedly helped him over his difficulties, as did also Baron von Schmesko, court secretary and distinguished violoncellist, to whom he applied numberless times for such things as quills, a looking-glass, and the exchanging of a torn hat, and whom he sent about like an errand boy. Schuppanzig, the celebrated violinist and founder of the Razumovsky Quartet, which produced for the first time many of the Beethoven compositions, was a trustworthy and valuable friend. Princes Lichnowsky and Lobkowitz, Count von Brunswick, the Archbishop Rudolph, Countesses Ertmann, Erdodi, Therese von Brunswick, and Bettina Brentano, afterward von Arnim. The list of titled and fashionable friends is long, and all of them seem to have borne with patience his eccentricities and delinquencies in a genuine appreciation of his fine character and genius. Among the few friends who proved faithful to the last, however, was a young musician, Anton Schindler, who for a time was Beethoven's housemate and devoted slave, and became his literary executor and biographer. Schindler has been the object of much detraction and censure, but both Grove and Thayer regard him as trustworthy, in character as well as in intelligence. He had much to bear from his adored master, who tired of him, treated him with violence and injustice, and finally banished him from his house. But when Beethoven returned to Vienna from the ill-fated visit to Johann in 1826, sick unto death, Schindler resumed his old position as house companion. Both Schindler and Baron von Schmekel collected notes, memoranda, and letters, which have been of great service to later biographers of the composer. Beethoven's friendships were often marked by periods of storm, and many who were once proud to be in his favored circle afterward became weary of his eccentricities, or were led away to newer interests. It was hard for him to understand some of the most obvious rules of social conduct, and impossible for him to control his tongue or temper. Close and well-tried friends falling under his suspicion or arousing his anger were in the morning forbidden his house, roundly denounced, and treated almost like felons. In the afternoon, with a return of calmness and reason, he would write to them remorseful letters, beg their forgiveness, and plead for a continuance of their affection. Often the remorse was out of all proportion to his crime. After a quarrel with Stephen von Breuning, he sends his portrait with the following message: "My dear good Stephen, let what for a time passed between us lie forever hidden behind this picture. I know it. I have broken your heart. The emotion which you must certainly have noticed in me was sufficient punishment for it. It was not a feeling of malice against you. No, for then I should be no longer worthy of your friendship. It was passion on your part and on mine, but mistrust of you arose in me. Men came between us who are not worthy either of you or of me. Faithful, good, and noble Stephen. Forgive me if I did hurt your feelings. I was not less a sufferer myself through not having you near me during such a long period. Then only did I really feel how dear to my heart you are and ever will be." Too apologetic and remorseful, maybe, but still breathing a kind of stubborn pride under its genuine and sincere affection. Although Goethe and Beethoven met at least once, they did not become friends. The poet was 21 years the elder, and was too much the gentleman of the world to like outward roughness and uncouth manners in his associates. He had, moreover, no sympathy with Beethoven's rather republican opinions. On the other hand, Beethoven had something of the peasant's intolerance for the courtier and fine gentleman. "Court air," he writes in 1812, "suits Goethe more than becomes a poet." One cannot laugh much at the ridiculous things that virtuosi do, when poets who ought to be looked upon as the principal teachers of the nation forget everything else amidst this glitter. In spite of his deafness, rudeness, and eccentricity, Beethoven seems to have had no small degree of fascination for women. He was continually in love, writing sincere and charming letters to his immortal beloved, and planning more than once, with almost pathetic tenderness, for marriage and a home. There is a genuine infatuation, an ardent, young lover-like exultation in courtship that lifts him for a time even out of his art and leaves him wholly a man. A man, however, whose passion was always stayed and ennobled by spiritual bonds. License and immorality had no attraction for him, even when all his hopes of marriage were frustrated. Talented and lovely women accepted his admiration. Magdalena Wilman, the singer, Countess Julia Guicciardi, Therese Malfatti, Countess von Brunswick, Bettina Brentano, the Sibyl of Romantic literature, one after another received his addresses, possibly returned in a measure his love, and presently married someone else. Beethoven was undoubtedly deeply moved at these successive disappointments. "Oh God," he writes, "let me at last find her who is destined to be mine, and who shall strengthen me in virtue." But though he was destined never to be happy in this way, his thwarted love wrecked neither his art nor his happiness. He writes to Ries in 1812 in a tone almost of contentment and resignation. "All kind messages to your wife. Unfortunately, I have none. I have found one who will probably never be mine. Nevertheless, I am not on that account, a woman-hater. The truth is, music was, in reality, his only mistress, and his plans for a more practical domesticity were like clouds temporarily illumined by the sun of his own imagination, and predestined to be as fleeting. As has been noted, toward the end of his life, most of the intimacies and associations with the fashionable circles of Vienna gradually ceased. During the early part of his last illness, the brother Johann, a few musicians, and an occasional stranger were among his visitors. And until December of the year 1826, the nephew made his home with Beethoven. But Johann returned to his property, Karl rejoined his regiment, much to the added comfort of the sick man, and the visits from outsiders grew fewer in number. The friends of earlier days, those whom he had honored by his dedications, or who had profited by the production of his works, as well as those who had suffered from his violence and abuse, nearly all were either dead or unable to attend him in his failing strength. Only the Brünings and Schindler remained actively faithful till the last. With his publishers, his relations were, on the whole, of a calmer and more stable nature than with his princely friends. It must be noted that Beethoven is the first composer whose works were placed before the public in the manner which has now become universal. Although music printing had been practiced since the 16th century, the publisher in the modern sense did not arrive until about Beethoven's time. The works of the 18th century composers were often produced from manuscript and kept in that state in the libraries of private houses, and whatever copies were made were generally at the express order of some musical patron. Neither Mozart nor Haydn had a publisher in the modern sense, a man who purchases the author's work outright or on royalties, taking his own risk in printing and selling it. The greater part of Beethoven's compositions were sold outright to the distinguished house of Breitkopf and Hartel, and all things considered, he was well paid. In those days, it took a week for a letter to travel from Vienna to Leipzig, and Beethoven's patience was often sorely tried by delays not due to tardiness of post. The correspondence is not lacking in those frantic calls for proof, questions about dates of publication, alarms over errors, and other matters so familiar to every composer and author. In earlier days, Zimrock of Bonn undertook the publication of some of the master's work, but did not come up to his ideas in respect to time. The following letter concerning the Sonata in A, Opus 47, shows that even the impatient Beethoven could bear good-naturedly with a certain amount of irritating trouble. Dear best Herr Zimrock, I have been all the time waiting anxiously for my sonata which I gave you, but in vain. Do please write and tell me the reason of the delay, whether you have taken it from me merely to give it as food to the moths, or do you wish to claim it by special imperial privilege? Well, I thought that might have happened long ago. This slow devil who was to beat out this sonata, where is he hiding? As a rule, you are a quick devil. It is known that, like Faust, you are in league with the Black One, and on that very account so beloved by your comrades. It is said that Nägeli of Zurich, on receiving for publication the Sonata in G, Opus 31, No. 1, undertook to improve a passage which he considered too abrupt or heterodox, and added 4 measures of his own. The liberty was discovered in proof, and the publication immediately transferred to Zimrock, who produced a correct version. Nägeli, however, still retained and adhered to his own version, copies of which are still occasionally met with. More than once, Beethoven shows himself to be reasonable and even patient with troublesome conditions. In regard to some corrections in the C minor symphony, he writes to Breitkopf and Hartel, "One must not pretend to be so divine as not to make improvements here and there in one's creations." And surely the following is a mild protest, considering the cause. How in heaven's name did my Fantasia with orchestra come to be dedicated to the King of Bavaria? This was no slip of memory on Beethoven's part, for he was very particular about dedications. Again, he writes to his publishers after setting a list of errors, "Make as many faults as you like, leave out as much as you like. You are still highly esteemed by me. That is the way with men. They are esteemed because they have not made still greater faults." His letters reveal the fact, not that he was disorderly and careless, but that on the contrary, when he had time to give attention, he could manage his business affairs very sensibly indeed. Usually he is exact in stating his terms and conditions for any given piece of work, but occasionally he was also somewhat free in promising the same composition to more than one publisher, and in setting off one bid against another in order to get his price. But it is impossible to see, even in such acts, any very deep-seated selfish or mercenary quality. Full of ideas pushed from within as well as from without, he knew himself capable of replacing one composition with another of even richer value. He was always in need of money, not because he lived luxuriously, but because of the many demands made upon him from his family, and by reason of the fact that absorption in composition, frequent illness, and deafness rendered him incapable of ordering his affairs with any degree of economy. Whenever it was possible, he gave his services generously for needy causes, such as a benefit for sick soldiers, or for the indigent daughter of Bach. Writing to Dr. Wegeler, the husband of Eleanor von Breuning, he says, "If in our native land there are any signs of returning prosperity, I will only use my art for the benefit of the poor." In respect to other musicians, Beethoven was in a state of more or less open warfare. Bitterly resentful of any slight, it was not easy for him to forgive even an innocent or kindly criticism, much less the open sneers that invariably attend the progress of a new and somewhat heretical genius. If, however, he considered other musicians worthy, he was glad of their recognition. Although he did not care for the subject of Don Giovanni, he writes that Mozart's success gave him as much pleasure as if it were his own work. To his publishers he addresses these wise words concerning young musicians: "Advise your critics to exercise more care and good sense with regard to the productions of young authors, for many a one may become thereby dispirited who otherwise might have risen to higher things." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Section 10, Ludwig van Beethoven, Part 2. Part 3. Perhaps the most obvious element of his character was his essential innocence and simplicity, with all the curious secondary traits that accompany a nature fundamentally incapable of becoming sophisticated. Love of nature was one part of it. To an exceptional degree, he loved to walk in the woods and to make long sojourns in the country. Lying on his back in the fields, staring into the sky, he forgot himself and his anxieties in a kind of ecstatic delight. Klober, the painter, writes, he would stand still as if listening, with a piece of paper in his hand, look up and down, and then write something. Not always was he quiet, but often strode impatiently along, humming, singing, or roaring, with an occasional pause for the purpose of making notes. In this manner, dozens of sketchbooks were filled with ideas which enable the student to trace, step by step, the evolution of his themes. An Englishman who lived in intimate friendship with him for some months asserts that he never met anyone who so delighted in nature, or so thoroughly enjoyed flowers, clouds, or other natural subjects. Nature was almost meat and drink to him. He seems positively to exist upon it. This quality is emphasized by Beethoven's letter to Therese Malfatti, in which he says, "No man on earth can love the country as I do. It is trees, woods, and rocks that return to us the echo of our own thought." Like the Greeks, he could turn the dancing of the satyrs into an acceptable offering on the altar of art. Of this part of his nature, the Sixth, Pastoral Symphony is the monument. It is as if he took special occasion once for all to let speak the immediate voice of Pan within him. It is full of the sights and sounds of nature, not, however, as Beethoven himself says, a painting, but an expression of feeling. In an analysis of the Allegro, referring to the constant repetition of short phrases, Grove says, "I believe that the delicious, natural, May-Day, out-of-doors feeling of this movement arises in great measure from this kind of repetition. It causes a monotony, which, however, is never monotonous, and which, though no imitation, is akin to the constant sounds of nature, the monotony of rustling leaves, and swaying trees, and running brooks, and blowing wind, the call of birds, and the hum of insects." And he adds, as a summing up of its beauty, "However abstruse or characteristic the mood of Beethoven, the expression of his mind is never dry or repulsive. To hear one of his great compositions is like contemplating not a work of art or man's device, but a mountain, a forest, or other immense product of nature. At once so complex and so simple, the whole so great and overpowering, the parts so minute, so lovely, and so consistent, and the effect so inspiring, so beneficial, and so elevating." Another phase of this deep, unworldly innocence was the very exhibition of temper that so often brought him into trouble. Sophistication and conformity remove these violences from men's conduct, and rightly so. Often with them is also removed much of the earnestness, the spontaneous tenderness, and the trustfulness of innocence. What but a deeply innocent, unsophisticated mind could have dictated words like these, which were written to Dr. Wegeler after a misunderstanding? "My only consolation is that you knew me almost from my childhood, and, oh, let me say it myself, I was really always of good disposition, and in my dealings always strove to be upright and honest. How otherwise could you have loved me?" Together with this yearning for understanding from his friends was a consciousness also of genius, which was humble, the very opposite of vanity and self-conceit. "You will only see me again when I am truly great. Not only greater as an artist, but as a man you shall find me better, more perfect." And again, "I am convinced good fortune will not fail me. With whom need I be afraid of measuring my strength?" This is the language of self-confidence, and also of a nature thoroughly innocent and simple. Still another, and perhaps the most remarkable phase of his character, was a certain boisterous love of fun and high spirits, which betrayed itself on the most unexpected occasions, often in puns, jests, practical jokes, and satiric comment. He was, in fact, an invincible humorist, ready in season or out of season, with or without decorum, to expend his jocose or facetious pleasantry upon friend or enemy. If he could deliver a home thrust, it was often accompanied with a roar of laughter, and his sense of a joke often overthrew every other consideration. Throwing books, plates, eggs at the servants, pouring a dish of stew over the head of the waiter who had served him improperly, sending the wisp of goat's hair to the lady who had asked him for a lock of his own. These were his sardonically jesting retorts to what he considered to be clumsiness or sentimentality. The estimable Schuppanzig, who in later life grew very fat, was the subject of many a joke. My Lord Falstaff was one of his nicknames, and a piece of musical drollery exists, scrawled by Beethoven on a blank page of the end of his sonata, opus 28, entitled Lob an den Dicken, Praise to the Fat One, which consists of a sort of canon to the words Schuppanzig ist ein Lump, 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 and so on. Beethoven writes to Count von Brunswick, Schuppanzig is married. They say his wife is as fat as himself. What a family! Nicknames are invented for friend and foe. Johann, the Gutsbesitzer, is the brain-eater or pseudo-brother. His brother's widow is Queen of the Night, and a canon written to Count Moritz Lichnowsky is set to the words Bester Herr Graf, du bist ein Schaf. Often his humor is in bad taste and frequently out of season, but it is always on call, a boisterous, biting, shrewd 18th century gift for ridicule and jest. It must be admitted, however, that he was usually blind to the jest when it was turned on himself. There is an anecdote to the effect that in Berlin in 1796, he interrupted Himmel, the pianist, in the midst of an improvisation, asking him when he was intending to begin in earnest. When, however, months afterward, Himmel attempted to even up the joke by writing to Beethoven about the invention of a lantern for the blind, the composer not only did not see the point, but was enraged when it was pointed out to him. Often, however, the humorous turn which he was enabled to give must have assisted in averting difficult situations, and not always was his jesting so heavy-handed. He speaks of sending a song to the Princess Kinsky, one of the stoutest, prettiest ladies in Vienna, and the following note shows his keen understanding of the peculiarities of popular favorites. Anna Milder, a celebrated German singer, was needed for rehearsal. Manage the affair cleverly with Milder, he writes. Only tell her that you really come in my name, and in advance beg her not to sing anywhere else. But tomorrow I will come myself in order to kiss the hem of her garment. Another phase of the essential simplicity as well as greatness of his mind is in his direct grasp of the central thought of any work. He overlooked incidental elements in order to get at the fundamental idea. This quality, as well as his own innate tendency toward the heroic and grand, led him to such writers as Homer, Plutarch, and Shakespeare, and made it impossible for him to find any interest in trivial or frivolous themes. He was always looking for suitable subjects for opera, but could never bring himself to regard seriously such a subject as Figaro or Don Giovanni. The less noble impulses were not, for him, worthy themes for art. He refused with horror, Wagner notes, to write music to ballet, shows, fireworks, sensual love intrigues, or an opera text of a frivolous tendency. Mozart, with his divine nonchalance, snatched at any earthly happiness, any gaiety of the flesh or spirit, and changed it instantly into the immortal substance of his music. But Beethoven, with his peasant seriousness, could not jest with virtue or the rhythmical order of the world. His art was his religion, and must be served with a devotion in which there was none of the easy pleasantness of the world. This same ability of grasping the fundamental idea, however, led him also sometimes to set an undue valuation upon an inferior poet, such as Klopstock, whom it is said he read habitually for years. Something in the nobility and grandeur of the ideas at the bottom of this poet's work caused Beethoven to overlook its pompousness and chaotic quality. The words meant less for him than the emotion and conception which prompted them. Beethoven himself, however, says that Goethe spoiled Klopstock for him, but it was only, fortunately, to provide him with something better. His taste for whatever was noble and grand in art never left him, and, so far as he was able, he lived up to the idea that it was the artist's duty to be acquainted with the ancient and modern poets, not only so as to choose the best poetry for his own work, but also to afford food for his inspiration. Beethoven, from the first, faced the world with a defiant spirit and a sort of wild independence. His sordid childhood nourished in him a rugged habit of self-dependence, and the knowledge of his own powers was like a steady beacon holding him unfalteringly to a consciousness of his high destiny. He believed, with all the innocence of a great mind, that gifts of genius were more than sufficient to raise their possessor to a level with the highest nobility. And with such a belief, he could not pretend to a humility he was far from feeling in the companionship of social superiors. This feeling was perfectly compatible with the genuine modesty and clearness of judgment in regard to his own work. Do not snatch the laurel wreaths from Handel, Haydn, and Mozart, he writes. They are entitled to them. As yet, I am not. But his modesty in things artistic was born, after all, of a sense of his own kinship with the greatest masters of art. He could face a comparison with them, knowing full well he belonged to their court. But to courts of a more temporal nature, he did not and could not belong, however often he chanced to come under a princely roof. The light ease of manner, the assured courtesies, the happy audacities of speech and conduct which are native to the life of the salon and court were foreign to his nature. The suffrage of the fashionable world of Vienna he won by reason of qualities which were alien to them, but yet touched their sympathies, satisfied their genuine love of music, and pricked their sensibilities as with a goad. His is perhaps the first historic instance of artistic temperament dominating and imposing itself upon society. Byron, to a certain extent, defied social customs and allowed himself liberties which he expected to be excused on account of his genius and popularity. But he was fundamentally much more closely allied to the world of fashion than Beethoven, who was a law unto himself, and in sympathy with society only so far as it understood and applauded his actions. Theoretically, at least, he was an ardent revolutionist. During the last decades of the 18th century, the revolution in France had dwarfed all other political events in Europe, and republicanism was in the air. 2 years after Beethoven left Bonn, the electorate of Cologne was abolished, and during the succeeding period, many other small principalities were swallowed up by the larger kingdoms. The old order was changed, and almost all Europe was involved in warfare. In 1799, the Allied European states began to make headway against the invading French armies, and as a consequence, the Directory fell into disfavor in France. Confusion and disorder prevailed, the Royalists recovering somewhat of their former power, and the Jacobins threatening another reign of terror. In this desperate state of affairs, Napoleon was looked to as the liberator of his country. how he returned in all haste from his victorious campaign in Egypt, was hailed with wild enthusiasm, joined forces with some of the directors, drove the Council of 500 from the Chamber of Deputies, 1799, and became first consul, in fact master of France, need hardly be recounted here. Beethoven regarded Napoleon as the embodiment of the new hopes for the freedom of mankind which had been fostered by the Revolution. That he had also been affected by the martial spirit of the times is revealed in the first and second symphonies. It was the third, however, which was to prove the true monument to republicanism. The story is one of the familiar tales of musical history. Still full of confidence and faith in the Corsican hero, Beethoven composed his great Eroica Symphony, 1804, and inscribed it with the name Bonaparte. A fair copy had already been sent to an envoy who should present it to Napoleon, and another finished copy was lying on the composer's work table when Beethoven's friend Ries brought the news that Napoleon had assumed the title of emperor. Forthwith, the admiration of Beethoven turned to hatred. "After all, then," he cried, "he is nothing but an ordinary mortal. He will trample all the rights of men underfoot to indulge his ambition and become a greater tyrant than anyone." The title page was seized, torn in half, and thrown on the floor, and the symphony was rededicated to the memory of un grand uomo. It is said that Beethoven was never heard to refer to the matter again until the death of Napoleon in 1821, when he remarked, in allusion to the funeral march of his second movement, "I have already foreseen and provided for that catastrophe." Probably nothing, however, beyond the title page was altered. It is still a portrait, and we may believe a favorable portrait of Napoleon, and should be listened to in that sense. Not as a conqueror, that would not attract Beethoven's admiration, but for the general grandeur and loftiness of his course and of his public character. How far the portraiture extends, whether to the first movement only, or through the entire work, there will probably be always a difference of opinion. The first movement is certain. The march is certain also, as is shown by Beethoven's own remark, and the writer believes, after the best consideration he can give to the subject, that the other movements are also included in the picture, and that the poco andante at the end represents the apotheosis of the hero. Part 4. It is vain, however, that one looks for a parallel between the life and the work of the master. In everyday matters he was impatient, abrupt, and often careless, while in his art his patience was such as to become even a slow brooding and infinite care. His life was often distracted and melancholy. His music is never distracted or melancholy, except insofar as great art can be melancholy with a nobly tragic, universal depth of sadness. In political matters a revolutionist, and in social life a rebel. In his art he accepted forms as he found them, expanding them, indeed, but not discarding them. Audacious and impassioned not only in private conduct, but in his extempore playing, in his writing he was cautious and selective beyond all belief. The sketchbooks are a curious and interesting witness to the slow and tentative processes of his mind. More than 50 of these, books of coarse music paper of 200 or more pages, 16 staves to the page, were found among his effects after death and sold. One of these books was constantly with him, on his walks, by his bedside, or when traveling, and in them he wrote down his musical ideas as they came, rewrote and elaborated them until they reached the form he desired. They are, as Grove points out, perhaps the most remarkable relic that any artist or literary man has left behind him. In them can be traced the germs of his themes from crude or often trivial beginning, growing under his hand spontaneously, as it seemed, into the distinguished and artistic designs of his completed work. A dozen or a score attempts at the same theme can often be found, and the more they are elaborated, the more spontaneous they become. In these books, it can also be seen how he often worked upon 4 or 5 different compositions at the same time, how he sometimes kept in mind a theme or an idea for years before finally using it, and how extraordinary was the fertility of his genius. Nottebohm, the author of Beethoveniana, says, "Had he carried out all the symphonies which are begun in these books, we should have at least 50. Thus we see his method of work and the stages through which his compositions passed. He took a story out of his own life, the life of a friend, a play of Goethe or Shakespeare, and he labored, eternally altering and improving, until at last every phrase expressed just the emotions he himself felt. The exhibition of his themes, as expressed in the sketchbooks, show how passionately and patiently he worked. Although he certainly sometimes allowed his music to be affected by outside events, as has been traced, for example, in the Eroica Symphony, yet in most instances his work seems to be independent of the outward experiences of his life. One of the most striking examples of the detachment of his artistic from his everyday life is in connection with the Second Symphony, written in 1802, the year in which he wrote also the celebrated Heiligenstadt Will. This document was prompted by his despair over his bad health, frequent unhappiness on account of his brothers, and his deafness, which was now pronounced incurable. In it, he says, "During the last 6 years, I have been in a wretched condition. I am compelled to live as an exile. If I approach near to people, a feeling of hot anxiety comes over me lest my condition should be noticed. At times, I was on the point of putting an end to my life. Art alone restrained my hand. Oh, it seemed as if I could not quit this earth until I had produced all I felt within me, and so I continued this wretched life. Wretched, indeed, with so sensitive a body that a somewhat sudden change can throw me from the best into the worst state. Lasting, I hope, will be my resolution to bear up until it pleases the inexorable Parsi to break the thread. My prayer is that your life may be better, less troubled by cares than mine. Recommend to your children virtue. It alone can bring happiness, not money. So let it be. I joyfully hasten to meet death. O Providence, let me have just one pure day of joy. So long is it since true joy filled my heart. O when, divine being, shall I be able once again to feel it in the temple of nature and of men?" Such was his expression of grief at a time when the nature of his malady became known to him. And who can doubt its depth and sincerity? In it the man speaks from the heart. But in the same year also, the Second Symphony was written, and in this the artist speaks. What a wonderful difference! The scherzo is as proudly gay in its capricious fantasy as the andante is completely happy and tranquil. For everything is smiling in this symphony. The warlike spirit of the allegro is entirely free from violence. One can only find there the grateful fervor of a noble heart, in which are still preserved unblemished the loveliest illusions of life. There seem to be 2 periods, one from 1808 to 1811, during his love affair with Therese Malfatti, and again after his brother's death in 1815, when outward circumstances prevailed against the artist and rendered him comparatively silent. Unable to loosen the grip of personal emotion, during these periods he wrote little of importance. During all the rest of his agitated and tormented life, nothing, neither the constant series of passionate and brief loves, nor constant bodily sickness, trouble about money, trouble about friends, relations, and the unspeakable nephew, meant anything vital to his deeper self. The nephew helped to kill him, but could not color a note of his music. If, as is the case of the Eroica, music was sometimes the reflection of present emotion, it was still oftener, as in the case just cited, his magic against it, his shelter from grief, the rock wall with which he shut out the woes of life. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Section 11, Ludwig van Beethoven, Part 3. Part 5. In the development of his artistic career, 3 circumstances may be counted as strongly determining factors: his early experience in the theater at Bonn, his skill on the pianoforte, and his lifelong preference for the sonata form. In regard to the first, it is clearly evident that, although Beethoven was moved least of all by operatic works, yet his constant familiarity with the orchestra during the formative years of his life must have left a strong impression. From 1788 to 1792, at the National Theatre in Bonn, he was playing in such works as Die Entführung, Don Giovanni, and Figaro by Mozart, Die Pilgrim von Mecca by Gluck, and productions by Salieri, Benda, Dittersdorf, and Paisiello. That in afterlife he wrote but one opera was probably due to a number of causes, one of which was his difficulty in finding a libretto to his liking. His diary and letters show that he was frequently in correspondence with various poets concerning a libretto, and that the purpose of further operatic work was never dismissed from his mind. But he always conceived his melodies and musical ideas instrumentally rather than vocally, and never was able or willing to modify them to suit the compass of the average voice. One consequence of this was that he had endless trouble and difficulty in the production of his opera, Fidelio, which was withdrawn after the first 3 performances. Upon its revival it was played to larger and more appreciative audiences, but was again suddenly and finally withdrawn by the composer after a quarrel with Baron von Braun, the intendant of the theatre. It was but natural that such difficulties and vexations should turn the attention of the composer away from operatic production, but he undoubtedly hoped that better fortune would sometime attend his endeavors. In one respect, at least, he reaped encouragement from the experience with Fidelio, for it helped him to overcome his sensitiveness in regards to his deafness. On the margin of his sketchbook in 1805, he writes, "Struggling as you are in the vortex of society, it is yet possible, notwithstanding all social hindrances, to write operas. Let your deafness be no longer a secret, even in your art." Great as Fidelio is, it does not possess the vocal excellences even of the commonplace Italian or French opera of its day. Its merit lies in the greater nobility of conception, the freedom and boldness of its orchestral score, and in its passionate emotional depth. The result of Beethoven's early practice with the theatre, undoubtedly, was of far deeper significance in relation to his symphonies than to his operatic work. During the early days in Vienna, his reputation rested almost entirely upon his wonderful skill as a player upon the pianoforte, or, more especially, as improviser. It was a period of great feats in extempore playing, and some of the greatest masters of the time, Himmel, Werfel, Lepowski, Jelinek, Steibelt, lived in Vienna. They were at first inclined to make sport of the newcomer, who bore himself awkwardly, spoke in dialect, and took unheard of liberties in his playing. But they were presently forced to recognize the master hand. Steibelt challenged him at the piano and was thoroughly beaten, while Jelinek paid him the compliment of listening to his playing so carefully as to be able to reproduce many of his harmonies and melodies and pass them off as his own. Technically, only Himmel and Werfel could seriously compare with Beethoven, the first being distinguished by clearness and elegance, and the second by the possession of unusually large hands, which gave him remarkable command of the keyboard. They, as well as Beethoven, could perform wonders in transposition, reading at sight, and memorizing, just as Mozart had done. But Beethoven's reputation as the giant among players rested upon other qualities, the fire of his imagination, nobility of style, and great range of expression. Understanding as he did the capabilities of the pianoforte, he endowed his compositions for this instrument with a wealth of detail and depth of expression such as had hitherto not been achieved. Czerny, himself an excellent pianist, thus describes his playing. His improvisation was most brilliant and striking. In whatever company he might chance to be, he knew how to produce such an effect upon every hearer that frequently not an eye remained dry, while many would break out in loud sobs. For there was something wonderful in his expression, in addition to the beauty and originality of his ideas, and his spirited style of rendering them. Ries and other artists have also borne testimony to his skill, wealth of imagery, and inexhaustible fertility of ideas. Grove says, "He extemporized in regular form, and his variations, when he treated a theme in that way, were not mere alterations of figure, but real developments and elaborations on the subject." In close connection with his work as pianist, and exercising a powerful influence not only upon Beethoven, but also upon all later composers, was the mechanical development of the pianoforte. The clavichord and clavicembalo, which had occupied a modest place during the 18th century merely as accompanying instruments to string or wind music, were now gradually replaced by the Hammerklavier, as it was called, which by the middle of the century began to be considered seriously as a solo instrument of remarkable powers. Important piano manufacturers, such as Silbermann in Strasbourg, Späth in Regensburg, Stein in Augsburg, Broadwood in London, and Erard in Paris, did much to bring about the perfection of the instrument, and so indirectly assisted in the development of pianoforte music. In 1747, Sebastian Bach had played a Silbermann piano before Frederick the Great in Potsdam, but the important development came after the middle of the century. In London, 1768, Johann Christian Bach used the pianoforte for the first time in a public concert, and we know that Mozart possessed instruments from both Späth and Stein, and that in 1779 some of his work was published for clavier or pianoforte. An immediate consequence of this sudden rise of the pianoforte into popularity was, of course, the appearance of a new musical literature adapted to the peculiarities of the instrument. Among the first of the technical students of the pianoforte was Muzio Clementi, whose Gradus ad Parnassum, or 100 Exercises upon the Art of Playing the Pianoforte in a Severe and Elegant Style, made a deep impression upon the rising generation of musicians, and are still considered of the highest educational value. Some of these exercises were published as early as 1784, though the collection was not made until 1817. An extract from the writing of one of Clementi's best pupils throws some light upon the standard of taste in regard to pianoforte playing which prevailed in Beethoven's early days. He says, I asked Clementi whether, in 1781, he had begun to treat the instrument in his present, 1806, style. He answered no, and added that in those early days he had cultivated a more brilliant execution, especially in double stops, hardly known then, and in extemporized cadenzas, and that he had subsequently achieved a more melodic and noble style of performance after listening attentively to famous singers, and also by means of the perfected mechanism of English pianos, the construction of which formerly stood in the way of a cantabile and legato style of playing. It is evident that Beethoven came upon the scene as pianoforte player not only when the improved instrument was almost in the first flush of its popularity, but also when virtuosity and the ability to astonish by difficult technical feats were sometimes mistaken for true artistic achievement. By the time Beethoven's career as a composer began, the sonata had already been developed, as we have seen, especially by Haydn and Mozart, into a model form whose validity was established for all time. Technically, it was a compromise between the German effort toward a logical and coherent harmonic expression, as represented by Emanuel Bach and others, and the Italian tendency toward melodic beauty and grace. The first 31 published instrumental compositions of Beethoven, as well as the great majority of all his works, are in this form, which seemed, indeed, to be the veil-like tissue through which he gazed into the realm of tones. With Haydn, this form had reached a plane where structural lucidity was almost the first consideration. Musicians had arrived at that artificial state of mind which deliberately chose to be conscious of formal elements, says Perry, and it was only by breathing a new and mightier spirit into the framework that the structure would escape becoming merely a collection of lifeless bones. It was this spirit which Beethoven brought not only to the pianoforte sonata, but also to the symphony and quartet. His spirit, as we have seen, both in daily intercourse and in art, was of the sort to scoff at needless restrictions and defy conventionality. While, however, his rebellion against conventionality of conduct and artificiality in society was often somewhat excessive and superfluous, in his art it led him unerringly not toward iconoclasm or even disregard of form, but toward the realities of human feeling. Part 6. Beethoven's works extend to every field of composition. They include 5 concertos for piano and orchestra, 1 concerto for violin and orchestra, 16 quartets for strings, 10 sonatas for piano and violin, 38 sonatas for piano, 1 opera, 2 masses, 9 overtures, and 9 symphonies. About 40 vocal and less than 200 instrumental compositions in all. The division of the work into 3 periods, made by von Lenz in 1852, is on the whole a useful and just classification, when due allowance is made for the periods overlapping and merging into one another according to the different species of composition. The ideas of his mature life expressed themselves earlier in the sonatas than in the symphonies. Therefore, the first period, so far as the sonatas are concerned, ends with Opus 22, 1801, while it includes the Second Symphony, composed, as has been noted, in 1802. Individual exceptions to the classification also occur as, for example, the quartet in F minor, which, though composed during the first period, shows strongly many of the characteristics of the second. In general, however, the early works may be said to spring from the pattern set by Haydn and Mozart. In regard to this, Grove says, "He began, as it was natural and inevitable he should, with the best style of his day, the style of Mozart and Haydn, with melodies and passages that might be almost mistaken for theirs, with compositions apparently molded in intention on them. And yet, even during this Mozartian epoch, we meet with works or single movements which are not Mozart, which Mozart perhaps could not have written, and which very fully reveal the future Beethoven. In spite of being fully conscious of himself and knowing the power that was in him, Beethoven never was an iconoclast or radical. He was rather a builder, whose architectural traditions came from ancient, well-accredited sources, in kinship probably somewhat closer to Haydn than to Mozart, though traces of Mozart are clearly evident. The topics are different. The eloquence is more vivid, more nervous, more full-blooded. There is far greater use of rhythmic gesture, a far more intimate and telling appeal to emotion. But in point of actual phraseology, there is little that could not have been written by an unusually adult, virile, and self-willed follower of the accepted school. It is 18th century music raised to a higher power. The promise of a change in style, evident in the Kreutzer Sonata, 1803, and in the Pianoforte Concerto in C minor, is practically completed in the Eroica Symphony, 1804, a change of which Beethoven was fully conscious, and which he described in a letter as something new. It began the second period, lasting until 1814, to which belongs a striking and remarkable group of works. In the long list are 6 symphonies, the 3rd to the 8th inclusive, the opera Fidelio with its 4 overtures, the Carolian Overture, the Egmont Music, the pianoforte concertos in G and E flat, the violin concerto, the Razumovsky quartets, and a dozen sonatas for the piano, among which are the D minor and the Appassionata. It was a period characterized by maturity, wealth of imagination, humor, power, and individuality to a marvelous degree. If Beethoven had done nothing after 1814, he would still be one of the very greatest composers in the field of pure instrumental music. His ideas increase in breadth and variety, the designs grow to magnificent proportions, the work becomes more harmonious and significant, touching many sides of thought and emotion. In this period, he broke through many of the conventions of composition, as, for example, the idea that certain musical forms required certain kinds of treatment. The rondo and scherzo, formerly always of a certain stated character, were made by him to express what he wished, according to his conception of the requirements of the piece. Likewise, the number of his movements was determined by the character and content of the work, and the conventional repetition of themes was made a matter of choice. Moreover, the usual method of key succession was used only if agreeable to his idea of fitness. In the great majority of sonatas by Haydn and Mozart, if the first theme be given out in a major key, the second is placed in the dominant, or, if the first is in minor, the second would be in the relative major. Beethoven makes this transition to the dominant only 3 times out of 81 examples, using instead the subdominant, the third above, or the third below. He changes also from tonic major to tonic minor, and vice versa. With him, the stereotyped restriction as to key succession was no longer valid when it conflicted with the necessity for greater freedom. Again, Beethoven ignored the well-established convention of separating different sections from one another by well-defined breaks. It was the custom with earlier masters to stop at the end of a passage, to present arms, as it were, with a series of chords or other conventional stop. With Beethoven, this gives place to a method of subtly connecting instead of separating the different sections, for which he used parts of the main theme or phrases akin to it, thus making the connecting link an inherent part of the piece. He also makes use of episodes in the working out section, introduces even new themes, and expands both the coda and the introduction. These modifications are in the nature of enlargements or developments of a plan already accepted, and seem, as Grove points out, to have sprung from the fact of his regarding his music less as a piece of technical performance than his predecessors had perhaps done, and more as the expression of the ideas with which his mind was charged. These ideas were too wide and too various to be contained within the usual limits, and therefore the limits had to be enlarged. The thing of first importance to him was the idea, to be expressed exactly as he wished, without regard to theoretical formulae, which too often had become dry and meaningless. Therefore he allows himself liberties such as the use of consecutive fifths, if they convey the exact impression he wishes to convey. Other musicians had also allowed themselves such liberties, but not with the same high-handed, individualistic confidence that Beethoven betrays. In Beethoven, the fact was connected with the peculiar position he had taken in society, and with the new ideas which the general movement of freedom at the end of the 18th century, and the French Revolution in particular, had forced even into such strongholds as the Austrian courts. What he felt, he said, both in society and in music. The great difference is that, whereas in his ordinary intercourse he was extremely abrupt and careless of effect, in his music he was exactly the reverse. Painstaking, laborious, and never satisfied till he had conveyed his ideas in unmistakable language. In other words, conventional rules and regulations of composition which had formerly been the dominating factor were made subservient to what he considered the essentials, consistency of mood, and the development of the poetic idea. He becomes the tone poet whose versatility and beauty of expression increase with the increasing power of his thought. Technical accessories of art were elevated to their highest importance, not for the sake of mere ornamentation, but because they were of use in enlarging and developing the idea. During these years of rich achievement, the staunch qualities of his genius, his delicacy and accuracy of sensation, his sound common sense and wisdom, his breadth of imagination, joy, humor, sanity, and moral earnestness, these qualities radiate from his work as if it were illuminated by an inward phosphorescent glow. He creates or translates for the listener a whole world of truth which cannot be expressed by speech, canvas, or marble, but is only capable of being revealed in the realm of sound. The gaiety of his music is large and beneficent. Its humor is that of the gods at play. Its sorrow is never whimpering. Its cry of passion is never that of earthly desire. It is the gaiety which cries in the bird, rustles in the reeds, shines in spray. It is a voice as immediate as sunlight. Some new epithet must be invented for this music, which narrates nothing, yet is epic, sings no articulate message, yet is lyric, moves to no distinguishable action, yet is already awake in the wide waters, out of which a world is to awaken. The transition to the third period is even more definitely marked than that to the second. To it belongs the pianoforte sonatas, opus 101 to 111, the quartets, opus 127 to 135, the Ninth Symphony, composed nearly 11 years after the Eighth, and the Mass in D, works built on even a grander scale than those of the second epoch. It would almost seem as if the form, enlarged and extended, ceased to exist as such, and became a principle of growth, comparable only to the roots and fibers of a tree. The polyphony, quite unlike the old type of counterpoint, yet like that, in that it is made up of distinct strands, is free and varied. Like the other artifices of technique, it serves only to repeat, intensify, or contrast the poetic idea. The usual medium of the orchestra is now insufficient to express his thought. Therefore, he adds a choral part for the full completion of the idea which had been germinating in his consciousness for more than 20 years. Moreover, these later works are touched with a mysticism almost beyond any words to define, as if the musician had ceased to speak in order to let the prophet have utterance. He passes beyond the horizon of a mere singer and poet, and touches upon the domain of the seer and the prophet, where, in unison with all genuine mystics and ethical teachers, he delivers a message of religious love and resignation, identification with the sufferings of all living creatures, depreciation of self, negation of personality, release from the world. More radical than the modifications mentioned above were the substitution of the scherzo for the minuet, and the introduction of a chorus into the symphony. It will be remembered that the third symphonic movement, the minuet, originally a slow, stately dance, had already been modified in spirit and tempo by Mozart and Haydn for the purpose of contrast. In his symphonies, however, Beethoven abandoned the dance tune almost entirely, using it only in the eighth. Even in the first, where the third movement is entitled Minuetto, it is in fact not a dance but a scherzo, and offers almost a miniature model of the longer and grander scherzos in such works as the Fifth and Ninth Symphonies, where, as elsewhere, he made the form subservient to his mood. Of the second innovation mentioned, the finale of the Ninth Symphony remains as the sole, but lasting and stupendous, monument. This whole work, the only symphony of his last period, deserves to be studied not only as the crowning achievement of a remarkable career and the logical outcome of the 8 earlier symphonies with their steady increasing breadth and power, but also as in itself voicing the last and best message of the master. Its arrangement, consisting of 5 parts, is rather irregular. The allegro is followed by the scherzo, which in turn is followed by a slow movement. The finale consists of a theme with variations and a choral movement to the setting of Schiller's Ode to Joy. The thought of composing a work which should express his ideals of universal peace and love since the year 1792. It seems as if he conceived the use of the chorus as an enlargement and enrichment of the forces of the orchestra, rather than as an extraneous addition, as if human voices were but another group of instruments, swelling that great orchestral hymn which forms the poetic and dramatic climax to the work, carrying sentiment to the extremest pitch of exaltation. The melody itself is far above the merely aesthetic or beautiful. It reaches the highest possible simplicity and nobility. Beethoven has emancipated this melody from all influences of fashion and fluctuating taste, and elevated it to an eternally valid type of pure humanity. The changes in technical features inaugurated by Beethoven are of far less importance, comparatively, than the increase in aesthetic content, individuality, and expression. As has been noted, he was no iconoclast, seeking new effects in a striving for mere originality or altering forms for the mere sake of trying something new. On the contrary, his innovations were always undertaken with extreme discretion and only as necessity required, and even to the last, the sonata form, that triune symmetry of exposition, illustration, and repetition, can be discerned as the basis upon which his most extensive work was built. Even when this basis is not at first clearly apparent, the details which seemed to obscure it are found, upon study, to be the organic and logical amplification of the structure itself, never mere additions. It should be pointed out, however, that the last works, especially those for the piano, are of so transcendental or mystic a nature as to make it impossible for the average listener to appreciate them to their fullest extent. Indeed, they provide a severe test even for a mature interpreter, and for that reason they will hardly ever become popular. Part 7. In spite of Beethoven's own assertion that his work is not meant to be program music, his name will no doubt always be connected with that special phase of modern art. We have seen how distinctly he grasped the true principles of program or delineative music in his words, Mehr Ausdruck der Empfindung als Malerei, the expression of feeling, not a painting. Never an imitation, but a reproduction of the effect. More than any musician of his own or earlier times, he was able to saturate his composition with the mood which prompted it. For this reason, the whole world sees pictures in his sonatas and reads stories into his symphonies, as it has not done with the work of Haydn, Emanuel Bach, or Mozart. With the last named composer, it was sufficient to bring all the devices of art, balance, light and shade, contrast, repetition, surprise, to the perfection of an artistic ensemble, with a result which satisfies the aesthetic demands of the most fastidious. Beethoven's achievement was art plus mood or emotion. Therefore, the popular habit of calling the favorite sonata in C-sharp minor the Moonlight Sonata, unscholarly though it may be, is striking witness to one of the most fundamental of Beethoven's qualities, the power by which he imbued a given composition with a certain mood recognizable at once by imaginative minds. The aim at realism, however, is only apparent. That he is not a programmist in the accepted sense is evident from the fact that he gave descriptive names to only the two symphonies, the Eroica and Pastoral. He does not tell a story, he produces a feeling, an impression. His work is the notable embodiment of Schopenhauer's idea. Music is not a representation of the world, but an immediate voice of the world. Unlike the artist who complained that he disliked working out of doors because nature put him out, Beethoven was most himself when nature spoke through him. This is the new element in music which was to germinate so variously in the music drama, tone poems, and the like of the Romantic writers of the 19th century. In judging his operatic work, it has seemed to critics that Beethoven remained almost insensible to the requirements and limitations of a vocal style, and was impatient of the restraints necessarily imposed upon all writing for the stage, with the result that his work spread out into something neither exactly dramatic nor oratorical. In spite of the obvious greatness of Fidelio, these charges have some validity. With his two masses, again, he went far beyond the boundaries allotted by circumstance to any ecclesiastical production, and arrived at something like a shapeless oratorio. His variations also so far exceed the limit of form usually maintained by this species of composition that they are scarcely to be classed with those of any other composer. For the pianoforte, solo and in connection with other instruments, there are 29 sets of this species of music, besides many brilliant instances of its use in larger works, such as the slow movement in the Appassionata, and the slow movements of the 5th and 9th symphonies. Sometimes he keeps the melody unchanged, weaving a varied accompaniment above, below, or around it. Again, he preserves the harmonic basis and embellishes the melody itself, these being types of variation well known also to other composers. Another method, however, peculiar to himself, is to subject each part, melody, rhythm, and harmony, to an interesting change, and yet with such skill and art that the individual theme still remains clearly recognizable. In no other form than that of the variation, remarks Don Reuter, does Beethoven's creative power appear more wonderful and its effect on the art more difficult to measure. It is, however, primarily as a symphonist and sonata writer that Beethoven stands preeminent. At the risk of another repetition, we must again say that with Beethoven's treatment, the sonata form assumes a new aspect, in that it serves as the golden bowl into which the intensity of his thought is poured, rather than the limiting framework of his art. He was disdainful of the attitude of the Viennese public, which caused the virtuoso often to be confused with the artist. Brilliant passages were, to him, merely so much bombast and fury, unless there was a thought sufficiently intense to justify the extra vigor, and to him, cleverness of fingers could not disguise emptiness of soul. Such is the vital germ from which spring the real peculiarities and individualities of Beethoven's instrumental compositions. It must now be a form of spirit, as well as a form of the framework. It is to become internal as well as external. A musical movement in Beethoven is a continuous and complete poem, an organism which is gradually unfolded before us, rarely weakened by the purely conventional passages which were part of the form of his predecessors. It must be noted, however, that Beethoven's subtle modifications in regard to form were possible only because Mozart and Haydn had so well prepared the way by their very insistence upon the exact divisions of any given piece. Audiences of that day enjoyed the well-defined structure, which enabled them to follow and know just where they were. Perhaps for that very reason, they sooner grew tired of the obviously constructed piece, but in any case they were educated to a familiarity with form, and were habituated to the effort of following its general outlines. Beethoven profited by this circumstance, taking liberties, especially in his pianoforte compositions, which would have caused mental confusion and bewilderment to earlier audiences, but were understood and accepted with delight by his own. His mastery of musical design and logical accuracy enabled him so as to express himself as to be universally understood. He demonstrated both the supremacy and elasticity of the sonata form, taking his mechanism from the 18th century, and in return bequeathing a new style to the 19th. A style which separated the later school of Vienna from any that had preceded it, spread rapidly over Europe, and exercised its authority upon every succeeding composer. His great service was twofold: to free the art from formalism and spirit-killing laws, and to lift it beyond the level of fashionable taste. In this service he typifies that spirit which, in the persons of Wordsworth, Lessing, Schiller, and Goethe, has rescued literary art from similar deadening influences. Wagner expressed this feeling when he said, "For inasmuch as he elevated music, conformably to its utmost nature, out of its degradation as a merely diverting art to the height of its sublime calling, he has opened to us the understanding of that art in which the world explains itself." Herein lies his true relation to the world of art and the secret of his greatness, for almost unchallenged he takes the supreme place in the realm of pure instrumental music. His power is that of intellect combined with greatness of character. He loves love rather than any of the images of love. He loves nature with the same, or even a more constant, passion. He loves God, whom he cannot name, whom he worships in no church built with hands, with an equal rapture. Virtue appears to him with the same loveliness as beauty. There are times when he despairs for himself, never for the world. Law, order, a faultless celestial music alone exist for him, and these he believed to have been settled before time was in the heavens. Thus his music was neither revolt nor melancholy, and it is this the noblest expression of a strange and otherwise inarticulate soul which lives for the eternal glory of the art of music. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Chapter 5, Operatic Development in Italy and France, Part 1. Operatic development in Italy and France during the first half of the 19th century represents, broadly speaking, the development of the romantic ideal by Rossini and Meyerbeer, a breaking away from classic and traditional forms and the growth of individual freedom in musical expression. Rossini, as shown by subsequent detailed consideration of his works and the reforms they introduced, overthrows the time-honoured operatic conventions of his day and breathes new life into Italian dramatic art. Spontini, the last great classicist of the lyric stage, nevertheless forecasts French grand opera in his extensive historical scores. And French grand opera, as will be shown, is established as a definite type and given shape and coherence by Rossini in Tell, by Meyerbeer in Robert, Les Huguenots, Les Prophètes and L'Africain. In this period, the classical movement, interpreting in a manner the general trend of musical feeling in the 18th century, merges into the Romantic movement, expressing that of the 19th. A widespread, independent rather than interdependent musical activity in many directions at one and the same time explains such apparent contradictions as Beethoven and Rossini, Schubert, Cherubini, Spontini, Weber and Meyerbeer all creating simultaneously. To understand the operatic reforms of Rossini and their later development, a resume of the leading characteristics of the Italian opera of his day is necessary. As is usually the case when an art form has in the course of time crystallized into conventional formulas, a revolution of some sort was imminent in Italian opera at the beginning of the 19th century. In France, Gluck had already banished from his scores the dreary recitativo secco and extended the use of the chorus. The opera comique had come to stay, finding its most notable exponents in Grétry, Méhul and Boieldieu. Cherubini's nobly classic but cold and formal scores gave enjoyment to a capital which has at nearly all times been independent and self-sufficient. Mozart, in Zauberflöte, had already unlocked for Germany the sacred treasures of national art, and Weber, following the general trend of German poetry and fiction, had inaugurated the Romantic opera, a musical complement of the Romantic literary movement, to which he gave its finest and fullest expression. Utilizing fairy tale and legend, he had secured for opera a wider stage and an ampler air, and no longer relegating the beauties of nature to the background, but treating them as an integral part of his artistic scheme, he laid the foundation upon which was eventually to rise the modern lyric drama. But in Italy, beyond innate refinement of thought and grace of style, the composers, whose names are identified with what was best in opera during the closing years of the 18th century, had nothing to say. Cimarosa, Paisiello, Piccini, the one-time rival of Gluck, were prolific writers of the sort of melodious opera which had once delighted all Europe and still enchanted the opera-mad populace of Naples, Florence, Rome, and Venice. They had need to be prolific at a time when, as Burney says, an opera already heard was like a last year's almanac, and when Venice alone could boast 13 opera houses, public and private. Each had to compose unremittingly, sometimes 3 or even 4 operas a year, and it is hardly surprising that their works, for all their charm, were thin and conventional in orchestration, and had but scant variety of melodic line. The development of the symphonic forms of aria and ensemble by Mozart, the enlargement of the orchestra, and the exaggerated fondness for virtuoso singing encouraged these defects and gave these Italian composers prosaically golden opportunities of lifting spectators and singers to the seventh heaven of flattered vanity. There was little or no connection between the music and its drama. Speaking generally, the operatic ideals of Italy were those of old Galuppi, who, when asked to define good music, replied, vaghezza, chiarezza e buona modulazione. Vagueness, tenderness, and good modulation. With all its faults, the music of these 18th century masters excelled in a certain gracious suavity. Cimarosa, Paisiello, and their contemporaries represent the perfection of the older Italian opera buffa, the classical Italian comic opera with secco recitative, developed by Logoscino, Pergolesi, and Jomelli, a form which then reigned triumphant in all the large capitals of Europe. In the more artificial opera seria as well, Cimarosa and Paisiello in particular achieved notable successes, and their works are the link which connects Italian opera with the most glorious period the lyric drama has known since the elevation of both Italian and German schools. But the criticism of the Abbé Arnaud, who said, "These operas, for which their drama is only a pretext, are nothing but concerts," is altogether just. The reforms of Gluck and the Romantic movement in Germany in no wise disturbed the trend of Italian operatic composition. Weber's influence was negligible, for Italian operatic composers were, as a rule, indifferent to what was going on musically outside their own land. Those who, like Francesco Morlacchi, 1784 to 1841, or the Bavarian Simon Mayr, 1763 to 1845, were brought into contact with Weber or his works, showed their indebtedness to him rather in their endeavours to secure broader and more interesting harmonic development of their melodies and greater orchestral colour than in any direct working out of his ideals. But one native Italian was destined to exert an influence, the constructive power of which, within the confines of his own land, equalled that exerted by Weber in Germany. The time was at hand when in Italy, the citadel of operatic conventionality and formalism, a reaction against vapidity of idea, affectation, and worn-out sentimentality was to find its leaders in Rossini, the Swan of Pesaro, and his followers and disciples Bellini and Donizetti. Gioacchino Antonio Rossini, his father a trumpeter, his mother a baker's daughter, was born in Pesaro, February the 29th, 1792, and had his first musical instruction on the harpsichord from Prinetti, a musician of Novara, who played the scale with 2 fingers only and fell asleep while giving lessons. He soon left his first teacher, but when, at the age of 15, he was admitted to the counterpoint class of Padre P.S. Mattei, he read well at sight and could play both the pianoforte and the horn. At the Conservatory of Bologna, under Cavedagni, he also learned to play the cello with ease. His insight into orchestral writing, however, came rather from the knowledge he gained by scoring Haydn's and Mozart's quartets and symphonies than from Mattei's instruction. For counterpoint he never had much sympathy, but, though the stricter forms of composition did not appeal to him, he was well enough grounded in the grammar of his art to enable him at all times to give the most effective expression to the delicious conceptions which continually presented themselves to his mind. In 1808 the Conservatory of Bologna awarded him a prize for his cantata Il pianto d'ammonia per la morte d'Orfeo, and 2 years later the favour of the Marquis Cavelli secured the performance of his first opera, Il cambiale di matrimonio, at Venice. Rossini now produced opera after opera with varying fortune in Bologna, Rome, Venice, and Milan. The success of La Pietra del Paragone, Milan, 1812, in which he introduced his celebrated crescendo, was eclipsed by that of Tancredi, Venice, 1813, the only one among these early works of which the memory has survived. In it, the plagiarism to which Rossini was prone is strongly evident. It contains fragments of both Per and Paisiello. But the public was carried away with the verve and ingenuity of the opera, and the charm of melodies like Mi rivedrai, ti rivedrò, which, we are told, so caught the public fancy that judges in the courts of law were obliged to call those present to order for singing it. Even the arrival of the Emperor Napoleon in Venice, which took place at the time, could not compete in popular interest with the performances of Tancredi. In 1814, Rossini's Il Turco in Italia was heard in Milan, and in the next year he agreed to take the musical direction of the Teatro del Fondo at Naples, with the understanding that he was to compose 2 operas every year, and in return receive a stipend of 200 ducats, approximately $175 a month, and an annual share of the gaming tables amounting to 1,000 ducats, $875. In Naples, the presence of Zingarelli and Paisiello gave rise to intrigue against the young composer, but all opposition was overcome by the enthusiastic manner in which the court received Elisabetta, Regina d'Inghilterra, set to a libretto by Schmidt, which anticipated by a few years the incidents of Scott's Kenilworth. As in La Pietra del Paragone, Rossini had first made effective use of the crescendo, so in Elisabetta he introduced other innovations. The classic recitative secco was replaced by a recitative accompanied by a quartet of strings, and for the first time Rossini wrote out the ornaments of the arias, instead of leaving them to the fancy of the singers, on whose good taste and sense of fitness he had found he could not depend. A version by Sterbini of Beaumarchais' comedy Le Barbiere de Seville furnished the libretto for his next opera. Given the same year at Rome, at first under the title of Almaviva, it encountered unusual odds. Rome was a stronghold of the existing conventional type of Italian opera, which Rossini and his followers in a measure superseded. There, as elsewhere, Paisiello's Barbiere had been a favourite of 25 years' standing. Hence, Rossini's audacity to use the same libretto was so strongly resented that his opera was promptly and vehemently hissed from the stage. But had not Paisiello himself, many years before, tried to dim the glory of Pergolesi by resetting the libretto of La Serva Padrona? Perhaps Italy considered it a matter of poetic justice, for the success of Rossini's Barbiere di Sevilla, brightest and wittiest of comic operas, was deferred no longer than the second performance, and it soon cast Paisiello's feebler score into utter oblivion. Of the 12 operas which followed from Rossini's pen between 1815 and 1823, Otello, Rome, 1816, and Semiramide, Venice, 1823, may be considered the finest. In them, the composer's reform of the opera seria culminated. William Tell belongs to another period and presents a wholly different phase of his creative activity. In the field of opera buffa, La Cenerentola, Cinderella, given in Rome in 1817, is ranked after Il Barbiere. It offers an interesting comparison with Niccolo Isuarde's Cendrillon. In the French composer's score, all is fragrant with the atmosphere of fairyland and rich in psychic moods. In Rossini's treatment of the same subject, all is realistic humour and dazzling vocal effect. He accepted the libretto of Cenerentola only on a condition that the supernatural element should be omitted. It is the last of his operas which he brought to a brilliant close for the sake of an individual prima donna. La Gazza Ladra, produced in Milan the same year, was long considered Rossini's best work. It is characteristic of all that is best in his Italian period. The tuneful overture with its crescendo, with the exception of the Tell overture, the best of all he has written, arias, duets, ensembles, and finales are admirable. The part writing in the chorus numbers is inferior to that of none of his other works. 2 romantic operas, Armida, 1817, the only one of Rossini's Italian operas provided with a ballet, and Ricciardo el Zorada, 1818, both given in Naples, are rich in imagination and contain fine choral numbers. In 1820, the Carbonarist Revolution, which drove out King Ferdinand IV, ruined Rossini's friend Barbaja and induced Rossini to visit Vienna. On his way, in 1821, he married Isabella Colbrin, a handsome and wealthy Spanish prima donna, 7 years older than himself, who had taken a leading part in the first performance of his Elisabetta 6 years before. Upon his return to Bologna, a flattering invitation from Prince Metternich to assist in the general re-establishment of harmony took him to Verona for the opening of the Congress, October 20th, 1822. Here he conducted a number of his operas and wrote a pastoral cantata, Il Vero Omaggio, and some marches for the amusement of the royalties and statesmen there assembled, and made the acquaintance of Chateaubriand and Madame de Lieven. The cool reception accorded his Semiramide in Venice probably had something to do with his accepting the suggestion of Benelli, the manager of the King's Theatre in London, to pay that capital a visit. He went to England late in the year and remained there for 5 months, receiving many flattering attentions at court and being presented to King George IV, with whom he breakfasted tête-à-tête. His connection with the London Opera during his stay netted him over £7,000. Between the years 1815 and 1823, a comparatively short space of time, Rossini had completely overthrown the operatic ideals of Cimarosa and Paisiello, and by sheer intelligence, trenchant vigour, marvellous keenness in measuring the popular appetite and ability to gratify it with novel sensations, he entirely remodelled both the opera seria and the opera buffa. Rossini created without effort, as she has granted most Italian composers, the power of giving a nameless grace to all he wrote. Yet he was more than versatile, more than merely facile. In spite of his weakness for popular success and the homage of the multitude, he was no musical charlatan. Even his weakest productions were stronger than those of the best of his Italian contemporaries. His early study of Mozart had drawn his attention to the need of improvement in Italian methods, and, as a result, his instrumentation was richer and, thanks to his own natural instinct for orchestral colour, more glowing and varied than any previously produced in Italy. In his cantabile melodies, he often attained telling emotional expression. He enriched the existing order with a wider range of novel forms and ornamentations, and he abandoned the lifeless recitative in favour of a more dramatic style of accompanied recitation. In the Italy of Rossini, the prima donna was the supreme arbiter of the lyric stage, and individual singers became the idols of kings and peoples. Such singers as Pasta, whose voice ranged from A to high D, the contraltos Isabella Colbrin, Rossini's first wife, and Malibran, who, despite the occasional dead tones in her middle register, never failed of an ovation when she sang in Rome, Naples, Bologna, or Milan. Teresa Belloc, the dramatic mezzo-soprano, who was a favourite interpreter of Rossinian roles. Fanny Persiani, so celebrated as a coloratura soprano that she was called La Piccola Pasta. Henriette Sontag, most wonderful of Rosinas, and Catalani, mistress of bravura. The tenors Rubini, Manuel Garcia, Nurit, the basses Luigi Lablanche, Levasseur, and Tamburini. These were the sovereigns of the days of Rossini and Meyerbeer. But their reign was not as absolute as Farinelli's and Senesino's in an earlier day. The new ideas which claimed that the singer existed for the sake of the opera, and not the opera for that of the singer, inevitably, though slowly, reacted in the direction of proportion and fitness. Rossini was the first to insist on writing out the coloratura cadenzas and fioriture passages, which the great singers still demanded, instead of leaving them to the discretion or indiscretion of the artists. It had been the custom to allow each soprano 20 measures at the end of her solo, during which she improvised at will. As a matter of fact, the cadenzas Rossini wrote for his prime donne were quite as florid as any they might have devised, but they were at least consistent, and his determined stand in the matter sounded the death knell of the old tradition that the opera was primarily a vehicle for the display of individual vocal virtuosity. He was also the first of the Italians to assign the leading parts to contraltos and basses, to make each dramatic scene one continuous musical movement, and to amplify and develop the concerted finale. These widespread reforms culminate, for opera buffa, in Il Barbiere di Sevilla, and for opera seria in Semiramide and Otello. Il Barbiere, with its witty and amusing plot, and its entertaining and brilliant music, is one of the few operas by Rossini performed at the present time. It gives genuine expression in music to Beaumarchais' comedy, a comedy of gallantry, not of love, and the music is developed out of the action of the story. So perfect is the unity of the work in this respect that its coloratura arias, such as the celebrated one of Rosina's, do not even appear as a concession made to virtuoso technique. One admirer speaks of the score, in language perhaps a trifle exaggerated, as a glittering multicoloured bird of paradise who had dipped his glowing plumage in the rose of the dawn and the laughing, glorious sunshine, and says that each note is like a dewdrop quivering on a rose leaf. Stendhal says Rossini has had the happy thought, whether by chance or deliberate intention, of being primarily himself in The Barber of Seville. In seeking an intimate acquaintance with Rossini's style, we should look for it in this score. In Otello, which offers a suggestive contrast with the treatment of the same subject by Verdi at a similar point of his artistic development, the transition from recitativo secco to pure recitative, begun in Elisabetta, was carried to completion. Shakespeare's tragedy was, in a measure, butchered to make a Roman holiday, the Roman public of Rossini's day insisting on happy endings, which therefore had to be invented. And it is claimed that there are still places in Italy in which the Shakespearean end of the story can never be performed without interruption from the audience, who warn Desdemona of Otello's deadly approach. Otello is essentially a melodrama. In his music, Rossini has portrayed a drama of action rather than a tragedy. There is no inner psychological development, but an easily grasped tale of passion of much scenic effect, though in some of the dramatic scenes the passionate accent is smothered beneath roulades. But if the musical Othello himself is unconvincing from the tragic point of view, in Desdemona Rossini has portrayed in music a character of real tragic beauty and elevation. Two great artists, Pasta and Malibran, have immortalized the role. Pasta, imposing and severe as grief itself, and Malibran, more restless and impetuous, rushing up trembling, bathed in her tears and tresses. Semiramide, composed in 40 days to a libretto by Rossi, gains a special interest because of its strong leaven of Mozart. In Rossini's own day, and long afterward, it was considered his best opera seria, always excepting Tell. The judgment of our own day largely agrees in looking upon it as an almost perfect example of the Rococo style in music. Rossini's removal to Paris in 1824, when he became musical director of the Théâtre des Italiens, marks the beginning of another stage of his development, one that produced but a single opera, Guillaume Tell, but that one a masterpiece. Owing to Rossini's activity in his new position, which he held for only 18 months, the technical standard of performance was decidedly raised. Among the works he produced were Il Viaggio a Reims, 1825, heard again 3 years later in a revised and augmented version as Les Contes Oris, and Meyerbeer's Il Crociato, the first work of that composer to be heard in Paris. In 1826 Charles X appointed him first composer to the king and Inspector General of Singing in France, 2 sinecures, the combined salaries of which amounted to 20,000 francs. Rossini, who had a keen sense of humour, is said to have been in the habit of stopping in the street when some pavement singer raised his voice, or the sound of song floated down from some open window, and whispering to his friends to be silent, because the inspector of singing was busy gathering material for his next official report. The leisure thus afforded him gave him an opportunity to revise and improve his older works, and to devote himself to a serious study of Beethoven. Between 1810 and 1828 he had produced 40 distinct works. In 1829 he produced the one great score of his second period, which in most respects outweighs all the others. It was to be the first of a series of 5 operas which the king had commissioned him to write for the Paris Opera, but the overthrow of Charles X made the agreement void in regard to the others. The libretto of Guillaume Tell, which adheres closely to Schiller's drama, was written by Etienne Joly and Hippolyte Bis, and further altered according to Rossini's own suggestions. Though the original drama contains fine situations, the libretto was not an ideal one for musical treatment. Musically it ranks far above any of his previous scores, since into the Italian fabric of his own creation he had woven all that was best in French operatic tradition. The brilliant and often inappropriate fiature with which many of the works of his first period were overladen gave way to a clear melodic style, befitting the simple nobility of his subject and better qualified than his earlier style to justify the title given him of Father of Modern Operatic Melody. No longer abstract types, nor mere vehicles for vocal display, his singers sang with the dramatic accents of genuine passion. The conventional cavatina was deliberately avoided. The choruses were planned with greater breadth and with an admirable regard for unity. The orchestration developed a wonderful diversity of colour and breathed fresh and genuine life through the entire score. The overture, not a dramatic preface, but a pastoral symphony in abridged form, with the obligatory 3 movements, allegro, andante, presto, the huntsman's chorus, the duet between Tell and Arnold, the finale of the first act, the prelude to the second and Matilda's aria, the grandiose scene on the Rütli, the festival scene and the storm scene are perhaps the most noteworthy numbers. It cost Rossini 6 months to compose Guillaume Tell, the time in which he might have written 6 of his earlier Italian operas. The result of earnest study and deep reflection, it shows both French and German influences, something of German depth and sincerity of expression, a good deal of French esprit and dramatic truth, and the usual Italian grace are its composite elements. The ease and fluency of Rossini's style persist unchanged, while he discards mere mannerisms and rises to heights of genuine dramatic intensity he had not before attained. The new and varied instrumental timbres he employed no doubt had a considerable share in forming modern French composers' taste for delicate orchestral effects. Tell marks a transitional stage in the history of opera. It is to be regretted that it does not also mark a transitional stage in the composer's own creative activity, instead of its climax. There is interesting matter for speculation in what Rossini might have accomplished had he not decided to retire from the operatic field at the age of 37. After the success of Guillaume Tell, he retired for a time to Bologna to continue his work according to the terms of his Paris contract. He had been considering the subject of Faust for an opera, and was filled with ambitious plans for the inauguration of a new epoch in French opera. When, in November 1830, he returned to Paris, his agreement had been repudiated by the government of Louis Philippe, and the interest in dramatic music had waned. In 1832 he wrote 6 movements of his brilliant Stabat Mater, completed in 1839, the year of his father's death, and in 1836, after the triumph of Meyerbeer's Les Huguenots, he determined to give over operatic composition altogether. His motive in so doing has always been more or less a mystery. It has been claimed that he was jealous of Meyerbeer's success, but his personal relations with Meyerbeer were friendly. One of Rossini's last compositions, in fact, was a pianoforte fantasia on motifs of Meyerbeer's L'Africain, the final rehearsal of which he had attended. And after his death there was found among his manuscripts a requiem chant in memory of Meyerbeer, who had died 4 years before. Another and more probable theory is that the successive mutilation of what he regarded as his greatest work, it was seldom given in its complete form, checked his ardour for operatic composition. Again, as he himself remarked to a friend, "A new work, if successful, could not add to my reputation, while if it failed, it might detract from it." And finally, Rossini was by nature pleasure-loving and fond of the good things of life. He had amassed a considerable fortune, and it is quite possible that he felt himself unequal to submitting again to the strain he had undergone in composing Tell. He told Hiller quite frankly that when a man had composed 37 operas, he began to feel a little tired, and his determination to write no more allowed him to enjoy the happiness of not outliving his capacity for production, far less his reputation. His first wife had died in 1845. In the interval between the production of Tell and his second marriage in 1847 with Olympe Pélissière, who sat to Horace Vernet for his picture of Judith and the Holofernes, the reaction of years of ceaseless creative work, domestic troubles, and the annoyance of his lawsuit against the French government had seriously affected him physically and mentally. His marriage with Madame Pélissière was a happy one, and he regained his good spirits and health. Leaving Bologna during the year of his second marriage, he remained for a time in Florence, and in 1855 settled in Paris, where his salon became an artistic and musical centre. Here Richard Wagner visited him in 1860, a visit of which he has left an interesting record. The Stabat Mater, its first 6 numbers composed in 1832, completed in 1842, and given with tremendous success at the Italienne. His Soirées Musicales, 1834, a set of album leaves for 1 and 2 voices, his Requiem Mass, Petite Messe Solennelle, and some instrumental solos comprise the entire output of his last 40 years. He died November 13th, 1868, at his country house at Passy, rich in honours and dignities, leaving the major portion of a large fortune to his native town of Pesaro, to be used for humanitarian and artistic ends. It has been said, and with truth, that to a considerable extent the musical drama from Gluck to Richard Wagner is the work of Rossini. He assimilated what was useful of the old style and used it in establishing the character of his reforms. In developing the musical drama, Rossini, in spite of the classic origin of his manner, may be considered one of the first representatives of romantic art. And by thus laying a solid foundation for the musical drama, Rossini afforded those who came after him an opportunity of giving it atmosphere and eventually elevating its style. As a representative figure, Rossini has no superior in the history of the musical drama, and his name is the name of an art epoch. Rossini's remodelling of Italian opera, representing as it did the Italian spirit of his day in highest creative florescence, could not fail to influence his contemporaries. Chief among those who followed in his footsteps were Donizetti and Bellini. Though without the artistic genius of their illustrious countrymen, they are identified with him in the movement he inaugurated, and assisted him in maintaining Italian opera in its old position against the increasing onslaughts from foreign quarters. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Operatic Development in Italy and France, Part 2. Gaetano Donizetti, 1798 to 1848, was a pupil of Simon Mayr in his native city of Bergamo, and later of Rossini's master, Mattei, of Bologna. His first dramatic attempt was an opera seria, Enrico Conte di Borgogna, given successfully in Venice in 1818. Obtaining his discharge from the army, in which he had enlisted in consequence of a quarrel with his father, he devoted himself entirely to operatic composition, writing in all 65 operas. He composed with incredible rapidity and is said to have orchestrated an entire opera in 30 hours. But, succumbing to brain trouble brought on by the strain of overwork, he died when barely 50 years of age. He added 3 unaffectedly tuneful and vivacious operas to the opera buffa repertory, La Fille du Régiment, Lisière d'Amore, and Don Pasquale. In these he is undoubtedly at his best, for he discards the affectations he cultivated in his serious work to satisfy the prevailing taste of his day, and gives free rein to his imagination and his power of humorous characterization. La Fille du Régiment made the rounds of the German and Italian opera houses before the Parisians were willing to reconsider their verdict after its first unsuccessful production at the Opéra Comique in 1840. It presents a tale of love which does not run smooth, but which terminates happily when a high-born mother at length allows her daughter to marry a Napoleonic officer, her inferior in birth. Though the music is slight, it is free from pretence and unaffectedly gay. Like Rossini, Donizetti settled in France after his reputation was established, and suited his style to the taste of his adopted country. In a minor degree, the differences between Rossini's Tell and his Semiramide are the same as those between Donizetti's Fille du Régiment and one of his Italian operas, but their parallel ends. The Daughter of the Regiment shows, however, that Donizetti's lighter operas have stood the test of time better than his more serious ones. Malizia d'Amore, Milan 1832, also contains some spontaneous and gracefully fresh and captivating music. The plot is childish, but musically the score ranks with that of Don Pasquale, Paris 1843, the plot of which turns on a trick played by 2 young lovers upon the uncle and guardian of one of them. This brilliant trifle made a tremendous success, and in it Donizetti's gay vivacity reached its climax. It was the last of his notable contributions to the opera buffa of the Rossinian school. Written for the Théâtre des Italiens and sung for the first time by Grisi, Mario, Tamburini, and La Blanche, its success was in striking contrast to the failure of Don Sebastian, a large serious opera produced soon afterward. The vogue of Donizetti's serious operas has practically passed away. To modern ears, despite much tender melody and occasional dramatic expressiveness, they sound stilted and lacking in vitality. Lucia di Lammermoor, founded on Scott's tragic romance The Bride of Lammermoor, Naples 1835, immensely popular in the composer's day, is still given as a prima donna's opera for the virtuoso display of some favourite artist. The fine sextet enjoys undiminished popularity in its original form, as well as in instrumental arrangements, but in general the composer's subservience to the false standard of public taste detracts from the music. An instance is the Mad Scene, ridiculous from the dramatic standpoint, with its smooth and polished melody, ending in a virtuoso fioritura cadenza for voice and flute. The same criticism applies to the tuneful Lucrezia Borgia, Milan 1833, which in spite of charming melodies and occasionally effective concerted numbers, is orchestrated in a thin and childish manner. Anna Bolena, Milan 1830, written for Pasta and Rubini, after the good old Italian fashion of adapting roles to singers, and Marino Faliero, 1835, were both written in rivalry with Bellini, and the failure of the last named opera was responsible for the supreme effort which produced Lucia. More important is Linda de Chamonix, which aroused such enthusiasm when first performed in Vienna in 1842 that the emperor conferred the title of court composer on its composer. But La Favorita, with its repulsive plot, which shares with Lucia the honour of being the best of Donizetti's serious operas, is superior to Linda in the care with which it has been written and in the dramatic power of the ensemble numbers. Spirito Gentile, the delightful romance in the last act, is perhaps the best-known aria in the score. In Lucia and La Favorita, Donizetti's melodic inspiration, his sole claim to the favour of posterity, finds its freest and most spontaneous development. While Donizetti had an occasional sense of dramatic effect, his contemporary, Vincenzo Bellini, 1802 to 1835, the son of an organist of Catania, showed a genius which, if wanting in wit and vivacity, had much melancholy sweetness and a certain elegiac solemnity of expression. He had studied the works of both the German and Italian composers, in particular those of Pergolesi, and, like Donizetti, he fell a victim to the strain of persistent overwork. Among his 10 operas, he did not attempt the buffa style. 3 stand out prominently: La Sonnambula, Milan 1831, Norma, Milan 1831, and I Puritani, Paris 1835. La Sonnambula, in which the singer Pasta created the title role, is an admirable example of Bellini in his most tender and idyllic mood. A graceful melodiousness fills the score, and the closing scene attains genuine sincerity and pathos. Norma, Milan 1831, set to a strong and moving libretto by the poet Felice Romani, is a tragedy of Druidic Britain, and in it the composer may be considered to have reached his highest level. At a time like the present, when the art of singing is not cultivated to the pitch of perfection that was the standard in the composer's own period, a modern rendering of Norma, for instance, is apt to lose in dramatic intensity, since Bellini and the other followers of Rossini were content to provide a rich, broad flow of cantilena melody, leaving it to the singers to infuse in it dramatic force and meaning, something which Tamburini, Rubini, and other great Italian singers were well able to do. Norma surpasses I Puritani in the real beauty and force of its libretto, and gains thereby in musical consistency. But the latter opera, which shows French influences to some extent, cannot be excelled as regards the tender pathos and sweet sincerity of its melodies, which, like those in the composer's other works, depend on bel canto for their effect. Triumphantly successful at the Théâtre des Italiens in Paris, 1834, this last of Bellini's works may well have been that of which Wagner wrote, "I shall never forget the impression made upon me by an opera of Bellini at a period when I was completely exhausted with the everlasting abstract complication used in our orchestras, when a simple and noble melody was revealed to me anew." In a manner, Bellini may be considered a link between the exuberant force and consummate savoir-faire of Rossini's French period and the more earnest earlier efforts of Verdi. Though Donizetti and Bellini are the leading figures in the group of composers identified with Rossini's operatic reforms, a few other names call for mention here. Saverio Mercadante, who composed both opera seria and opera buffa, a gifted but careless writer whose best-known work is the tragic opera Il Giuramento, Milan 1837. Giovanni Pacini, whose Sappho, a direct imitation of Rossini, was most successful, and Niccolò Vaccai, better known for his vocal exercises, still in general use, than for his once popular opera Giulietta e Romeo, Milan 1825. Meyerbeer's 7 Italian operas, Romilda e Costanza, Semiramide e Riconosciuta, Edoardo e Cristina, Emma di Resburgo, Margherita di Anjou, Le Sul di Granata, and Il Crociato in Egitto, which were due directly to the admiration he had conceived for Rossini in 1815, and of which he afterwards repented, also properly belong to this enumeration. Meanwhile, the reform in Italian opera associated with Rossini made itself felt in Germany, where, in opera, the Italian style was still supreme, by way of one of the most remarkable figures in the history of music. Gassaro Spontini, 1774 to 1851, the son of a cobbler of Ancona, had studied composition at the Conservatorio dei Torrichi in Naples. By 1799 he had written and produced 8 operas. Appointed court composer to King Ferdinand of Naples the same year, he was compelled to leave that city in 1800 in consequence of the discovery of an intrigue he had been carrying on with a princess of the court. 2 comic operas, Julie and La Petite Maison, Paris 1804, having been hissed, he determined to drop the buffa style completely. The production of Milton, 1 act, in 1804, was his first gauge of adherence to the higher ideals he henceforth made his own. He was influenced materially by an earnest study of Gluck and Mozart, and through his friendship with the dramatic poet Etienne Jouy. La Vestale, 1807, his first great success, was the result of 3 years of effort, and upon its performance at the Académie Impériale, through the influence of the Empress Josephine, a public triumph, it won the prize offered by Napoleon for the best dramatic work. In La Vestale, one of the finest works of its class, Spontini superseded the parlando of Italian opera with accompanied recitative, increased the strength of his orchestra. Contemporary criticism accused him of overloading his scores with orchestration, and employed large choruses with telling effect. La Vestale glorified the pseudo-classicism of the French Directory. Ferdinando Cortez, which duplicated the success of that opera 2 years later, represents an attempt on the part of Napoleon to ingratiate himself with the Spanish nation he designed to conquer. The same year the composer married the daughter of Erard, the celebrated piano maker, and in 1810 he became director of the Italian opera. In this capacity he paid tribute to the German influences which had moulded his artistic views by giving the first Parisian performance of Mozart's Don Giovanni and organising concerts at which music by Haydn and other German composers was heard. Court composer to Louis XVIII in 1814, he was for 5 years mainly occupied with the writing of Olympie, set to a clumsy and undramatic libretto, which he himself considered his masterwork, though its production in 1819 was a failure. 5 months after this disappointment, in response to an invitation of Frederick William III of Prussia, he settled in Berlin, becoming director of the Royal Opera, with an excellent salary and plenty of leisure time. In spite of difficulties with the intendant, Count Bruhl, he accomplished much. Die Vestalen, Fernando Cortez, and Olympie, prepared with inconceivable effort, were produced with great success in 1821. But in the same year, Weber's Freischütz, full of romantic fervour and directly appealing to the heart of the German nation, turned public favour away from Spontini. In Noormahal, 1822, the libretto founded on Moore's Lalla Rookh, and Alcidor, 1825, Spontini evidently chose subjects of a more fanciful type in order to compete with Weber. His librettos were poor, however, and the purely romantic was unsuited to his mode of thought. In Agnes von Hohenstaufen, planned on a grander scale than any of his previous scores, he reverted again to his former style. It is beyond all doubt Spontini's greatest work. In grandeur of style and imaginative breadth, it excels both La Vestale and Ferdinando Cortez. So thoroughgoing were Spontini's revisions that when it was again given in Berlin in 1837, many who had heard it when first performed did not recognise it. Spontini's suspicious and despotic nature, which made him almost impossible to get along with, led to his dismissal, though with titles and salary, in 1841. Thereafter he lived much in retirement and died in 1851. His music belonged essentially to the epic period of the First French Empire. The wearied nations, after the fall of Napoleon, craved sensuous beauty of sound, lullabies, arias, cavatinas, tenderness and wit, rather than stateliness and grandeur. Thus, the political conditions of the time favoured Rossini's success, and, in a measure, at Spontini's expense. Spontini was the direct precursor of Meyerbeer, who was to develop the historical opera, to which the former had given distinction, with its large lines and stateliness of detail, its broadly human and heroic appeal, into the more melodramatic and violently contrasted type generally known as French grand opera. Giacomo Meyerbeer, 1791 to 1863, first known as Jakob Meyer Beer, the son of the wealthy Jewish banker Beer of Berlin, was an infant prodigy, for, when but 9 years old, he was accounted the best pianist in Berlin. The first teacher to exert a decided influence on him was Abbé Vogler, organist and theoretician of Darmstadt, to whom he went in 1810, living in his home, and, with Carl Maria von Weber, taking daily lessons in counterpoint, fugue, and organ playing. Appointed composer to the court by the Grand Duke 2 years later, his first opera, Jephthah's Vow, failed at Darmstadt, 1811, and his second, Alimelech, at Vienna in 1814. Though cruelly discouraged, he took Salieri's advice and, persevering, went to Italy to study vocalization and form a new style. In Venice, Rossini's influence affected him so powerfully that, giving up all idea of developing a style of his own, he produced the 7 Italian operas already mentioned with brilliant and unlooked-for success, which, however, did not impress his former fellow-student Weber, who deplored them as treasonable to the ideals of German art. Meyerbeer himself, before long, regretted his defection. In fact, the last of the operas of this Italian period, Il Crociato in Egitto, Venice 1824, is no longer so evidently after the manner of Rossini. It was given all over Italy, in London, Paris, St. Petersburg, and even at Rio de Janeiro. Weber considered it a sign that the composer would soon abandon the Italian style and return to a higher ideal. The success of Il Crociato gave Meyerbeer an excellent opportunity of visiting Paris, in consequence of Rossini's staging it at the Italiens in 1826, where it achieved a triumph. The grief into which the death of his father and of his 2 children plunged him interrupted for some time his activity in the operatic field. He returned to Germany, and until 1830 wrote nothing for public performance, but composed a number of psalms, motets, cantatas, and songs of an austerely sentimental character, among them his well-known The Monk. This was his second, or German, period. It is probable that in 1830 he planned his first distinctively French opera, Robert le Diable, for which the clever librettist Eugène Scribe wrote the book. The first performance of that work, typically a grand romantic opera, on November the 22nd, 1831, aroused unbounded enthusiasm. Yet certain contemporary critics called it the acme of insane fiction, and spoke of it as the apotheosis of blasphemy, indecency, and absurdity. Schumann and Mendelssohn disapproved of it. The latter accused its music of being cold and heartless, and Spontini, because of professional jealousy, condemned it. Liszt and Berlioz, on the other hand, were full of admiration. There is no doubt that text and music had united to create a tremendous impression. The libretto, in spite of faults, was theatrically effective. The music was pregnant, melodious, sensuously pleasing, and rendered dramatic by reason of shrill, contrasting orchestral colouring. So striking was the impression it made at the time, though from our present-day standpoint it is decidedly vieux jeu, that its faults passed almost unobserved. From the standpoint of the ideal, the work is lacking in many respects. First intended for the opera comique, its remodelling by Scribe and Meyerbeer himself had built up a kind of romantic and symbolic vision around the original comedy. The Robert, loyal, proud and loving, and Isabella, tender and kind, of the original were the same, but the characters of Bertram and Alice had been elevated, respectively, to the dignity of angels of evil and of good, struggling to obtain possession of Robert's soul, thus exalting the entire work. The change had given the score a mixed character, somewhat between drama and comedy, making it a romantic opera in the manner of Euryanthe or Oberon. Still, excess of variety in effects, the occasional lack of melodic distinction, and want of character do not affect its forceful expression and dramatic boldness. The influence of Rossini and of Auber, whose Muette di Portici had been given 3 years before, of Gluck and Weber was apparent in Robert le Diable, yet as a score it was different, and in some respects absolutely novel. If Meyerbeer had less creative spontaneity and freshness than Rossini, and less ease than Auber, in breadth of musical education he surpassed them both. In a measure, both Spontini and Rossini may be excused if they thought that Meyerbeer, in developing their art tendencies, transformed and distorted them. Spontini, no doubt, looked on him as a huckster who bartered away the sacred mysteries of creative art for the sake of cheap applause. The straightforward Rossini probably thought him a hypocrite. And therein they both wronged him. An eclectic, an art lover rather than an artist, Meyerbeer revelled in the luxury of using every style and attempting every novelty in order to prove himself master of whatever he undertook. But he was undeniably honest in all that he did, though he lacked that spontaneity which belongs to the artist alone. And in Les Huguenots, his next work, first performed in 1836, 5 years after Robert, he composed an opera which in gorgeous colour, human interest, consistent dramatic treatment, and accentuation of individual types, in force and breadth generally, marked a decided advance on its predecessor. Les Huguenots was not a historical opera in the sense of Tell. In Tell, Rossini showed himself as an Italian and a patriot. The Habsburgs of his hero's day were the same who, at the time he wrote, oppressed his countrymen. Gessler stood for the imperial governor of Lombardy, his guards for Austrian soldiers. The liberty-loving Swiss he identified with the Lombards and Venetians whose liberties were attacked. But, though the subject of Meyerbeer's opera is an episode of the Massacre of St. Bartholomew, that episode is merely used as a sinister background, against which his warm and living characters move and tell their story. Les Huguenots may be considered Meyerbeer's most finished and representative score. Not a single element of colour and contrast has escaped him. In only 2 respects did its interest fall short of that awakened by its predecessor. So successful had the composer been in his treatment of the supernatural in Robert that the omission of that element now was regretted, and, more important, the 5th act proved to be an anticlimax. The opera, when given now, usually ends at the 4th act, when Raoul, leaping from the window to his death, leaves Valentine fainting. In psychological truth, Les Huguenots is undoubtedly superior to Robert. There is a double interest, that of knowing how the mutual love of Valentine, the Catholic, and Raoul, the Protestant, will turn out, and that of the drama in general, against which and not out of which the fate of the Huguenots is developed. In the 3rd act especially, the opera develops a breadth and eloquence maintained to the end. The varied shadings of this picture of Paris, its ensembles, contrasted yet never confounded, constitute, in Berlioz's words, a magnificent musical tissue. Les Huguenots, like Robert, made the tour of the world. And as Tell was prohibited in Austria for political reasons, so Meyerbeer's opera was forbidden in strictly Catholic lands. This did not prevent its performance under such titles as the Guelphs or the Ghibellines at Pisa. A letter to Meyerbeer shows that he refused an arrangement of the libretto entitled The Swedes Before Prague. After Les Huguenots had been produced, Meyerbeer spent a number of years in the preparation of his next works, L'Africain and Les Prophètes. Scribe had supplied the librettos for both these works, and both underwent countless revisions and changes at Meyerbeer's hands. The story of L'Africain was more than once entirely rewritten. In the meantime, the composer had accepted, after Spontini's withdrawal, the appointment of Kapellmeister to the King of Prussia, and spent some years in Berlin. Here he composed psalms, sacred cantatas, a secular choral work with living pictures, Una festa nella corte di Ferrara, the first of his 4 torchlight marches for the wedding of Prince Max of Bavaria with Princess Mary of Prussia, and a cantata for soli, chorus and brasses, set to a poem of King Louis I of Bavaria. In 1843 he produced Das Feldlager in Schlesien, the camp in Silesia, and German opera based on anecdotes of Frederick the Great, the national hero of Prussia, which, coldly received at first, was at once successful when the brilliant Swedish soprano Jenny Lind made her first appearance in Prussia in it as Vielka, the heroine. 3 years later he composed the incidental music for Struensee, a drama written by his brother Michael. The overture is still considered an example of his orchestration at his best. His chief care, however, from 1843 to 1847, was bestowed on worthily presenting the works of others at the Berlin Opera. Gluck's Armida and Iphigenia in Tauris, Mozart's Don Giovanni, Zauberflöte, Beethoven's Fidelio, Weber's Freischütz and Euryanthe, and Spohr's Faust, the last a tribute of appreciation. He even procured the acceptance of Wagner's Der Fliegende Holländer and Rienzi, that brilliant, showy and effective exercise in the grand opera manner, whose first performance he directed in 1847. In 1849 Meyerbeer produced Les Prophètes in Paris, after many months of rehearsal. The score shows greater elevation and grandeur than that of Les Huguenots, but it is marred by contradictions and inequalities of style. In spite of its success and many undeniably beautiful sections, it betrays a falling off of the composer's creative power, and it suffers from over-emphasis. His 2 successful efforts to compete with the composers of French opéra comique on their own ground, L'Étoile du Nord and Les Pardons de Ploermel, Dinora, were heard in Paris in 1854 and 1859 respectively. L'Étoile du Nord was practically Das Feldlager in Schlesien, worked over and given a Russian instead of a Prussian background. Its success was troubled by the last illness and death of the composer's mother, to whom he was passionately attached. A number of shorter vocal and instrumental compositions were written during the 5 years that elapsed between its premiere and that of his second comic opera. This, Les Pardons de Ploermel, was set to a libretto by Carré and Barbière. It is a charming pastoral work, easy, graceful, and picturesque. Its music throughout is tuneful and bright, but its inane libretto has much to do with the neglect into which it has fallen. From 1859 to 1864, beside the shorter compositions alluded to, Meyerbeer worked on various unfinished scores, a Judith, Blas de Bury's Jeunesse de Goethe, and others. He left a quantity of unfinished manuscripts of all kinds at his death, but mainly during this period he was busy with the score of L'Africain, his last great opera. When at length, after years of hesitation, he had decided to have it performed, and it was in active preparation at the opera, he was seized with a sudden illness and died, May 2nd, 1864. He had not been spared to witness the first performance of this which he loved above all his other operas, and on which he lavished untold pains. It was produced, however, with regard to his wishes, April the 28th, 1865, and was a tremendous success. Scribe's libretto contains many poetic scenes and effective situations, and gave the composer every opportunity to manifest his genius. It is the most consistent of his works. In it he displays remarkable skill in delineation of characters and situations. His music, in the scenes that occur in India, is rich in glowing oriental colour. Nowhere has he made a finer use of the hues of the orchestral palette. And in the fifth act, which crowns the entire work, he exalts to the highest emotional pitch the noble and touching character of his heroine, Selika, who sacrifices her love for Vasco da Gama that the latter may be happy with the woman he loves. In dignity and serenity, the melodies of L'Africain surpass those of the composer's other operas. Its music, though in general less popular than that of Les Huguenots, is of a finer calibre, and the ceaseless striving after effect, so apparent in much of his other work, is absent in this. The worth of Meyerbeer's talent has long been realised, despite the fact that Wagner, urged by personal reasons, has ungratefully called him a miserable music maker and a Jewish banker to whom it occurred to compose operas. Granting that his qualities were those of the master artisan rather than the master artist, admitting his weakness for voluptuous ballets, for passion torn to tatters, ecclesiastical display and violent death, for violent contrast rather than subtle characterization, he still lives in his influence, which may be said to have founded the melodramatic school of opera now so popular, of which Cavalleria Rusticana is perhaps the most striking example. As long as intensity of passion and power of dramatic treatment are regarded as fitting in dramatic music, his name will live. Zola's eulogy, put in the mouth of one of the characters in his L'Oeuvre, rings true. Meyerbeer, a shrewd fellow who profited by everything, bringing, after Weber, the symphony into opera, giving dramatic expression to the unconscious formula of Rossini. Oh, what superb evocations, feudal pomp, military mysticism, the thrill of fantastic legend, the cries of passion traversing history. And what skill the personality of the instruments, dramatic recitative symphonically accompanied by the orchestra, the typical phrase upon which an entire work is built. An ingenious fellow, a most ingenious fellow. The French Grand Opera of Rossini and Meyerbeer was the musical expression of dramatic, passionate sentiments, affording scope to every excellence of vocal and orchestral technique, and even to every device of stage setting. It is not strange that it appealed to contemporary composers. Even Aubert, Herold, Halévy, and Adam, though more generally identified with the opera comique, attempted grand opera with varying success. Aubert, in his La Muette di Portici, Masaniello, given in 1828, meets Spontini, Rossini, and Meyerbeer on their own ground with a historical drama of considerable beauty and power. Its portrayal of revolutionary sentiment was so convincing that its first performance in Brussels, 1830, precipitated the revolution which ended in the separation of Holland and Belgium. Herold united with Aubert's elegance and polish greater depth of feeling. Zampa, 1831, a grand opera on a fanciful subject, and Le Pré au Clerc, 1832, are his best serious operas. His early death cut short the development of his unusual dramatic gift. Halévy even went so far as to distort his natural style in the effort to emulate Meyerbeer. Of his grand operas, La Juive, 1835, La Reine de Chypre, 1841, Charles VI, 1834, La Tempesta, 1850, only the first, a work of gloomy sublimity, with fine melodies and much good instrumentation, may be called a masterpiece. Adam's few attempts at grand opera were entirely unsuccessful, though his comic operas enjoyed tremendous vogue. But the influence of Rossini and Meyerbeer on grand opera has continued far beyond their own time. The style of La Patrie by Paladil is directly influenced by Meyerbeer. Verdi, in his earlier works, Guido, Trovatori, I Lombardi, shows traces of his methods. Gounod, in the dispute scene in the fourth act of Romeo et Juliet, likewise reflects Meyerbeer, and Wagner was not above profiting from him, whom he most scornfully and unjustly belittled. In summing up the contributions of Rossini and Meyerbeer to the history of music, it may be said that their operas, and in particular those of the latter, are a continuation and amplification of the heritage of Gluck. Édouard Schuré says in his important work Les Drames Musicales, the secret of the opera of Meyerbeer is the pursuit of effect for effect's sake. Yet it will be remembered that Gluck himself wrote in the preface of his Alceste, I attach no importance to formulas. I have sacrificed all to the effect to be produced. The art of Gluck and the art of Meyerbeer have the same point of departure, and each is expressed in formulas which, while quite distinct and individual, denote the highest dramatic genius. Both Rossini and Meyerbeer increased the value of the orchestra in expressing emotion in all its phases in connection with the drama, and helped to open the way for the later development of French grand opera and the innovations of Richard Wagner. Weber and Schubert had both died before Meyerbeer began to play an important part. Succeeding Spontini and Rossini as the dominant figure of the grand opera stage, his real successor was Richard Wagner. But though Rossini, Meyerbeer and their followers had enriched the technical resources of opera, had broadened the range of topic and plot, yet they had not turned aside the main current of operatic composition very far from its bed. The romantic and dramatic tendencies which they had introduced, however, were to bear fruit more especially in French Romanticism and the development of the evolution of the French opéra comique into the drame lyrique. An account of the origin and development of the French opéra comique as a purely national form of dramatic musical entertainment has already been given in the chapter dealing with Gluck's operatic reform. Here we will briefly show its development during the period of which he have spoken. François Adrien Boieldieu may be considered, together with Nicolas Isouard, the last composer of the older type of opéra comique, to which his operas Jean de Paris and La Dame Blanche gave a new and lasting distinction. As Pougin says, it is positive that comic opera, as Boieldieu understood it, was an artwork, delicate in type, with genuine flavour and an essentially varied colour. Boieldieu was especially successful in utilising the rhythmic life of French folk song, and La Dame Blanche has those same qualities of solid merit and real musical invention found in the serious opéra comique of Cherubini and Méhul. In fact, it was these three composers who gave the genre a new trend. In Scudo's words, Boieldieu's work is the happy transition from Grétry to Hérold, and together with Méhul and Cherubini, the highest musical expression in the comic opera field. After Boieldieu's time, the influence of Rossini became so strong that opera comique began to lose its character as a distinct national operatic form. The influence of Rossini was especially noticeable in the work of the group of opera comique composers, including Auber, Hérold, Halévy, Adam, Victor Massé, Maillard, who were to prepare the way for the lyric drama of Thomas and Gounod. The contribution of Auber, Hérold and Halévy to the historical or grand opera repertory have already been mentioned in the review of operatic development in Italy and France. Here we will only consider their work as a factor in transforming the French comic opera of Méhul and Boieldieu into the more sentimental and fanciful type of which the modern romantic French opera was to be born. One fact which furthered the transition from opéra comique to drame lyrique was the frequent absence of the element of farce with the consequent encouragement of a more poetic and romantic musical development. Daniel François Esprit Aubert, 1782 to 1871, uninterruptedly busy from 1840 to 1871, and his name identified with many of the greatest successes of the comic opera stage of his time, has been somewhat unjustly termed a superficial Rossini. Aubert undoubtedly borrowed from Rossini in his musical treatment of the comic, and he had little idea of powerful ensemble effects or of polyphonic writing, but grace, sweetness, and brilliancy of instrumentation cannot be denied him. The child of Voltaire and Rossini, from about 1822 on, he wrote operas in conjunction with the librettist Scribe. Fra Diavolo, 1830, shows Aubert at his best in comic opera. His music is gay and tuneful, without dropping into commonplace. The rhythms are brilliant and varied, and the orchestration neat and appropriate. Incidentally, it might be remarked that Aubert had written an opera on a subject which since his time has appealed both to Massenet and Puccini, Manon Lescaut, 1856, which in places foreshadows Verdi's ardently dramatic art. In spite of Aubert's personal and professional success, not only was he considered one of the greatest operatic composers of his day, but also he succeeded Gossec in the Académie, 1835, was director of the Conservatory of Music, 1842, and imperial maître de chapelle to Napoleon III, he was essentially modest. With more confidence in himself than Meyerbeer, he was quite as unpretentious as the latter. Though by no means ungrateful to the artists who contributed to the success of his works, he would say, "I don't cuddle them and put them in cotton wool like Meyerbeer. It is perfectly logical that he should do so. The Nourrits, the Levasseurs, the Villadogarcias, and the Rogers are not picked up at street corners, but bring me the first urchin you meet who has a decent voice and a fair amount of intelligence, and in 6 months he'll sing the most difficult part I ever wrote, with the exception of that of Masaniello. My operas are a kind of warming pan for great singers. There is something in being a good warming pan." Herold's most distinctive comic operas are Marie and Les Muletières, 1848. The last name is a setting of a rather spicy libretto by Paul de Kock, the novelist whose field was that of middle-class Parisian life, of guinguette and cabaret and equivocal adventures, and was highly successful. It seems a far cry from an operetta of this style to the romanticism of the drame lyrique. But if an occasional score harked back as regards vulgarity of subject to the equivocal popular couplets which the Comtesse du Barry had Larrivée sing for the entertainment of the sexagenarian Louis XV at Lucien some 60 years before, it only serves to emphasize by contrast the trend in the direction of a finer expression of sentiment. Halévy's masterpiece in comic opera is L'Éclair, 1835. A curiosity of musical literature, it is written for 2 tenors and 2 sopranos, without a chorus, and displays in a favourable light the composer's mastery of the most refined effects of instrumentation and vocalization. Wagner, while living in greatly reduced circumstances in Paris, had been glad to arrange a piano score and various quartets for strings of Halévy's Guitarrero, 1841. The most famous of Aubert's disciples was Adolphe Charles Adam, 1802 to 1856. Adam had been one of Boieldieu's favourite pupils and was an adept at copying Aubert's style. Aubert's music gained or lost in value according to the chance that conditioned its composer's inspiration, but it was always spiritual, elegant, and ingenious, hiding real science and dignity beneath the mask of frivolity. Adam, on the other hand, was an excellent imitator, but his music was not original. He wrote more than 50 light, exceedingly tuneful, and catchy light operas, of which Les Chalets, 1834, Les Postillons de Longjumeau, 1836, which had a tremendous vogue throughout Europe, Les Brasseurs du Preston, 1838, Le Roi d'Yvetot, 1842, and Cagliostro, 1844, are the best known. Grisard, another disciple of Aubert, furnishes another example of graceful facility in writing, combined with a lack of originality. Mayard's, 1817 to 1871, Les Dragons de Valère, which duplicated its Parisian successes in Germany under the title of Das Glockchen des Eremiten, was the most popular of the 6 operas he wrote. Victor Massé, 1822 to 1884, is known chiefly by Galatée, 1852, Les Noches de Jeannette, 1853, and Paul et Virginie, 1876. End of section 13.